Nobody moves, there's blood on the floor, and I can't find my heart. Where did it go? Did I leave it in the cold? So please give it back, cause it's like yours to take. It must have been when I lost my mind. Deep in the gut, praying it's pain. Somebody else, cause I can't find my way. Nobody moves, nobody moves. Somebody tell me how I'm supposed to do. Sitting here, knowing this ain't real. Why in the world would I give my heart to you? Just to watch you throw it in the trash. I've been trying so long, I don't think I can hold on. Where were you when I needed you the most? Now I'm sitting here with a black hole in my chest. A heartless, broken mess. I got something I wanted to do. I got something I want you to do. I'm in love with you, darling. You're so good to me. And I think that you need. I am so going to see when I'm shining myself dead. Your tenderness such me. I just don't feel it for you. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You just like nobody else, and I need you beside me. I wanna give you myself. If I hurt you bad, your loving ways makes me sad. It's so very you have to show from now on. I love you, baby.
It's been a long time. I never think I was going to see you again. See, you haven't changed.
Happy Mother Day to all the mothers.
Feelings can't hide, but after all this time, my heart still feels bad. When I look at you, memories of love, like no one before. You stay on my mind. All the things for each other, you stay for always and forever. You will be my darling. Saturday,
When I think about my feelings can't explain why after all this time my heart still feels pain. When I look at you, never with love, like no one before. You stay on my mind, feeling so special. Made for me, staying on my mind. Girl, you know I can't get you behind. There's never any question. You will be my Saturday love.
I thought we'd all have this together. Sometimes things just don't work out that way. Life goes on, people grow out of things that fit before. But Saturday things the same, and I hope it will never change. For always and forever, you will be mine. You will be mine. You will be mine. You will be mine. Let's sing it together. Monday, Monday to Tuesday, Wednesday, just all through. Thursday, Friday, we get the end, but I said love will never leave. I guess you wonder where I've been. I searched to find the love within. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let it go. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in a daze from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let it go. What you won't do to do for love. You tried everything, but you don't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. Well, I'm in the daze from your love, you see. I came back to let you know. Got a thing for you, and I can't let go. The best is for you. What you won't do for love. You've tried everything,
but you won't give up. In my world, only you make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I would not do. Make me do for love what I
Ah! Gotta love that shit. We're about to jump in this motherfucker.
Looking back over my years, I guess I shed some tears. Told myself time and time again, this time I'm gonna win. But another fight, things ain't right. I'm losing again. Take a fool and lose twice. Start all over again. Think I better let it go. Looks like another love TKO. Oh, think I better let it go. What you think about it, girl? Looks like another love TKO. Try to take control of the love took control of me. Cause I lose all sense of time. Never change my mind. Taking the bumps and the bruises of all the things of a two-time. Trying to hold on to things that's gone. It's just another sad song. I better let it go. What you say about it? Looks like another love TKO. Oh, yes, I think I better let it go. Let it go, baby. Oh, baby. Looks like another love TKO. Oh, try to take control of the love to control of me. Cause you lose all sense of time and never change your mind. Taking the bumps and the bruises of all the things that were too tough. See, I try to hold on, my faith is gone. It's just another sad song. But I think I better let it go. Cause it looks like another TKO. I think I better let it go. If I know what's gonna be, it's like another love TKO. I couldn't stand it.
Woo! Good, man. Gotta love that shit, man. You gotta get a little bit of music before you start talking shit, right?
Yeah, because I be playing old school music in my car. And the beauty of it is, I mean, I know I keep mentioning her, but do understand my niece is my world, man. That's like my daughter.
Oh yeah.
She be singing right along to the music because she grew up on old school stuff.
Yeah, that's how my niece is, and she's like, what? God damn, she gotta be like 30 now. Shit. Used to type for
Yeah,
that shit.
mine is 19. I'm actually proud of her for, and her dad for introducing her to stuff like this.
Yeah, for all you, hopefully everybody enjoyed the music, man. Woo! That's one of the things we do over here. We like to play that good old fashioned shit. Woo! How's everybody doing? We got Rico Savage. We got I'm listening. Mr. Johnson with his Theseus. We got Truth in the building. We got Sandra Thomas. Of course, we got Bay, aka the Bit of Truth. We got Jesse. Hey, Jesse. Sun is hot raw. We got Princess. Let me see. What is that? Kami. Hey, how you doing, love? We got Vereen. What's up? Ingo, Macho Man Ingo Savage in the building. Little Rock, what's up, you? And woo! Zachariah 12 and 8. Woo! Lion 9-7. You might have to go in and come back. You might have to go out and come back in, Lion, because I see you there, but it's not letting you up. Of course, we got everybody's favorite mother trucker out there, A.L. Evans, the famous Davis. Batman is Batman is Superman superior, not on any planet. We got Snuggles up in this joint. Uh, what's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna finish the conversation that we had.
I
If I
posted
missed it,
a meme. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I posted a meme this morning showing Batman from the back facing white Jesus. About some MFers think that with enough prep time,
uh,
dot dot dot.
oh yeah, I saw that shit when it's like Jesus coming out with enough prep time. I even could be
Yeah.
Jesus. Oh my god, I don't care how much prep time. You get somebody 7 times faster than you can think on your ass. Ain't shit you can do. Oh man. I don't know. For some reason, line your connection's not going through. Ah man, that was a hell of a conversation. What's up, Imam Perry?
Oh, and the
Just
last
Dooley,
left the call
Cardell.
because it was on fire over there with BGS. I just wanted to let y'all know. They was
Oh
talking
yeah.
about some of the same stuff and it was getting deep.
Oh yeah, because it's the what's up, Namer? See, you gotta understand something, man. When it comes to these relationships, like for Bay, ladies like his niece's age are the last hope.
oh, you
They're
have
the,
no idea how much I see her as the last hope.
they're the last hope. If
How's your
women,
niece, babe?
Here's the thing with my niece, my okay,
Because
I don't
my
mean to put all
daughter's
the business
15.
out there, but my niece was raised by my sister, okay, who is a moron. So
mm,
when she came to live with me 5 years ago, because she had nowhere else to go, my niece at the time was staying with her father, and she would come over on the weekends. And then, her father, he was married to a white chick, and he did some dumb nigga shit. Chose the white bitch that he's now divorced uh, over my niece. So my niece came to stay with my sister and I. And
mm,
all I did, and I want guys to understand this. I seriously want guys to understand this, is that as a man, if you cannot sit here and complain about the state of black women, if you're not trying to take a young black girl or boy, but we're going to talk about girls right now, if you're not going to take her under your wing and talk to her and help her understand life as an adult, especially somebody that's her age. My sister was good for, I put it to you like this. The way she saw life was that everything was smooth, but if something, just a little pebble in the road, went wrong for her as far as the mentality that she had towards my niece, which was a dictatorship. I mean, it was past the helicopter parent, it was a dictatorship. Prime example, true story. It was summertime. My niece wanted to go to a track meet. She asked me, she asked her mom. I said, yeah, go ahead. Her mom said, yeah, go ahead. So it's 6 o'clock in the summer. It's bright as hell outside. She said she'd be back at 6. It's not 6. It's like 6:15, 6:20. My niece is on the way home. So my sister texts her, where you at? Like, oh, I'm on my way home. Well, what street are you on? Oh, I'm on Main Street. So my sister, trying to be slick, jumped in the car and went to go find her. Okay, because she wasn't at home when she's supposed to be. She found my niece on Main Street, walking but she was talking to some boy. All right, the boy was walking with her, some boy that went to her school. My sister jumped out of the car and went ghetto nigga bitch on her. You know what
Poster,
I mean by that? Yelling, screaming,
poster.
cussing, embarrassing the boy, embarrassing my niece, and but mainly embarrassing herself.
When nigga
And when I
poster.
got home and I found out about the whole situation, I checked both of them. I said, hey, look, first and foremost, girl, you supposed to text your mom, say, hey, I'm running a little late, but I'm on my way home. Okay, fine. Your mother should have responded to that. Okay, I'll see you soon. And I really jumped in my sister's shit for why did you jump in the car and go chase her down and then embarrass her when all you had to do was say, hey, look, while I was on my way to the store, I wanted to take you with me. Once you saw that she wasn't doing anything stupid, hey, I'm going to Kroger's. Come on. I was waiting on you to come home so we can go together. And then you jump in the car and you control yourself and realize you give yourself a big phew because she's not doing anything wrong. She's being a typical 16 year old teenage girl. But she didn't do that. So I wound up having to jump in her shit about that. And I had to tell her, I said, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, because they got into a big argument about it later that night. And I had to tell my sister, I said, I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna mess around there with your personality and the way you handle shit, y'all gonna get into a fight and she gonna ghost your ass. Guess who's not getting a Mother's Day text today?
History Channel first and
my,
foremost.
my, my biological and your
Yeah,
sister.
yeah, she's not getting a Mother's Day text from me or my niece because fuck you. I mean, some other things similar to that has transpired, but it's like fuck you. You don't deserve it because she doesn't know how to be a parent. But my whole thing is backing it up. Me sitting down talking to my niece every day, understanding that she is a young adult trying to find her way in the world because young people, teenagers, especially young teenagers, they always are looking for answers. They're trying to navigate their way through life. And as you as a man, if you do not help them do that, if you do not treat them as the young adult that they are, if you're being demanding and browbeating and finger wagging, they're going to tune you out. But if you respect their agency as a human being and understand you're dealing with a sentient human being and you treat them with respect and you talk to them, the whole flies with honey and shit. You get more flies with honey than you do with shit. All I did was feed her honey. And now this girl got her head on so straight when her mother was trying to make her into a stupid ass bitch like her. You understand what I'm saying?
But babe, you know why your sister jumped in that car and did that. And this is no knock on your sister. In the back of her mind, when she was that age, whether y'all knew it or not, or your parents knew it or not, she probably ran with some girls like that, or seen some girls like that, or may have tried something like that. Unbeknownst to us, because we don't know what our children do when they outside the confines of our houses. You know what I'm
Oh, I
saying?
know my sister was a piece of shit growing up.
Yeah.
I know
So
she was a piece of
so
shit
with
growing up.
that
And she was
with
very afraid.
yeah, with
She
that
was
being
definitely
said,
afraid.
that's why she did what she did because she thought, all right, if I did this shit in the back of my mind back in the day, and she's just like me, and she came out of my vajayjay, she's gonna do exactly like I did. This is how they work. This is how they think. I have an ex-wife who has total chains and custody of my child to the point where I just said, you know what, I love my daughter enough. I say, you know what, I gotta divorce you too. Because when you decided to join the gynocracy, meaning your grandmother, your mama, and your aunts over your father who's trying to be in your life and be that person talking to you and being that person, guess what? I know the difference. I'm male. You're female. You are a part of the gynocracy. Even though
Oh,
I am the spark that brought you in this world, I know you're not going to be on my side at the end of
trust,
the day.
trust me, I know. And the whole thing about it is because this is what really pissed me off because I have been telling my niece for months. I said, hey, you need to talk to your mom the same way you talk to me. And she kept telling me I can't talk to her because when I say something that, like I said, disturbs that smooth line, if a pebble gets
That
into
sounds
that
like
smooth
my
line,
ex-wife.
it becomes a yelling, screaming, finger wagging situation. So she would never reveal. I put it to you like this: the way that they talk to each other, my sister would talk to my niece like she was 8 years old, and my niece would reciprocate that. And I would tell her, stop fucking doing that shit. You need to let your mom know exactly what type, who you are as a person, because she doesn't know the real you. You're putting on an act, and I get it. You're doing it for self protection, but the day she finds out who you really are, it's gonna be a big fucking shock. And that's exactly what happened that night when they got into it. My niece finally unzipped
Let it
her.
all out. She let it all out.
Yeah, she let it all out.
Your sister probably
I
sat
thought they
right
was
there
gonna,
and felt and
bruh,
looked like shit.
bruh, I thought they was gonna fist fight. I had to jump because we was downstairs in the basement. Like my basement was, completed basement. I got the TV, it's my man cave, whatnot. And I had to get between them and the TV just in
Like,
case they decided to
not my
throw their
TV
missiles.
heifers, not my TV, not my TV heifers. Y'all can get into it, but not my TV.
Right, take this shit in the backyard. We got plenty of grass. I'll let y'all go. But the whole thing about it was that what my whole point is that we as black men, we need to take control of our households. We need to take control of our wives, our sons, our little girls. We need to take
Baby,
control. I
I so hear you, but you know what, bro? I'm finna be the logic in the room. I'm finna be the I'm finna what Charles, what did BJ say? I'm finna kick the chair. Bro, I have fought that goddamn fight. Like I said, I have one child that I love dearly, but I've literally had to divorce my baby for the simple fact when you got your own biological, your ex, and your sisters literally telling you come try to spend time and see your child, we gonna call the police a lie. Literally say they gonna lie. I mean, I've literally had to record this shit several times. And then guess what the police in Texas say, Charles? Nope. If they call, then we gonna take you. We don't give a damn what you record. Because this state is a 99.9999999%
Yeah.
for and they don't
understandable. Not
so
everything is
so
100.
I agree with you, Bitter Truth.
Not
kill
everything is
everything.
100.
It
Not
killed
I
everything
think
is
that
100.
99.
If you have, okay, let me rephrase what I'm saying. If you have that power, if you have that control, if you actually do have a patriarchy in your family or in your household or whatnot, I suggest you 100% use it. Because the only thing I did, I listened to my niece discuss her problems and her issues. I gave her adult solutions that were unbiased. I told her how men think. All right. I told her how men think. I told her how women react to shit. I was like, you need to understand this is why, you
Mm-hmm.
have these situations growing up. And that man, please, that girl is so well adjusted. The only issues we had was her arguing with me over some little knucklehead boy that she brought into the house for me to vet.
Is she
But yet
compassionate?
she still, you know what happened? I moved from Columbus, Ohio down to Atlanta. The day I let her know I was moving, and we in the car coming up from Atlanta. I said, yeah, I think I'm gonna move back down here. And before I could even finish saying here, she turned around, take me with you. Don't leave me. I was like, okay. And of course she came with me. She in school, she got a job, she got a long term boyfriend. She's
she
doing
didn't
well only
she didn't want
because
to be there.
I put huh?
She didn't want to be there. She was like, when she knew you said you was gonna leave, she just started seeing despair get ready in back into her life. She was like, nah, bro, you got to take me with you. You done
You are
rescued me.
100% right. You are 100% right. And I cannot tell you how many battles I've had between her and her mom where I had to jump in it and check my sister over her fuckery
You know what you
because
are,
we
Truth?
didn't grow up together.
Excuse me,
We
Truth.
didn't grow up together at all. But she
Mm-hmm.
know I'm not the one you fuck with like that. You cannot come with fuck shit in my presence. I will kick you. I will verbally kick your ass. And that is exactly what transpired in that house at least 3 times a month for like
Basically, you're
3
the
years.
stability that she needed in her life. That's what you are to her.
Yeah. Yeah. So you guys got me till like 5:45. I gotta go
Yeah.
pick her up from work.
Oh, better get
Good. I
going.
love the I love the title Bitter Truth Show.
I love the
Well,
title
I
"Bitter
don't lie to y'all.
Truth Show"
So I
because it
appreciate
kind
it.
of reminds me and unfiltered. Had to do.
Hey, sound like you Borging a little
I
bit over
don't
there,
lie
brother.
either. I had
Oregon a
to
little
deal
bit.
with the same thing, and I was like my dad. The boy,
Oregon a little
what's
bit on
going
You
on?
Brian.
Borging. You Borging, Snowman.
Oregon Brian.
You might want to come in and come out and come back in.
Dude,
If you're
I'll
on a
jump out
phone,
and I'll jump
you
back.
need to get to a laptop
Okay.
or a desktop. That way,
All right.
your connection will be harder and you won't
Yeah.
blur it out.
Yeah,
I'll
we
say
I'm
this.
gonna go out and come back in. I'll use
take
my phone.
control of
Okay,
our
cool.
families. But the issue is, I mean, with the matriarchal mindset, man, they're gonna fight you tooth
Yeah,
and
yeah,
nail.
yeah. All
That's
right.
why the
Let me jump
damn
out and jump.
that's why the
Okay, cool.
domestic violence rates was so damn bad in the black community back in the day, man.
See,
Because it was that power struggle
this
between
is the reason why the domestic
community.
violence rates went up, because they were the first to attack. Notice.
They would
Usually,
attack and then call the law. They would attack. This is their playbook. I'm gonna attack you, black man, till you strike me. I just need you to strike me one time so I can cry wolf, and then I'm gonna call Captain Saver Chick, aka Charles Faulkner, and then he
Now,
has to come in there
oh
and
come
defuse the guy.
how
on.
many videos we done seen on the internet of chicks goading dudes to hit them? Hit me, all in their face, slapping them in the face. How
It's
many
the
videos we done
oldest
seen of that on
woman's
YouTube?
playbook in the book, bro. This is all they know.
Here's my question.
Mhm.
I mean, like, they say, like, usually, like, when a woman initiates a domestic violence, it's usually like when a man's in a compromising situation or when a weapon is involved, right? How often does that
Yes.
happen?
You
How
know,
often does that happen?
the first time I got arrested, the
Mhm.
very first time I've ever been arrested, I was
Mhm.
23 years old and I moved in this girl from Maine. Okay, Bangor, Maine. She was all sweet and nice when we first met and everything. She was like my sister's friend.
Uh-oh.
So I moved her
It's
down here into my
anger.
apartment in Atlanta, and she became very violent. I went
Your
to the
sister's
day, and
friend.
I broke up with her because she put her hands on me because I don't play that shit. So
So she was on some
You
chameleon
did the
shit,
right thing,
basically.
brother.
so what happened was I wound up getting arrested.
Oh
All
shit.
right, I'm sitting up here bleeding, all ripped up and everything, and I wound up getting arrested. So I mean, I got out, charges dropped, all that stuff and everything. But that day, I learned a lesson that if a woman ever acts like she want to hit you or she do put her hands on you,
Mm-hmm.
get the fuck out. The pussy ain't worth it. What the prettiness ain't worth it. I don't give a fuck how good she cook. I don't care if she letting you fuck her best friend while she sit there and record it. It's not worth it. Get the fuck out.
Fact,
Get the fuck out. It's not worth it.
facts.
And I've never had that. Well, wait, I take that back. I did have one situation where I had a girlfriend punch me in the face so hard she broke the chair I was sitting in. But that's because I told her I had another chick in the bedroom, which I did, but she never found out about that. But she socked the shit out of me. Oh,
Man,
by the way, she went to jail too. But I didn't call the police on her. She just refused to leave when she called the police on me. But
man.
outside of those two little incidents, I ain't never had a problem. I ain't never had a problem. You want to act like you want to buck up? Like, you know what? I'm gonna be calm and I'm bouncing. And the number one thing I need to tell brothers: don't never, ever move in to another woman's house. Your name has to be the principal on the lease, or else you will fuck yourself. How many times we
Yep.
have seen brothers with trash bags, you know what I'm saying, sitting on the corner waiting on somebody to come pick them up?
I almost was in that situation. I was
What
almost
did
in
you
that
learn?
situation.
I am in
Hold
that
on, hold on.
situation.
I was almost in that situation
Damn.
once, but fortunately for me, I talked my way out of it because, first of all, that would have put her in a situation where I was her legal dependent, and I did not want to be that. And that would have put my residency and immigration issue would put my my residency issues is in a really precarious situation. So I talked my way out of that, and then about 6 years later, I got my citizenship and I was straight.
Did you? So you bounced.
I kind of had to. It was a messed up situation because then again, it was like really weird because she said, you can stay with me when I didn't like it because I didn't want to put her in that situation, not knowing it might have been a power move or something.
My other
Well,
sister, because I've
I
got
just knew
three.
it's situation. Well, huh?
My other sister, my
How
middle
many
sister,
sisters you got?
I got three. My
God
other
damn, you
sister,
only
she
boy in the
moved.
family?
Let me tell, huh?
Are you the only boy in your family?
No, I got a younger brother.
Oh, okay.
But my thing is, I got a sister. She wound up marrying this African for citizenship. She got the little thousands of dollars and everything. And
Oh
this was
shit.
funny. This was funny because he's still in our lives today. This happened in '94, and he's still in our lives today. But she asked him. She said, "Hey, why don't you close out?" Because she wound up liking him because he was a career student. His brother had all types of master's degrees and was working on doctorates and associates and shit. Yeah,
Where you
he's
from?
still in school to this day. That brother's smart as a whip.
Where
But
you
at
from?
any rate, she said to him, "Why don't you do away with your apartment and come live with me?" And he was like, "No, I'm good." Because there were several incidences where he came to see her, quote unquote, home, and she got his shit sitting out in trash bags by the front door because she mad over some petty shit.
Damn.
Yeah, he never gave up his apartment. A genius move. Genius move. I applaud you, sir. August, I applaud you, brother.
You
That
know
was
what's
That
funny?
genius move.
You know what's funny about sisters marrying Africans? I'm in a bunch of expatriate groups, right? For like women
mhm,
that's living or trying to live in Africa. And
mhm.
every time a sister talk about, it's always an ex-husband, an ex, my ex-African husband from Ghana, my ex-husband from Nigeria. And so it's funny because you notice the same shit they doing with black men. It's getting the same results with other men.
Of
It's the
course.
same shit. It's
It's a
hilarious.
cultural thing. It's an American cultural thing.
Shit. You think that's crazy? You should see like what is it like a lot of white women getting involved with Hispanic dudes from overseas and whatnot, or Caribbean dudes overseas. Same shit.
And get their asses beat at the same time.
Yeah. Or
Their
messing with
dudes from other cultures don't play that shit.
or
Look,
They
messing
that's
with
are
them
why
dudes,
that's
they get
why that's
brutal.
why those women always talking that shit about, oh, I can't deal with no African. I can't deal with no African. They too misogynistic. They too misogynistic. They always say
Shit.
that shit.
yeah, no, they won't put up with your bullshit.
No,
Right.
well, depends on the person because and some of us we just don't play around like that. In my case, it was because I'm not in the states. I'm someplace else. So it was a white woman and she was generously offering. I said no, I can't do that because my dad taught me to be up, stand up dude right there. So I said no, I'd rather get my shit my own way. I can't
Listen,
put you in
not
that position.
not only will African dudes not put up with their bullshit, but a lot of them are not as thirsty as brothers, right?
No
And so
way.
one of the groups I'm in, they got this funny ass post from this sister from the States where she's saying, where the African American brothers at out here because I never complain about a brother approaching me at a gas station again. You can ask me for my number as many times as you. I gotta find this damn post, bro, because I got a
Wait,
screenshot. This shit funny as hell.
wait, Jesse, you talking about Ghanaians,
Why?
right?
Why did she say it?
Yeah,
Basically, because the brothers in whatever country she in ain't really checking for her and doing that stuff like that.
of course. They
Oh,
probably think they're
here's the post. Let me just read it real quick, and you can say
okay.
what you want to say, bro. He said, "Attention, anyone coming to Ghana from Black America, please let's link. I've been in Ghana for 4 months, and I miss Black people so much. Even if it's just to walk past each other and give a head nod or a fist bump. Just please, for the love of peach cobbler, pink oil moisturizer, and edge control, come and see me. Fellas, I promise I won't roll my eyes if you say good morning, beautiful. I won't
Jess,
roll my eyes if you ask me to smile. I will actually pay you to harass me at a gas station or tell me
Jess,
to smile even though you don't know me or ignore me telling you I'm not interested and I got a man. Please come be black out here. Please help me."
you know what? I think she would have the best.
She's got to be a six. She got to be a
You know what? Her best bet would be if she moved to the Gambia. It's easier over there for her, maybe.
She's
There's a lot
actually
more
a
expats.
chick, so she's probably about a 6. Let me see. I
yeah.
got her.
That sounds like something the six would say because oh, hold on, wait a minute, hold on, y'all.
No, never mind. She a 5. She a 5.
Ah, he
Wait.
feel
Charles,
foul.
can you put up Mike's post for a minute? Put up Mike's post for a minute. Yeah, I feel your sentiments, brother. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at
Woo!
that.
I tell you one thing about it. It's I'm not. Everybody knows it's no secret. I
All
don't
right.
interracially date, but it's like it it pains me to see that we've over there. Shout out to Edward Anderson's page when his channel when we just said we can't even ask you to smile. It's not every time a guy comes up to you and say, "Hey, smile." We're looking to get your number. Sometimes we just don't want to see you sad.
But Charles, that's
Hey,
misogynistic and offensive. But at
hey,
the
But
Charles,
same
guess
can I?
what?
time, a lot of women, when they smile, it's more offending to the men.
But
Charles, can
guess
I ask
what?
you a question? Can I ask you a question, Charles?
Go ahead.
Have you ever spent any extensive time in a, let's say, either an African country or a country outside of the U.S. with a large black population, like let's say Brazil?
Mm, maybe.
Well, I just asked you to say that, like to say that to state the fact that you don't have to date interracially. There's over a billion black women of different shades, figures, and they don't have the same issues that a lot of these Western black women got, man. Because I ain't gonna lie, man. The more I research this shit, the best thing I could say is that a lot of the problems that black women in America have stems from slavery, and it has like infected other groups through our African American media platforms, whether that be
Mhm.
our movies or our music.
What
And so,
nationalities?
what's that?
Who's affected the most by ghetto Negro culture?
well,
Who
you
is
got
affected the most?
well, you got to think women. See, a lot of y'all need to go to my archives when I'm like doing some of my more boring scientific shows.
Mhm.
When I sat there and read ten different papers about men and women are different.
Yeah.
Okay, women are more subjective to outside stimuli than men. They're more subjected to subconscious implants.
Oh, that's facts. That's all facts.
Easily influenced by outside
Remember,
influences and whatnot.
they're more they can women typically can't survive in the environment like men.
Mm.
One, because of the way we think and because we're stronger. It doesn't mean that they're useless. No, not saying that. It's the fact that men and women play a role. Once women got outside their role and appreciation for men, you know what happened? We just said, "Hey, on your own, kid."
And the biggest reason they're not they're way more affected than we are to those type of things is because men have stronger wills than women. See, like influence and programming and stuff like that.
Mhm.
It's effective on the human brain, but the more powerful your will is, the less effective it's going to be. So, like, let's say for women, I've heard all kind of stories. This is the example I always give. Danny Glover back in the '90s gave an interview where he said around the color purple time, a woman saw him out in public and spit on him, a black woman,
Ooh.
because in her mind she could not distinguish between Danny Glover and Mister from Color Purple.
Oh, that's
But
Uh,
the way a lot of women's mind are is really like that, man. When you really think about it and research the female mind, they really are more affected by fictional. Well, okay, so for humans in general, your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between reality and fiction, right? So if you watch a
wait,
movie,
back that up, back that up.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
For low level thinkers, they cannot tell the difference between fiction and reality.
No, 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 no.
a
This
lot of
check
people
this out. Check
actually
this out. Check this out. So your all right. So your subconscious mind, regardless of who you are, it can't tell the difference between reality and fiction. But if you are a smart person, your conscious mind can filter that out, right?
Okay.
And so, but your subconscious mind cannot tell a difference. It's kind of like so a lot of your emotions comes from the subconscious mind. So like you'll notice when you watch certain movies, it invokes emotions within you when you're watching a movie. Like if you're seeing a sad movie,
Mm.
the black grandmama died, you be feeling, it evokes emotions. And so because women are more emotional creatures and they use more of their subconscious mind, like most of them they really think about the damn reality TV shows, man. Like they really think this stuff is real, man. It's crazy. Like you have women with PhDs, masters that be like I was just talking to a brother. He's an IT professor at the university where I'm at, right at this HBCU. He was talking about how one of his coworkers has two daughters, but
Mm-hmm.
she still has a maid. He was like, "That's your damn maid right there." But he said that to say that like she's one of these chicks in IT that
That
keep
what?
looking at because that's what she see on TV.
Oh, you mean she's like trying to live the fantasy? Because the thing is,
Yeah, yeah.
no, the thing is, is like first of all, by the way, it's white matter and gray matter. You have to look at it as because remember the brain's the cerebrum is divided into two parts. The gray matter, that's where all your logical and your voluntary actions are operated in, and then you have the then the white matter, which is responsible for your emotional thinking. That's also where your sensory information is processed. So women use that part of the brain more often, the sensory parts more often than the logical parts. Not to mention, um, women don't. If you ask a woman a question, they say I feel this way. What they actually mean is that they're projecting their own misconceptions or delusions. It's not their thoughts. Men
Yeah,
are more
because
grounded
feelings
with
don't matter
men are more grounded to reality.
like that. So,
Women
Yeah.
project their own conceptions, their own beliefs onto things.
See, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've given up on ADOS women. You know what I
I'll tell you
mean?
something, but I'll tell you
Kevin
this though.
Kevin has given me my last hope, but
Hmm.
the thing that I'm worried about is that the negative habits and the dysfunctional behavior that
Hmm.
they have is going to completely take over all the women on the planet. That is my fear.
Well,
Well,
Because
that's
you
feminism.
already
Well, that's a result of feminism overall, period. Because when you give, when you destroy the social contract, saying women and men have a role to the duty to fulfill,
mhm.
Mhm.
now they're making money like men, but they're not getting the fulfillment like a man would, because that's not how women are fulfilled. So we get into these arguments and issues of like, okay, why aren't you being protected? You still want to make that money, but you still want a 1950s man.
Uh,
You can't have both. You can't have both. And what's going
I,
on in their heads is that they went away from their female, their promise. A female's greatest strength is her femininity. That's her superpower. When a woman says, I need help, look how many men come to her rescue.
damsel in distress.
see. I think that the ADOS thing that ADOS women got from slavery, I
Hmm.
think that is more dangerous than feminism, and that's why I say that. In my
Jesse.
opinion,
Hmm.
feminism came about through seeing the black female during slavery and Reconstruction. And what I've noticed in with African women that are feminists, it's actually kind of odd because women in Africa be like, okay, I'm a feminist, but they still cooking for you every day. Or I'm a feminist, but they still cooking and cleaning. You still make the decisions. So it's kind of weird to see that
Shall I
because it's like,
elaborate for you? Shall I
yeah, go
explain
ahead.
that for
Are
you?
you?
So
Are
there's
you? Let me ask you this before you explain. Are you a African brother? Like, are you born outside the U.S. or
I am African, but I was born in exile. But I went back to my homeland when I was 12.
what's
And
let's
what?
hear it. Let's hear your explanation.
I'm Eritrean, first of all, dude. Do you remember me, Jesse? The court jester of the Coliseum?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember you now. From
Sorry.
art. Okay, cool.
Yeah. First of all, it's the thing is like a lot of them, especially it's like in most African countries, it's the boomer generation who were the first generation of women who were able to get a proper education along with the men. But then again, the men didn't always get a proper education due to colonialism. So they were influenced by colonialism and modernization. But there's been always this clash between tradition and women trying to get with the modern times. So when you talk about the feminists they understand, but they're taking their cues also from white feminists as well. Let's not forget that African feminists take their cues from white feminists, and they see that you can be a feminist but still have a husband. You can be a feminist but you can still do this. So in a way, they're able to gel contradictory beliefs at the same time. You know
Do
what I'm
they
saying?
even understand what feminism is as far as its roots?
So it will. That depends
No.
on where this is practiced, because not every country has feminism. But then again, feminism are still like a minority in most countries.
Facts, facts. Because it's a real minority in Africa. Like you, I mean,
Like in
it's kind of the
Nigeria,
same here. It's kind of the
there's a
same
novelist
here, where
who
it's
stands
like
out with that.
it's kind of the same here, where it's like normally if you meet a feminist in Africa, nine
Mhm.
times out of ten she's gonna have a college degree, and you know that's a small percentage of the population out there.
And
And
she's very feminine as well compared to black feminists here
Well,
and
let's
black feminists in
really
the states.
dive into the whole purpose of feminism, of why it was created in the first place.
Mhm.
You had white women who were upset that black men got the right to vote and own property and have rights before they did. That was the birth of feminism. That's what it was
right,
really all about. And it
right.
hasn't changed. It hasn't changed, except now they use black women as cannon fodder for their causes.
So this is my perspective on it, and this is kind of answering Sister Shonda's question, right?
Mhm.
So, all right, so ADOS, black people are matriarchy. They always have been since slavery. The slave family structure was pretty much as though Big Mama was in charge during slavery. After slavery and Reconstruction, you had a high marriage rate in the black community, but when you go back and listen to a lot of the research as far as the sociologists like the W.E.B. Du Bois and the E. Franklin Frazier's and the many others that and when they went into those family structures, even though men were present and the family was more balanced than it is now, in a
Mhm.
lot of cases, those families were still predominantly ran by the women. Not all cases, because I come from a patriarchal family, but my family is a little bit different in the sense that my grandfather was from free people of color, and so it's a little bit different in terms of patriarchy. So the thing about to me there's two different sects of feminists, right? There's one sect of feminists that actually want equality, and that's like I've heard interviews from like Cheryl Sutherberg, the Facebook CEO lady, and a couple other high paid white CEOs, and these are the type of women that will actually have house husbands while they're making 7 8 figures.
Mhm.
And then there's another sect of feminists that actually want the matriarchal structure that the black community has. And so when you look at first wave feminism, they saw the black community and they said, okay, we want an equal share of the pie that our men have. We want another slice of the white supremacist pie. If those women that are beneath us, if they can run their community, then we should at least be able to have equal share. And so and
I'm
so
not
Not
to
laughing. I'm
understanding
laughing at
the
the thought
structure,
process.
not
But
understanding the
go
thought
on, please
process of
continue.
structure. We'll go on.
yeah, so it's like the effects of ADS women is pretty much this. They want to rule the community. They want to control the family and be the leader in the family, want to be the leader in the community. They don't really respect men and manhood. And so these are the things that that kind of keeps me up at night. Like, damn, could you imagine a whole planet of this bullshit? It would be just straight chaos. And you know what's funny? I put this on Facebook, right? Martin Luther King predicted this shit 40 plus years ago. What was the name of his last book that he came out. Where do we go from here? Chaos or community? In the
Good
community,
question.
the black people chose chaos because that's basically what you have when you have a community that is unjustly ruled by women. Now, listen, I'll say this: I'm not the person that's like, okay, I hate matriarchy, because in Reconstruction, even though we had matriarchy, it was actually more balanced. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
now the shit has gone completely off kilter, where it's like you literally have black women fighting against men that try to bring structure into the community. You have women fighting against anything that's going to improve black boys and their reading levels and their math and science levels. You literally have a black female rulership that's like, okay, we're going to get all of the money and the resources. We're going to get all of the money and the resources to the black girl so that she can have the more she can have the most education, and
Mm.
she can be the leader within the community.
But here's the thing, Jesse.
Yeah,
You're forgetting something. It's all about control. Not to mention, you have to understand the female
control and
mind.
power.
Control,
You gotta
power,
you,
also. Oh,
you gotta remember when you take the power out the man and give it to the woman, women typically do not think in terms of legacy. They think in terms of nest.
not
Mm-hmm.
just
Meaning,
that. Not just that, Charles. They also think they see things in a zero sum game. Basically, anytime they gain something, it has to be at the expense of someone else. Because if you give something to the boys, they view it as if it has to be at their expense. That's why they do not
they
want
don't want to give it. They don't want to give the boys because they really don't think the boys are equipped to handle it.
that too.
They think that they have to protect the boys when no, they think
And on
in a
top of
backward
that,
thing.
they think that not only do they not have to protect the boys, they also think that the boys don't, here comes the dirty word, deserve it.
I
No.
want
Well,
to answer.
listen,
I want to
the
answer.
thing about it is, yeah, the boys, a lot of the boys aren't capable, but the reason they
Well,
aren't is because you keep holding them back. You're
How
well,
not
come?
pushing their
but
education.
hold on. I got to
Go
correct
ahead.
something. Black Americans are not under a matriarchy. We're under a gynocracy.
I want.
Ah,
I want
Ah,
to answer Sean's
Matriarchy,
question.
a matriarchy would still listen to the men. Okay.
I want to answer Shonda's question. She said,
good
"How
point.
could APOS be primarily matriarchy when African female slaves were not imported into the U.S. until the early 1800s? Majority of African slaves in the U.S. were males. That does not equate to matriarchy." And you know what? Well, let's address the first part. Yes, the majority of the slaves for a hot minute were African males. And what wound up happening was they thought that it would be white slave owners or, white kidnappers, rapists, whatever you want to call them. They realized that it would be a whole lot more profitable to have a permanent worker class. So the best way to do that without race mixing were to start importing black women, African women, over to the United States and use them for breeding. And if they were strong enough to work, then yes, put their asses out in the field. Now, when we talk about the gynocracy, because it's not like Charles said, it's not necessarily a matriarchy, but a gynocracy. Yes, the slave master did used to put the black woman in charge, usually a mammy type, somebody who had been enslaved slash imprisoned for at least 20, 30 years, because they would use her to control the male slaves to keep them from doing what they should have done, which is fighting for their freedoms, rioting, whatever you want to call it. So here we are now, like coming the late 60s, early 70s, Lyndon B. Johnson he switched that role. He gave the power, quote unquote, the false power back to women by what I believe it was the Home Act. Therefore, black women could go ahead and enroll in welfare programs. But of course, we all know in order for a woman to be able to be eligible for welfare, you can't have a working age male in your home. So that's when we had things flip. And of course, in the 80s, black men realizing that women only, well, not all women, but women who were of that ilk, they only respected finances because they were tired of living in poverty. Those of you who grew up in the 80s knew that the drug dealers used to have their pick of the litter when it came to girls.
Mm-hmm.
Now that that age is over, the same thing with the
Welcome to
rappers and the
Reaganomics.
actors. If you were a black man with some type of financial status, you had pretty much had your pick of the litter. But now things, especially with COVID, has
With
changed.
some type of financial.
Go
Right.
ahead.
You had that some type of financial stability where you pretty much wore your wealth on your back, or you had some type of notoriety. People knew you and
Mm-hmm.
they knew of you. This is why serial killers, even though they're serial killers, they're dangerous people. Like Ted Bundy got women showing them, their breasts and writing love letters and wanting to marry them and anything
Because they knew him.
right, because
Hybristophilia.
of where he
That's
stood. But some
hybristophilia,
women
dude.
like dangerous people. But
Yeah, Bonnie
at
Clyde
the
syndrome
same
is also
time,
called.
right now, what we're witnessing as women sit here and say, they lead with their education, they lead with their job title because they think that
They
that
leave with their
is
vagina. They
right.
don't
They
leave.
think that that's important. When they ask you, well, what do you do for a living? They think that that is important, but it's not.
Yeah.
The whole Kevin Samuel thing's a high value man. With him, he's talking about a dollar amount because that's where women like to place. That's what they register a high value man as somebody who makes
Yeah,
at
that's
least
their
100K and above. But really, a
that's
high
their
value
ju-
man,
that's their what's the term I'm looking for? Judgment value. That's
exactly.
their main.
Yeah.
Never, never
I got the
mind that
correct
a high
term.
value man. Never mind that
Right.
a high value man has everything to do with his character.
Period.
And
Right.
because you
All your
gotta,
other stuff falls away.
I'll say this about a high value man. Notice I always say I want to be the most effective and the most efficient.
Mm-hmm.
High value men, see, we got to look at this character, right?
Yep.
This is gonna ruffle some feathers.
Don't
Go with
forget
it.
multifaceted.
Go with it.
Number one, high value does not equate into being a nice guy.
Yeah.
At all.
Yep. At
See,
all.
But here's what that makes
I will tell you, if I gotta be the asshole who sits your ass at the side of the road and come back 10 minutes while you on the highway and be like, "Did you learn your lesson yet?" I will.
In other words, what the problem is, most people mistake like righteousness with nice guy.
See,
If you're doing things
it's
righteously,
called an effectiveness because
yeah,
guess
Yeah.
what? I'm a police officer. Do I have to be nice to you or do I have to be effective?
yeah, effective.
Effective. I'll go with effective any day.
Because one, when you look at it from a gynocratic standpoint, there is no man she can respect unless he's white. That poor white
Period.
man has more respect than you being a billionaire. Why do you think she can go natural without him telling her?
Hmm.
Why do you think
what
she can
I
be submissive without
I
her
live off
What was
I
it,
It's
live
Neely?
it's
off
like
What did they
David.
say?
It's like David Carroll. It's like David Carroll says all the time, covering up a multitude of imperfections and sins. The skin color is the biggest judging factor.
yeah. I label that
It's always
socially.
going to be. Excuse me,
It
Brian.
it is always going to
It always
be.
going to be because that's the first thing you're
It's
going to see when you look at them.
Yep.
When you look at
think about
anybody,
this.
Christian.
I gotta be personally. When I remember when Babe was talking about his niece about smiling,
Yeah.
and it was funny because I equate that to myself. Very few
Hmm.
times I look internally. I like to think, I like to think in the general, but
Right.
I'm I got 20-inch arms. Okay, it's noticeable.
Right.
So I could smoke a cigar, minding my business somewhere, and some woman would touch them, and I'm supposed to be okay with that.
No,
No.
And
You were
and I'm
just
supposed,
sexually
No.
assaulted, sir.
but
my
yeah, if the shoe was on the other foot,
You're supposed to be okay with that.
I'm
That
supposed to be okay.
and right. You're supposed to
I'm
be
supposed
okay with that if the shoe's
and
on the
see,
other foot.
yeah, and see how. it gets played in reverse,
There's
where
double standards,
you're
dude.
sexually objectifying me because you like it but yet I'm telling you to, hey, just try to smile is a lot different than physically touching me without my permission.
Yep.
And women see it as, I had a conversation about women, a little group of women at this cognac and cigar party a couple of years back. They were like, well, Mayweather was an abuser, is a woman abuser. I said, wait a minute.
But how much drinking was involved at the time?
I said, let's look at this. He's
No, no.
paid. Let's look at his profession. He's paid to put people on the ground with his fist. Somebody got a lot
Hmm.
of background noise. Oh, he's paid. He's paid to put people on the ground with his fist. Where are the pictures of her getting her ass beat?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because you could, if I was her attorney and or the prosecutor, Exhibit A, his last fights.
Hmm.
You
But
know what?
yet,
Go
He's a
ahead.
defensive boxer, but what I wanted to say was, Charles, what it basically is like when you ask them to smile for them, they think that they have to give up control to them, like they have to submit to you, in a sense. That's how they how warped their thinking is.
let's tell the goddamn truth.
That's not
When you
it.
tell them to
That's not it.
smile,
When you ask
when you
them to
tell
smile, they think you're making them have to obey. They
when you
don't
tell
like
them
the
to,
word
let's
obey.
just tell the truth. When you tell some of these chicks out there to smile,
Mhm.
it's really because it's making them do work. You're asking me to
Yes.
be
Something they don't want
feminine.
to do.
You're asking me to be
Okay.
something that I was never taught. You know, it's
We
Yep.
funny
got
when like, give
we
an
got a line
example,
here.
right? Give an
We got a
example.
line here. Is this an Abyssinian line or this is a Taranga line? Let me look at this breed here for a minute.
Let me give you an example. When Toya was on the chat, she was quiet, she was feminine, she was docile, she was not combative. She
Right.
liked the show so much, she invited her mom. And what did
She
everybody
was
say? Hi,
pleasant.
mom. She was
She was
pleasant.
very pleasant.
Hmm.
And think about it. We have very pleasant women like a Shonda, like a Toya, like a Miss Gigi, and
Hmm.
others. And sorry if I missed any more females' names, because notice we have a pleasant content of women. Because if
Yeah.
you were to remember when I had that one combative woman, she who
Yes.
will not be named on here, what happened?
Yes.
She was excommunicated and never allowed to return.
And then what
That's
happened
called a
afterwards?
standard.
And then what happened afterwards? We had another
That's
woman come in, try to defend her, but we later explained to her what happened, and she realized, oh, I see.
yeah. And it's
And
funny
I had to
because
protect you guys because you guys were you were not immune from that British accent.
oh, I've been meaning to every accent. I'm James Bond in this
Bullshit.
motherfucker. Shit,
Bullshit.
bullshit. Shit, I'll let you talk.
I
I'll
had
be
to
like,
protect her, dude. I had to protect you from there, man. That's what I mean. You don't know the Nubians, my friend.
well, you'd be
That's what you got
surprised
me
what
for, motherfucker.
you'd be surprised what I know. Trust me. Shoot, I, I got,
I'm curious
I got.
about this Savo line we have with us. Who is this? I'm wondering. Hello
What's up,
there.
line? Introduce yourself.
What's going on? Peace of the channel, peace of the chat. How you doing, gentlemen?
All right.
Can I ask a question? What breed are you? Are you an Atlas line or are you a Taranga line? You're definitely not an Abyssinian one.
It's definitely probably the Atlas one. This picture is pretty
Oh,
much
you're rare. You're rare and endangered because they're found mostly in Morocco.
yeah. This picture I got from it's from this is actually a picture I used because it's of my because I have a tattoo pretty much of this same picture. So this pretty much inspired me to what got my get my tattoo. So this is a picture I have in my avatar. But
Yeah.
what we're facing today is pretty much in the sense is women want men to be traditional, but they don't want to be traditional. And that's pretty much because I heard what was being said because I was on Edward's channel, and I heard y'all listening, and that's pretty much what it is. Because respect to you, Officer Faulkner, you were saying earlier about like they don't want you to tell them to smile, but when they're in the jam, they want you to be Superman.
Yeah.
And
They want you.
that really right there is pretty much what we're dealing with today.
They want you to come out like this. They want you to come out. You down in the dumps, and hey, get off me. You got to come rescuing
pretty
Yeah,
much.
it's funny that the only time they want black men to lead is when they ass have to
When
hit
it
that
benefits
emergency button.
them.
When it's the emergency button, when shit hits
Yeah.
the fan, then when we want to proactively lead, it's a problem. We
And it's
want to
only when
stop
they
the
want.
bullshit from happening. It's an issue.
Yeah, and it's
Never
only when
mind.
they and it's only when they're at the benefit, and it's only when they're at the benefit of it because
Exactly.
because case in point, the my brother's keeper thing with what Obama was trying to do, black women complained about that. When Ice Cube tried to bring up the contract of Black America, you saw it on the Fox interview. They were like, "What about something specifically for black women?" And Ice Cube gave the perfect answer. Well, aren't y'all not a part of the black community?
Look, this is the perfect
And
look.
they're
It's
like,
like kind of
no.
like let's say if you had
Not
a
in their
woman,
mind, they're
right?
not, because it was said before. They look at black men like we're just our own race by our damn selves.
That's
Yeah.
what I said. They're like,
It's
no,
almost
we're not the same.
it's
That's what
almost
I
like
said.
if
Pretty
you had
much.
a woman with a car, you said, "Hey, baby, let me check your tire pressure.
Hold
Let
on, wait
me
a minute. We got 73 people watching, only 62 likes. Stop this motherfucker now. We having a good conversation. I ain't even get my likes up. Come on, people. Come on. Help a Negro out.
$5.
get your likes up, goddammit."
Get some goddamn likes
God.
up, man. Ruth Chris don't
Maybe I
pay for
should.
itself, man.
Maybe I should have had the. I should have got the Rick James avatar and just was like fuck your couch. Maybe that should have got the likes up that way.
Oh yeah,
Should I
fuck
try
your
it?
couch.
You
Oh
know what?
yeah.
You know what?
Yeah,
The whole
it's almost
problem
like if you have a woman with a car, right? And you say, "Baby, let me rotate your tires. Let me check your tire pressure. Let me make sure you got some oil up in there." You know what I'm saying? She say, "Hell no, I don't want you doing that." But then when that motherfucker break down, she wants you to come fix it.
You
prime
know,
Yeah.
Jesse. That's
prime
I
example
remember
of
that
what I
same
was talking about.
scenario once.
One at a time. One at a time.
If I may. Jesse, what you're talking about, I remember that was the same scenario that was brought up on the Black Phillip show. Caller told Patrice that. Patrice just told him, listen, if she doesn't want you to do anything, don't do anything at all. If she ever asks you to do something, you're like, no, you got this. Anytime she asks you, so anytime you need me to open the pickle jar, like, nah, you got this.
I
Or
remember a
does
friend
this,
of
no,
mine,
you
right?
got this. You just let
I
her
remember.
go. Just let her
I
be.
remember a friend of mine. She was like, "You want to help
Mhm.
me garden?" I was kind of sore from working out of therapy, and I was like, no." And then when I seen her struggling to grab the damn 100-pound bag of soil, I got it. I got it. Okay. So I let her finish the whole thing by herself.
She had
Exactly.
an
And
attitude with you when you did that, was I bet she had a little bit of
mhm.
an attitude when you did that too.
And asked me how many fucks I gave.
Story time,
None.
if you
That
would allow me.
None.
go
When I
Please.
ahead.
when I was getting ready to move down here to Atlanta, okay,
Mhm.
the house that I had, I was looking to sell it to the bank because I kept asking my sister. I said, "Hey, do you want this house or not? Do you want it or not?" She kept waffling. So the bank told me I had until the 28th, okay, to make a decision. So I told her, I said, "Look, you need to tell me now if this is what you want to do, if you want to keep the house or not." So she told me she wanted to keep the house, but I had to transfer ownership to her because I didn't want it in my name. I didn't want it in my name. So the bank sent me the paperwork. I gave her the paperwork. I gave it to her on a Friday. That following Thursday, because the 28th was coming up that Friday,
Mhm.
they said, "Hey, look, you need to let us know what's going on." So come that Thursday, I asked her, I said, "Hey, did you fill out that paperwork?" Because really, I asked her that Monday. I said, "Did you fill out the paperwork yet?" She was like, "No, I need to get my pay stub together." So when I went to her that Thursday, I said, "Hey, did you get your paperwork together?" And she was like, "No." I was like, "Well, I gotta, I gotta side with the bank because you had all week. How hard is it for you to get freaking pay stubs and shit?" So I went ahead and I sold the house to the bank.
Mhm.
She swore up and down, according to mutual friends and whatnot, that I had put her out, okay, and left her homeless.
That's
I'm
the
like,
narrative there.
but
She's
I
gonna
had
try
to
to come
tell people
victim.
the truth. I said,
You
no,
know
her
what you just
stupid
described?
ass,
Quintessential black woman, the procrastinator. That's
right?
all.
Like her,
Procrastinate.
her stupid ass chose to be homeless because I was giving her the house. Hell no, I was not gonna leave it in my name. I told her why I wasn't gonna leave it in my name. I'm not coming back to Ohio. I'm not owning any property in Ohio. Fuck Ohio. So if this is what you want to do, go ahead and do it. And come to find out what it was, she felt that she couldn't financially afford it. So I'm like, okay, so you bitched about uh not having a place to stay. This is a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house. The basement is an apartment unto itself. The only thing it's missing is a kitchen. You fucked yourself over for so long. I'm giving you this shit. You refused it. This is not my fault. I am not your problem. You are your own problem. So don't sit up here and say that you are independent, strong and independent and all that bullshit. And then I give you a helping hand so you can stay on your feet. And then you slap my hand away. You refuse the gift. And then you bitch, moan, whine, and complain about not receiving that gift. I hope I'm making sense here. I hope y'all understand what I'm saying.
I understand completely because I already
Yeah,
know what it is right then and there.
exactly. So
What it
all of
is
this shit about chivalry and men not doing for us, especially when you have a lot of women running around here who will probably openly tell you in so many words that they feel that they are separate entities from black men. I don't want to fucking hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. You
let me
did it.
put it
You
this
do it
way.
to yourselves. I'm
Let me
done.
put it this way. If anybody doesn't understand, in other words, your sister was trying to skip out on her responsibility, and then when shit went down, she tried to put the blame on you, which is why she tried to use that victimhood thing, claim that you threw her out because she does not want to take the blame or responsibility. Because in her own mind, she can never do wrong. That's every woman's thought process when you think about it to an extent.
Yeah, well, that's
They
why her
don't
daughter
want
didn't
to.
send her a happy Mother's Day text.
In fact, I'm sure. I'm checking. I'm sure your niece, when you were moving, she was like, "Please take me with you. Don't leave me, Uncle Bitter. Please don't take me. Please take me with you." But yeah,
Yeah, she already knew. She already knew.
yeah.
She already
You're her.
knew.
You're her rock, basically. Her stability. That's what it is, man.
And you know, I really feel bad for. I put it to you like this. Okay, like somebody said, you know, black women, if they call you, if they say, you know, you're a nice guy, it's an insult. Yeah, it kind of is because that's their way of rejecting you because you're not their cup of tea, and that's fine.
It's a
But in
backhanded
all honesty,
compliment.
women like that do
Hmm.
you a favor. They keep you from wasting your time. So I don't get mad when, you know, if a woman says to me, "Oh, you know, you're such a nice guy," and I'm like, "Yeah, yeah," because that automatically lets me know that they're disqualified from my cipher, not theirs. I give a fuck about their cipher. I'm worried about mine. So
Yeah.
thank you for letting me know that you are a headache, that you are a problem.
Dysfunction. She's dysfunctional.
Well,
Right.
That's the
now, well
thing.
nowadays they're complaining about that too. Because I was commenting on a post because someone was sharing a post on Facebook, and they were talking about
Hmm.
how women aren't being I mean they're mad because men aren't taking it further when we try and talk to them when we're interested, and like when we try to ask them out, they say no, and that's it. They're asking men to be persuasive. I was
No,
like, and I was like, because that persuasive got
They
switched
love
out with
being
being
chased.
flagged for her. Yeah, no, but it's like I was like, for being persuasive got taken down because we were getting flagged for harassment and or being thirsty. So y'all killed that.
here's your
Oh
wish.
yeah, I saw
This
that.
is
I
the
saw that
world you
shit.
want to live in.
Yeah,
What's the problem?
Yeah, I'm like, this is what you
yeah.
You
wanted.
know what,
How are you
Len?
going to complain about what you wanted?
You know what,
Women don't know
Len?
No,
what
it's
the
the
hell they
way.
want.
No,
That's
it's
the
because
problem.
it's the way. It's because it's not the way you want it. That's why.
They don't know what the hell
That
they
too.
want,
It's
man.
not from the. Actually, they know what they want, but they just
Cause
want to keep
look,
it ambiguous
these
because
feminist guys, these feminine guys that they claim they wanted, now they
mhm.
complaining about that shit.
They never
Oh no,
They
wanted
don't
them
want
in the
feminists,
first
dude.
damn place. I know who you talking
Dude,
about. Are you
dude.
referring to Mr. Paco that was on he was on Sister George's
I
channel.
mean,
They had
I'm not speaking on anybody in particular. I'm just saying that there's a new. I mean, listen, let's be honest. Even Ado's men could, in some aspects, be considered a little more feminine than men on the continent because we're a lot more
Terry Crews, for an
understanding.
example.
We'll actually listening. We'll actually listen to certain things with women. Where it's like, you know, you go to Asia, you go to the Middle East, and go to Africa.
Wait, hold on,
Like
Jess.
I've
I
heard
gotta stop you.
African
I gotta
chicks
stop you
say
right
like,
there, Jesse. I gotta stop you
no,
right there.
listen,
No, no, I know
listen.
what you're
I've
trying to say.
heard
Yeah, I gotta
chicks
stop
from
you right there
Uganda.
because
Go ahead, go ahead.
I know what you're trying to say, but no, that's the wrong thing. It's the wrong term you're using, dude. What you're talking about is like that whole emotional empathy thing, that emotional intelligence thing that people talk about. In other words, black men are the most empathetic people out there. I mean, BJ's talked about this. Black ADOS men are the most empathetic, supposedly, but the problem is that
Yeah, hell with that. Hell with that shit.
y'all too goddamn emotional. I almost included myself there by accident. The thing is, you guys don't use your logic as much as you should. Unlike
But
Uncle Charles, here, who
that's the operating. But that's the operating system that people are programmed with since older,
Right,
and
and
yeah.
no one comes out
that
of it
was my
unless they want
Well,
to.
we're
listen.
comfortable,
That
but
was my initial point. The women
mm-hmm.
created us this way.
That is
They are the
ingrained in
ones
you
that
from birth.
this
White
well,
supremacy made y'all
this
that
is the
way.
way we were reared to be this way. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
I know what you mean.
As opposed to other men. I can't remember the other point I wanted to make, but you
You
know.
talk about how when you guys come across like women of other cultures, they look at you and say, "Why are you so interesting and whatnot?" You listen to us because the men in our cultures don't listen to us. They look down upon us. They
Oh, I
give
know what
us
I
some
was gonna
respect.
say. I
Yeah,
remember what I was gonna say. Ugandan women have told me that if they talk back to a Ugandan man, like their boyfriend, they talk back to this dude. 9 times
it's
out
a
of 10, he'll
backhand right
slap
then
the
and there.
piss out of him. Yeah, yeah.
Of course. I mean, I've seen. I mean, it's like you. I mean, then again, in certain cultures, you don't have. You're not supposed to have a boyfriend till like what? Till like you're engaged or something, because the person you date is the person you're gonna eventually marry, is what they believe.
Right,
So
right.
you gotta watch it. So you gotta watch who you associate with. Oh, by the
Yes,
way, Jesse,
I
I
low
will
key
say
take
this
a
though.
little offense to when they be like, black men are the most understanding men in the world. I'm like, man, hell with that shit.
I don't no, I don't because I've been on both sides of the fence on that. I've been on the outside and on the inside.
Cause
So they have their
I
own
feel like
misconceptions. They
we
have their
are.
But
misconceptions.
just
But the thing
because, but
is
even if we are understanding, just because we understand, don't mean we have to agree.
no, but what it does, it takes away your humanity. They don't look at you as human beings. It takes
Oh
away
yeah, I
Right,
mean
your
right.
that's
Not
true.
only
individuality
that,
as well. That's the thing. But on top of that,
not
what I'm
only
trying to
that,
say
but I
is
look
like
at it as it's kind of like us. We're kind of tainting the pool in a way, in the same way that ADOS women are tainting the pool. Because listen, these African chicks
tainting.
that are yes,
Tainting?
and
I don't know if
the
I could
reason
say.
why I
I don't
say
know if I
that
could agree
is
with that.
the reason why I say that is
Hmm.
if other men, which I do believe to some extent is happening, it's probably a small percentage, but if other men start mimicking the level of passivity and understandingness and the level of chances that we give with women that other men don't do, then I think that there's a possibility that those other cultures can end up a gynocracy like our culture is.
I see your point, but then again, in most of them, they're not. Especially considering that
Well,
although the men
we don't
die,
know because the men over there predominantly are like much harder than us. Like
I come
they
from
don't
that
deal up with
culture,
the shit we
so
deal with, man. They do
I
not.
trust.
We put up with so much bullshit.
No,
It's
I hear what
crazy.
you're saying. I know what you're trying to say. I know what
But
you're saying.
you gotta remember this, right? Is that one, when you're dealing with somebody on that level, they're gonna have a certain there's a certain deference that they're taught. No matter what we say, whatever what we say, light skin dynamite, hilarious. Like no matter what we say, it's always going to be prevalent on the mother to teach the daughters
Right.
Yes.
because we can teach the sons all day long how to treat a woman, but how you going to treat your daughter to teach your daughter how to treat a man?
Mm.
I've always asked this. I was on shout out to Chaos Reign. I was on him and the Great Liberator channel, and I asked a woman, "What do you think a man deserves for his resources? What do you think he deserves?" And she couldn't answer it. She didn't want to answer. No, tell me what you think. No, tell me what the fuck you think. If I'm giving up everything, including my life, to protect you and the family, what the hell do you think I deserve out of you?
She's not gonna answer. She didn't answer, did she?
Nope. And I didn't expect her
Of
to.
course she wouldn't. Of
That
course
that
she
that
wouldn't.
is
Because
more
she knows.
educated question of saying, what do you bring to the table?
Because if you really
Hey,
think about it, what do you think that man deserves? Because you're going to get one of these notions. Always some motherfucker trying to ice skate uphill. And right now, too many of our women are ice skating uphill looking for men they don't even qualify.
Yep.
Hey,
90%.
Charles.
And it's Kevin
Charles.
Samuels every freaking night. Like 90% of those women calling. As soon as I see him, I'll be like, nope.
You
And
can't even make
that's why you got to
you.
get your
Not
African
even on
chick,
the
Charles.
looks
I
You're
scale.
right.
know you
You're
said
no,
right.
no, 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 no,
I know
no,
you
no, no.
said that
Hold it right
article,
there.
right?
Hold it
You
right
mean
there, Jesse.
90%?
Oh
You
yeah,
mean
Jesse.
98%?
Yeah.
like
Jesse, I
90.
gotta,
I'm being nice today.
Jesse, I
ninety
gotta stop
percent
you.
of the women, like I'm
On
98.
actually,
Instagram, nah, I say
Okay.
90%
I'll,
because on
I'll,
On Instagram, a few more of those females have
I
actually
thought we
been
were
all
about
right.
telling the bitter truth and keeping it a buck. Quit
Oh, we can
being
bring it
nice.
up to
Keep it
nine.
a
I mean,
buck
not,
in
we
this
can bring
over
an
90%.
here.
argument to
one
maybe
at a time,
Come
one at
on,
a
let the
time, one at a
99%.
Samuel
time, one at
show
a time.
and get straight put in place. 98%.
I'm
And
gonna put it to you this way, right?
the 3% be two of them be white that come acting civil and one black. Them other 97, 98, they full of shit and we know it.
Think
Oh
Oh
yeah,
about
yeah,
it
no,
like
the
this.
oh
whole,
Think
yeah.
about
I
it
know
like
the
Hold
whole
on
this.
a
shit.
Hold on,
second.
folks. Thank you
Think
for the
about it like
cash
this,
app,
right?
Mr. Adams. Thank you for the Roof Chris Fund. Don't be afraid to to support your interests. And
Excuse
see,
me, Charles.
you gotta understand this, right? And they have some great steak with there yesterday. Um,
Yeah, my boy.
I know they. You gotta understand this, right?
Mm.
What do I get for my life? Is the question every man should say. Because a lot of black men are taught not to ask what you get out the deal. You're taught to be you should always be giving. You should never taught. I heard it, and yesterday Chaos knows who I'm talking about, but I ain't gonna mention the loser's name because I ain't trying to give no viewers.
Don't.
This motherfucker tried to shout out Karen Gaines from Baltimore County.
Oh my God, why? That's
He tried to
no
shout her. He tried to shout her out, saying that she was protecting her No, she had mental issues.
She was putting her family in danger. Those kids
Exactly.
became motherless sooner than what they wound up becoming because of her freaking psychosis and all of this pro-black shit. You conscious, you pro-black. There's a difference.
And then
Don't
when
they
he tried,
always?
and then when he
Won't they
said that,
always?
and then here's the crazy part. I'm a moderator over there. He had one of the females, time me out. I said, so you're gonna time me out because I know the truth, and you just pandering for women? You're a married motherfucking man pandering. I can't. I have a hatred of the manosphere, Kevin Samuels, Angry Man, all these people.
His
You
wife
know he was
turned out
kissing
to
the ring,
him.
right?
Shit. His
You
wife done
realized that
got
was a
He,
loyalty test,
he
right?
sounds very, very cuffed.
And he
He's
Guys,
is because I
cuffed.
told him. I said I'll invite you here, and I'll fucking dissect you. I said because you're not gonna come over here because I'm gonna make you look like the bitch that you perceiving yourself to be. When out of the billions of mothers on planet Earth, you're gonna pick this bitch.
Different
That's
strokes
how
for different stroke folks, I guess. Yeah.
that that's how I look at the current state of black men. When you got these cucks out there praising women who put their families in danger, when you got mothers out there who give their last fucking bit of food, who feed their kids before they even eat, but you put this chick up, I have no respect for you.
Not to mention women getting in arguments with their baby fathers, but and causing car accidents with the baby father and child in the damn car.
Rihanna.
it's dysfunction.
Rihanna. That's the first
Understand?
that comes to mind. Rihanna.
Yeah. Understand, you guys are dealing with dysfunctional human beings and they thrive on dysfunction. Secondly, Charles, you have to understand some people are just doing it just to be clickbaiting and they're just kissing the ring, like BJS mentioned one time, explained about a certain so and so. Oh, by the way, I was on Facebook earlier today. I noticed something that was really interesting. Do you guys remember that Spike Lee movie where you had like Giancarlo Esposito and Lawrence Fishburne when they're in college? The whole light skin, dark skin thing. What was that movie called?
Yeah, School Days.
Is that School Days?
Yeah, school days. Okay, there was somebody put. There's a cat I heard by the name of Crank Lucas, who I follow on Facebook. He put out a meme of that's one scene where Esposito and Fishburne are just having that like face-to-face confrontation, and on the caption it said, "Dr. Umar Johnson versus Kevin Samuels," where they made where they applied Kevin Samuels to be Giancarlo Esposito, and Umar Johnson is Lawrence Fishburne.
I saw that meme. I
Yeah,
saw
so
that
it's
meme.
funny.
I don't know
Anyway.
if I've seen that, but I don't
Anyway,
really
what I'm
don't
trying to
understand
say
the
is,
need for that debate.
Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. But
Okay.
Charles, understand that
Okay.
you're dealing with
I-
dysfunctional human beings, and not to mention, some people are just trying to peddle that, just to get just for clout chasing and whatnot.
Yeah, but
You know what I'm
that same dysfunction, they will find a way to try and pin it back on the men
Yeah.
for some reason.
Yeah, and try to profit off it. Some people are trying to make a living by trying to stoke it up.
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah, they
be
do.
rational with some people because these people don't want to be rational with us. They're not trying to be rational. And by the
That's
way,
true.
Jesse, I gotta stop. I gotta pull you aside, brother.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you to go
Because what you said,
give your
because you said
response.
like, because you said about y'all might want to go look for African women and shit, brother. Understand? Given the way that Africa is right now, you've been to Ghana, you've been to other parts of the world. I mean, I'm sure other parts of Africa, I'm sure. And a lot of times they're just they have that hypergamous instinct. You take
Oh,
them
I
out of
don't
there.
mind hypergamy.
I
That's
know,
natural.
no,
Go ahead.
brother. You are a docile leopard. You do not know how to deal with lions from the wild. You understand what I'm saying? You're from the first world. You don't understand how third world women sometimes think, and sometimes they look at first world dudes as a mark because they're trying to find a way out of their
Come up,
situation
exactly.
and try to come up. Yes.
Yep.
Pretty
Hell,
much because
you
they,
go to-
they don't have
hell.
visas, passport, they can't
Yeah.
afford nothing.
Yes.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. I personally know how to deal with chicks like that. I come from a magical land called Baltimore.
You come from a land called Baltimore.
Yeah, I come from a magical land called New Orleans. Goddamn it! I've been having chicks trying to finesse all my life.
Had a
Never
magical
succeed.
land of Baltimore where the chicks will rob you and then some more.
I come from a concrete jungle called New York.
So we know.
Shotguns. You
know,
better take cover.
Old dirty. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
I prefer the
I'm gonna be
Spanish
honest
woman
with
or
you.
white woman. That's me.
Huh?
Listen, dirty. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm the one trying to get the green card. Goddamn it, they ain't got to worry about getting no green card for me. I'm trying to get a green card to their damn country.
You're trying to get you're trying to get an entry and residency visa over there, not a green card.
No, I already have those. I'm trying to get my citizenship.
Or which country particularly?
Ghana.
It's like if you look,
that have dual citizenship.
I want you to take a look at these two pictures, right? Look at Toya, and look at Shonda. Those are not obese women.
No.
And have you noticed what they're both doing in their pictures?
They're smiling.
Oh my God!
Wait a minute. How recent is that picture of Toya's? Because it looked like it looked like somebody's mom back in the '80s.
Well, she got a short haircut.
No, it's not the haircut. No, I'm just the complexion.
And plus the sun shining. See, notice this. Notice how those pictures brighten up your day. Notice how they're proud of how they're shaped. Notice how they're happy.
Thank you,
They look
Shonda.
like
Thank you.
Thank you, Shonda, and thank you, Toya, because you bring my point to fruition.
Yes.
You forgot something, Charles. They also smell like butterscotch and strawberry.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Know about that.
Sunshine, lollipops, rainbows, and sunny days.
In contrast, you go to the dating app tag of one of the other dating sites, and you just look at random pictures. It looked like grown women in mug shots. No smile, frown, looking hard. Bang, look, they got facial expressions like they woke up this morning banging on breakfast, my nigga.
I'm
I'm
mad
talking
because I'm
about
literally going through Bumble right now, and I got like 5 pictures just like that in a row.
Now, see,
Hey,
these
Ryan.
All
these are the
mugshot
ain't those
pictures.
Hey,
women
yo,
that give
Lion,
us
no
hope. These
question.
are the women that give us hope right here.
Yeah.
They give you hope, but brother, you have to look with your eyes open. I remember my father. He had a
She said that
serious
picture's
talk with
from a
me
week.
when.
Oh shit, that picture's from a week ago.
Okay. Yo, Shonda. I mean Toya. Toya, do you have a picture of your mom back in the day? You got to compare that. See the resemblance and everything.
See,
I
you
mean,
See,
I
I'm
know
gotta.
that
not
the
I'm
apple
not
falls
even
far from the
red
tree. That's
pill,
all I need to
goddamn
know.
it. I was born in Zion, old dirty. So I already know all these women's
I was
tricks.
red pilled in my own fucking motherland, man, and I know my father
Listen, you're
sat me
not
down, had
you're
a serious
not
talk with
truly
me.
red pill until you check your own goddamn mama. You hear me?
Oh yeah. How many times have
But
I
I
said
just
that?
Oh,
said
I've learned.
this.
I've
How
had
many
to.
times have I said that? See, y'all need to go through my archives.
Jesse,
Y'all need to go
I
through
don't
my
need to check
goddamn
my mother because
archives.
that's what my dad's job. First of all, you know what
Funny
I'm
because I
saying?
was having
Jesse,
a
I'm not trying to
conversation. I
fight
was
you,
having a
man.
conversation last night about
I'm
my
not trying
mother
to
because
fight
she.
you, brother. You
Oh,
know
one
that,
at a time.
right?
One at a time. One at a time.
Hang on, Jesse.
What was Jussie saying?
Oh no, that was it. You're not truly red pill until you check your own mother.
Oh yeah.
Jesse, I don't need to. I don't need to because that's my dad's role. I look at her and say, and she understands to leave me be. She
Must
Mhm.
be
knows that.
nice.
Because I'm gonna tell you
I
what it
know how to
was.
sidestep it, but it's just like, but understand, I'm not trying to fight you, man. You know that, right?
Uh,
We just talking straight up, right? I'm not trying to have an argument.
this is the
Yeah, yeah.
multifaceted man section. Okay.
Okay, just trying to make sure we don't want no. I'm just trying to avoid any hostilities here. We're trying to be civil about this. I'm not,
This is,
I'm trying
so
to avoid any misunderstanding here. That's all.
well, we good. We good.
We
Nobody
good?
takes
We
shit
good?
personal. Shit, we grown
Okay.
ass men.
Okay.
Nothing
So
personal over here.
see, this is multifaceted men.
I know. I
Like,
don't
see,
want to fight with my brother.
you gotta understand this, right? I
Mm-hmm.
wish a lot of motherfuckers would go in my archives when I talked about the things that it's okay for a young black man to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay to outgrow your mother. I mean, still love her and take care of
Absolutely.
her, but it's okay to outgrow your mother. Like, your mother will still take care of you. Your mother will still love you. You still love her. Hell, it's Mother's Day, so we to all the mothers. We love you. But I'm
Good.
not. You're never gonna. You're never. Yeah, the good ones.
And my
You'll.
mom was one of the good moms. My
Yeah.
mom was red pill as hell. Like she would be. I had this one chick that I was dating. She was like a C-list actress, but she had 3 kids from a previous marriage, and she was accepting of polygamy. And my mom was pissed off with me from dating this chick with all these damn kids.
She was right. She knew because first of all, what are you doing involving yourself with someone who has children that's not of our lineage? She's protecting the lineage.
Hmm.
You was
You know
gonna
what I'm
Now
saying,
cheat
think
on
brother?
about it. The average ADOS woman wouldn't be the average ADOS woman. Oh, you taking care of them kids, baby. Oh, I'm so proud of you, son. That's the
Because
average ADOS woman.
I know,
you
but
know why?
I come from that pod.
You know why? It's because they know that they're full of shit. So hopefully one day somebody could cover them when they fuck up.
Exactly. That gives them hope.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Because guess what,
Mr. Ingram, how do you do, sir?
Mr. Ingram,
How you doing
Semper
there,
Fi,
gentlemen?
Semper
Officer
Semper
Faulkner?
Fi,
Fidelis.
Semper
It's
Fi, got the.
simplify, simplify. Hey, respect and
Ingram in the
peace
house.
to the panel and the chat. Hey, I just want to say something when you talk about checking your moms. Well, that's something that I will never do in public.
No,
That's one on
no, that's
one.
Not in
not. No,
public.
you
You
don't
got to
do that
do
in
that
public.
Behind closed
Mom
No,
doors.
there's
never
a
inside.
in
place for
public.
that.
Never in public.
Okay, but
It's a
but
way
that
you
being
do it.
yeah,
It's a
but
way you
that being
do it, and
said,
there's a place you do it.
yeah,
Yes.
but that being said, the way that I really checked my mom was my rite of passage when I signed up to go into the Marine Corps without informing her, and she was coming home for homecoming in
Mm-hmm.
Greensboro, North Carolina, for North Carolina A&T State University. Go Aggies!
Okay.
And she asked me. She asked me one question: "Is this the way you want to live your life?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." That was it.
Okay, excuse me for a minute, Eric.
Hmm.
Hey, oh, who are you?
Oh, hey, I'm Officer Chuck Faulkner. I'm just a new listener. Want to come talk to you for a little bit. If that's cool about the topic.
Okay. Okay, because sometimes we get trolls and they do some very nasty stuff when I let them up there, so that's why I got the banner up.
No, it's all good. I understand.
Okay.
Uh,
All right, continue, Eric.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, that was the end of the story. I mean, she asked me one question. Is this the way you want to live your life? And I knew exactly what she meant. My grandmother called her. She was worried. And my grandmother called my mother and she said, Creola, some sergeant came to the door today to come and talk with Eric. Because I didn't even I told nobody what I did. What I didn't even tell my homies. You know what I did? I
what?
looked around and saw how I was living life and saw how the so-called brothers and the so-called niggas were living in Greensboro, North Carolina. Okay, it wasn't like New York. It was slow, and it was a smaller faction, but I
Mhm.
saw it. And when I heard our neighbors across the street, one young brother said, you know what? He said, Eric, you know what? White folks like to see niggas work hard. You know how
Mm,
infuriating it was for me to hear that
mm,
from a brother that looked like me, wearing a natural,
Very
you know?
beyond
And
nutrition.
so when I heard that, I said,
Mhm.
okay, well, no, I'm sorry. Okay, you talking about white men like to see niggas work hard. Well, guess what? In the military, then in that case, they're white niggas in the military, right? They're called
Mhm.
rednecks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they're from all over the country. And guess what? When it comes to combat training, they're shoulder to shoulder with you. When it comes to fighting, they're shoulder to shoulder with you. Their position is no better than yours no better than them, and the two of you depend on each other to watch each other 6 o'clock, plain and simple, straight up and down, for the sake of the unit and destroying the enemy's will to fight, right? Uphold the
Mhm.
U.S. Constitution, and that demand of the U.S. Constitution which states, um, defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic, full stop. That was enough for me.
Mm. And see, that's part of the rite of passage where you have to go into a male-dominated space,
Yeah,
and
indeed I did.
a lot of us in this gynocracy, and we know that all black women are not gynocentric thinking,
Mhm.
because you have a lot of women who come over to channels like this one to
Hmm.
fellowship and also to learn.
Mhm.
And
Hmm.
what happens is when you actually become a man,
Hmm.
the world opens up in a different way. It may be
Oh,
meaner,
indeed.
but you
Hmm.
see things for what they are, not what you want, not what you were told to be. Now
Exactly.
Hmm.
you have to have the abilities to change the world to what you would like it to be,
Hmm.
or die trying. And a lot of times, as men, we give up because we see the advantages of the black women are getting, the white women are getting, the white men are getting, the Asian man getting. And sometimes you got
Hmm.
to say, "Fuck that! I got to rely on my own to get my six."
Mhm.
That's right.
The black women who will follow my lead. Hey, I got no problems with you. We love you. Mwah. But
Hmm.
like in every unit, there's always going to be traitors, and there's always going to be people
Hmm.
who are down for the cause. We got
Yes.
to exalt them over the idiots. Just like
Oh, indeed.
there's just like black men who say that the men of the manosphere are beta male coons, but yet it was the black manosphere that came to your aid when you were being thrown under a bus from fucking a stripper.
And
We
ain't
should have
you? And
left
is
for
he
dead
not the
too
same
long.
dude
We
with
should
two
have
baby
left.
mamas and never married?
Yes. One of them
Charles, we
being
should
the
have left
stripper.
for dead.
Huh?
Sorry.
Oh, say that again.
We should have left Umar Johnson for dead. I said it.
Oh
Quote me
yeah,
on it.
You
because
know what? You know what? Let me pour AL a drink. You need a drink for that one, brother. You need
I
a drink
just
for
took
that
a
one.
shot of Hennessy for that, bro. Don't think I didn't, and I'm
Yeah.
finna light up a split. Trust me.
You know. You
Well,
know
man, I'm
what?
just
I.
letting you know.
And
I'm
I.
you
just
know
giving
what
you
day it
props,
is
man.
for me? You
Yeah.
know what day it is for me? It's Happy Motherfucking Father's Day. That's what day it is for
Yeah.
me.
You know what? I
And I
saw a
meant that.
video. I saw a video documentary of Dr. Umar Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
Now he was what state was that and what city was that where he had those schools? He actually had the buildings that he was showing off to
He's trying to go down
the
to
women.
Alabama and do that, bro. Alabama.
Okay. Well, I remember that. I remember that there were women walking through the place with him, and these places were in bad condition. I mean, he would need millions of dollars just to do the repairs, just to bring the buildings up to speed, with Wi-Fi and all that good shit of the 21st century, all that technology shit, you know,
Mm-hmm.
uh, science labs, for the boys to do experimentation, to carry out the scientific method before their eyes, and gain an interest in doing science in general,
Excuse me, Mr. Ingram.
yeah.
One question: the women who he was leading the tour to, who he was giving a tour of the place to, were these the mothers of the boys, or were they
I
the sponsors?
Well, you know what? I think basically it was the women who lived in general, the women who lived in the city,
Or in the vicinity? Okay.
where these schools were. So I surmise from that I'm sure that some of these women were mothers of children, probably mothers of sons as well as daughters. You know,
I
um,
see.
I saw a couple children there, not many. I saw a
Okay.
couple children there. I guess they were in the age range of like between 8 and 10 years old. A couple of little girls, a couple of little boys. But it was primarily women going through the place. And basically Umar Johnson was giving the tour to show them, okay, well, this is the building where the school will be housed. And it was three buildings. It was one building set on its own, and then it was like a combination of two buildings. And they were like in, how can I say, almost like in a square formation, as far as structures of the building from the outside.
I see.
And so I looked there and I started to think. I said, okay, well, Umar Johnson been talking all this noise, right, about these boys' schools. And I said, okay, well, at least he's got a physical building. He's going to have to do a whole lot of renovation work.
Mhm.
Hopefully, he's going to hire brothers to do that renovation work. But it's going to cost him a pretty penny to do that. And I hope that the women that he's showing this place will send their sons there, to go to the school, being that it's supposed to be an all boys school, and they will appreciate his efforts. But when I hear so much scandal and then him with the strippers and all that type of shit, see that fucks my head up, because then I start thinking about pro-black, so-called pro-black brothers, and hearing about their foibles. You hear what they had to say and how they do their street hustle and whatnot. I've seen them in Harlem, you know, in the
Mhm.
'70s, and so I'm like, wait a minute, time out. Now my eyes are going wide as saucers, you know, and I'm giving a big side eye to him, even though he can't see me, because I'm like, well, wait a minute, is this brother for real, or is he just doing this video to show off some shit and then do nothing afterwards, just to put on a show, showboating, if you will.
I think that's what the purpose was was to get the naysayers to stop asking questions.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was it. I suspected that myself. So it's like I don't know how to register this man. It's not as though I sat down and rapped at this man. It's not as though I was there when he was going through these buildings. Because if I was there with him, I definitely would have rapped to him and said, you realize it's going to cost a couple million to get these buildings right, the right safety settings even. Before you can house these boys in here, and start teaching them things. They're gonna need a science lab or chemistry lab. They're gonna need um they're gonna need IT. They're gonna need computers and shit like that. So I mean, they're gonna need Wi-Fi and all that type of shit. Do you actually have the funding, your own investment, and investments of others that are going to send their children there, who trust you with their money, to build up these places, to have a school setting for boys,
And
you know.
you've been on the, I mean, he's been on the circuit for about what, 2 years?
Yeah, he has a long time.
I think longer maybe.
I mean, I heard him on the Breakfast Club a couple of times explaining what he's supposed to be doing, specifically pertaining to this, this school, this all boy school.
How many years ago was that when he first started about the school? It was like
He's
2
been
years
on
ago.
the building school
At
running
least
for
10 years
about
ago.
10
Yeah.
Hold on, one at a time, one at a time.
Yeah, at least a decade ago, to my memory,
Yes. Yes.
And
Wait,
then you got,
yeah, don't happen.
then you got to realize, yeah,
Could you post up what Ryle? Could you bring up what Ryle said regarding to Jesse? Thank you.
Jesse, in
Thank you.
African societies, Queen Mother has a lot of influence, and this
Yes.
notion of blackness is not real. If royal families in Africa align themselves with power structures of their so-called enemy.
Let's not forget you have tribalism, and not to mention a lot of these societies have been molded, shaped, influenced by colonialism.
Oh, indeed.
Oh, guess what?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I agree with him 100% in that comment.
Yeah,
thank you for trying. Thank you for at least understanding where I'm coming from with this. Appreciate
it. Okay. Now who's next?
Actually.
Hold on, because
All right.
I think were you finished Eric?
I just want to say one thing to chime in on the brother who's talking about the tribalism in Africa and the influence of the colonial superstructure of governing people once they gained their independence. I mean, look at Idi Amin. Look what he did to the Indians, and they were running. They were running the economy. They knew how to do it. They knew how to do it well. What did he do? He forced their deportation, and eventually he had to run away to Saudi Arabia because the native was getting hostile with him.
Yeah.
So you fucking us up now. Who the fuck you think you are?
Him,
and he had to go.
Mobutu as well.
Mobutu Sese Seko, yes, I'm familiar.
Don't forget.
Hold on. Let him finish.
Oh,
no, because he's saying just what I'm saying just before me, Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe, man, most recently. I mean, look what these brothers are doing.
You ain't shit for that. You ain't shit for that, babe. He said I just saw a cute lesbian sagging in my Barat voice. Very nice. What's funny about that? You're sagging, but you're still built like a woman. So you're showing like your ass, like a dude, but you're really attracting people.
That's the most awkward thing ever. Like a bush chick with a fat ass. That's just awkward, man.
I've met plenty, dude. It's not. I'm unsurprised by it. It just doesn't faze me anymore. I'm like, it is what it is.
Damn, where you live at, man? What do you got all live?
I'm up in Norway, fool. You forgot?
You got a lot of bush chicks out there.
You got plenty, but there's plenty more up in Sweden.
Damn.
Really?
And Denmark.
You know, one thing I do respect about those Nordic chicks is they'll actually go 50-50. I respect that.
Yeah, they will do that.
It's funny as hell because I'm just thinking a lot of these chicks who are lesbians got fat asses and they sagging like dudes, like they're gonna get the same reaction. Like,
but then again, I know plenty of bias who chicks who are bi and they're just as feminine, but they have a bit of tomboyishness in them as well.
Oh yeah, I've seen it at my workplace, man. I mean,
they're cute, but they got that ass in them jeans. I'm like, I can look, but don't touch. That's how you keep. That's how you keep rolling. Just look. They keep rolling. That's all.
You know what? I saw a video, from my workplace. Right. What happened was the girls got together and they decided to, go on the ferry, from Helsinki to Stockholm in Sweden. Right. It's a 24-hour ferry trip, and people go and party and drink and get silly and get stupid. I've seen the scene a couple of times. But anyway, one of my workmates, right? She showed me a video. She said, I said, well, how was the cruise, to Sweden and back, right? They said, you want to know? Oh, you want to know about the cruise? Oh, some crazy stuff going on. Let me show you.
Wait, was this a lesbian cruise?
Yeah, she no one lesbian cruise, but it's primarily the women that were going though,
Hey,
and they
can I ask
planned
you
it.
one question? Can I want to ask you one
Yeah.
question? Quick?
Hmm.
What's the name of that cruise?
Oh, this is. Oh no, it's like a ferry. These giant cruise ships.
You
They
remember the name
ferry
of it
between.
though? I mean, just for
Um.
research purposes. Research
It
purposes.
sounds like
Well,
Nordic
Research
or
you
purposes.
Inland
got
Line.
you got Viking Line. You got
Yeah, I think it's
what's the
Viking
other?
Line. That might be Viking Line, maybe.
Wait, if it's a
Yeah,
ferry, isn't it like local to that area or
yeah,
no?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean,
they
Viking,
around
yeah,
the Baltic Sea
Okay.
stuff,
yeah.
in and around the Baltic
Viking
Sea area.
and City Line also.
Yeah, those are the most
City
common
line
ones.
ships tend to be a little bit bigger than the Viking line boats because
Mm-hmm.
the Viking line boats are the original ferry boats and ferry ships and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot that go between Helsinki and Stockholm, Sweden. And I mean, it's a nice trip depending on the crowd of people you got. But of course, you're gonna typically have, you're gonna have girls groups, you're gonna have men's groups, you're gonna have couples, that been married for like 10, 15 years. They all get together in a
Yeah.
group and they go and
Oh
party on
yeah.
the boat.
And there
Mm-hmm.
was a late night comedy made about that back in the 2000s called Boat Trip.
Yeah,
It was
and
just
that's what
really
it is. I mean, it's a boat trip, and they're called party boats. They're ferries
Mm-hmm.
between, like I said, between Helsinki, Finland, and Stockholm, Sweden. They ferry back and forth. It's a 24-hour cruise. You party, you get to act silly, do shit on that boat that you would not do even at the clubs in Helsinki or Stockholm. You understand? You do that shit on the boat. Most people stay on the boat.
International
They
waters,
call,
basically, because
yeah.
but then you got the ones that just toured all over the Baltic regions, like for about a week or so. Pretty
Yeah,
interesting
but
stuff.
But to get back to my sidebar here, so I can
Mm-hmm.
make this short for the sake of brevity. So a girl said I was over at her crib because she's a big college football fan, big time. So I'm watching the game. She actually baked up a pizza for us while I was there. So we eat pizza and we watching the game. And she said, "Oh, you want to know about that cruise? Oh, I got some intelligence here. You want to see?" I said, and I laughed and I was curious. I said, yeah, okay. She pulled out a Panasonic video recorder and she showed me the shit that was on the screen. She showed me the shit that was going on there. Yo, oh man, that was some wild shit. I mean, you talking about some bi shit because these women, some of these women were married. Most of them were single, but most of them, but the thing about it is this. Check this out. You had a couple of women, the older women who were married, right, and
Mm-hmm.
had children in the family, right. Now you
Mm-hmm.
got some of the younger ones, right in like the late 20s to like the mid 30s or mid
Mm-hmm.
the mid, yeah, right. Now check this out. Now these are women who are their baby mamas, but they live with the guy who impregnated them. So this one guy impregnated them, 2 or 3 times, and they're living together in an apartment. You understand what I'm saying? They are an item. They are a couple. And it was a few women like that. And then, of course, the younger ones were single. I saw shit, man. I saw one chick. I mean, I was shocked when I saw this younger chick with the older chick, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the older chicks there, right? She actually pulled. She what she did was she was fondling her breasts, right? And then she actually pulled up the older woman's blouse, right, or shirt that she had on, and started fondling her raw natural breasts, right? And
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at this shit and I'm like, oh shit. Then this same girl with another young girl, they're wrestling on the floor, man. I mean,
Wow.
yo, this shit was WWE, man. I mean, in your face with women. And I'm like,
It,
oh
it,
shit, this is what they're
it is
doing.
what it
And,
is.
and the
It is
thing
what it
about
is.
it was, I could have gone if I wanted to go, but I decided, I said no because I'm married. I know the stupid shit that can happen there, going with
Mm-hmm.
all those women. So I said no. I declined. I declined the offer to go. I said no. I'm not gonna. I'm
Mm.
not gonna go. I got the weekend off anyway, so I'm gonna hang out with wifey and family, and I'll get my groove on with my wife. She's
Best
waiting for me.
decision you ever
You
made.
know. But
Smartest
the
move you
shit,
made, man.
yeah, but the shit that I saw though, man,
Mr.
eye
Ingram,
opening. You hear me? Yes.
first of all, I think the term you were looking for is cohabitation. for some of those.
Yeah, they were cohabitating.
But
Yeah.
it's your true decision. I don't blame you. You did the right.
Mhm.
That was the best choice you made, sir. You said, "Nah,
Oh, of course,
ain't for
of
you. It's
course.
not for you. You know yourself
Mhm.
enough not to do
Yeah.
that.
I mean, but
it's not
you
gonna
see,
happen."
that's common sense, though. You know what I'm saying?
True.
And they say, well, common sense ain't common no more. That's a damn shame because it was in the 70s, it was in the 80s. You know,
Mhm.
I mean, it was even in the 90s. Now all of a sudden, it ain't no more. I don't understand it, you know. But
Anybody else want to
Hey,
get on the conversation?
hedonism is the flavor of the day for women in the West. Hedonism.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
they have no moral compass anymore, and they used to be the moral compass. You're
Yeah, it's
like,
crazy.
Because there's
I mean,
no
I'm 23
punishment
years
for
old.
not
Like,
having one. There's no punishment for not having a moral compass in their
I
in
mean,
their
it's
world
like
you can't
anyway.
even question
When
them
they
without the
start having
objectively
slut
bad.
shaming ass protests, I knew it was over.
You mean slut walks?
if you want to be a
Slut
husband
walks,
and
yeah,
start a
that shit.
family, it might be a little rough for you in the West. But you know, if you just want to be a bachelor, a lifelong bachelor, then this is the best time in the history of humanity for you. I mean,
I feel it's a double-edged
goddamn.
sword with that point because, like, yeah, it's good to be a bachelor,
Embrace
but like
your inner
the Me
hold
Too,
on,
Gitmo.
one at a
trust
time,
that
one at a
woman,
time,
all
one at
this.
a time.
Mhm.
Who's speaking now about the about
I
the
mean,
bat?
me, but yeah,
Okay,
but yeah,
go ahead.
also it's a double-edged sword because, like, yes, it's like it's good to get a bunch of women, but like, there's also Me Too, trust on women, all that shit. Like, just making a day game just much more complicated than it should be at this point. So yeah, you just got to play your cards right at this point. If you want to be a bachelor because it can be real dangerous. You can fuck up your whole life at that point. But
Listen,
that's why I think.
you got Uber Eats, it'll bring food to your door, and you got Tinder to bring a bitch to your door. Like,
Oh yeah,
hey,
it's
I
all
call,
convenient now.
I call it Uber
like,
Skeet.
hey, you like wine? Yeah, Uber Skeet. You like wine? Cool. I like wine. Come over. All right.
My man playing some Teddy Pendergrass with the bib with the bathrobe on.
Turn
Turn him
off
on.
the lights.
Turn him off.
Turn 'em
Turn
off.
up the goddamn light.
Wait, turn off. Click, click. Unscrew the light bulb.
And is
Pull
it
the
just
plug.
me?
I'm
Make sure that
lying
thing stay
here,
light.
waiting, my dear. You can have what you want any way you want it.
Super
Let
tip
me ask
number
y'all this.
one, he
I got a
was.
question for the brothers on the panel. Is
Yeah,
it just me, or do younger women these days do they not even like romance like that?
they like
Hell no,
What do
they
you
fucking.
mean by
want to be
romance?
motherfucking.
They like fucking.
They don't even know what the
Yeah,
hell it is.
that's exactly what went in my head. Like, oh, what?
Can you give some examples of romance, like what you're referring to?
I mean, like romantic stuff, like playing soft music, lighting candles,
Oh, the traditional
Oh
stuff.
no,
yeah,
Yeah,
shit like that.
No, they like a
kissing,
nigga who. They like a
kissing
nigga
them.
who can rob them. They
Yeah,
like a nigga
kissing.
who. Go ahead, all right.
No, I'm just saying, kissing her on her neck, right behind her ear. Ooh,
Uh,
kissing her right at the base of the
hey,
back of the head.
Eric came
Oh,
back over here as a single
They don't,
man in
you know
man.
what I'm
America.
saying?
He would not make it. If
Listen,
But I
that's
say
Eric
for
fine.
came
me, I'm
But
over
23
wait,
here,
wait,
years
wait, wait,
old.
wait.
Like,
Time out.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hey,
One at
hey,
a
yo,
time.
time
One at
out.
a time.
Listen, I'm a married man, so I do that with my wifey. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah,
My
we
see,
wife
and
do.
here,
he
right here
knows
alone.
married Eric. If you were single and back over here in America by yourself, bro, you would
Uh,
not make it thinking like that, bro. These bros will run roughshod over you. They are Debos. They want the D, and they want.
I believe you. I believe
Yo,
you. I won't argue with you.
I have the perfect clip on my page that I'm gonna put in the back chat of this millennial chick saying what she want. I got the perfect clip for that. You can share it if you want to, Charles, but why? If not, just watch it and at some point.
Bring
Okay.
it up. I want to see it.
Come on.
but yeah, take it from me because I'm 23 years
Yeah.
old. Like, if you try to approach a woman with these traditional values or I
Yeah.
guess romantic ideas of relationships, bro, they'll look at you crazy. Because I'm still in college right now, but like a year or so ago, I was talking with one of my female friends about like stuff I'll do if I got a girlfriend. I mentioned like take her on picnics. Like she looked at me like, picnic? Where it's hot and bugs outside? I'm like, you dirty little pimp. Like y'all deserve to get
Excuse
married
me,
at this point.
Popo.
So you can't play
Yeah.
love songs for these chicks anymore. You got to play some
Yeah,
Chief
bro.
Keef and shit.
Yeah. The picnic and and the hand holding, walking through the park and shit like that, man.
That
I
shit's
mean,
dead. Eric. That shit's dead, bro.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I mean, that's why I'm glad I'm married because we did that all the time. We walked hand in hand, even I mean, even before we were engaged, we were an item. We walked hand in hand. down the center down the center of health.
I'm so good,
Excuse me.
and I miss them days, bro. But them
Uh-huh.
days just don't exist no more, fam. That's what we trying to get you to understand. These
I get
broads,
it.
it's
I
swipe
get
left,
it.
swipe right broads now.
But
They
you gotta
don't get
understand.
it.
But
See, the women that like
AL11,
that stuff,
AL11, you
they're
gotta
very hard to
understand
find.
though. You gotta understand. I don't relate because my reality is different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I
I
come
hear
from your
what you're
reality
saying,
too.
and I'm learning
I
from
come
you.
from
But I'm
both
saying I
sides.
just don't relate.
Man, I
Yeah,
miss that, bro. But these
yeah.
broads don't want that. They want to know what's in the wallet, what you go spend, and how fast as you go get over here with the D. That's
I got a
it.
You
question.
know what? Hold on. I want to get Mike into the conversation. Hey, Mike.
You
Yo, I want you to explain beta males is a dying breed. Women want sensitive men. I want you to go in on that one.
because
It's kind of a contradiction.
I'm sorry.
I was saying it's kind of a contradiction of what Michael said. Beta males are a dying breed, but women want sensitive men. Because if you're beta, yeah, it usually goes hand in hand with you being sensitive to, I guess, to a degree at that point. So, but that's why I think of a
Well,
comment.
No, you have to put a word in there. They want rich beta males.
Hold on.
well,
Let me finish. Let me get his words out.
I feel like as far as a beta male, as far as a dominating man, a man that is not, not really sensitive, but just dominating. And I think
Mm-hmm.
women want more sensitive men. Women want more men who are built like a woman. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Yeah.
so a lot of these women want doms who are dressed like men. You know what I'm saying? But they're a
Mm-hmm.
woman. Does that make sense?
Well, it
Actually,
makes
Yeah.
perfect sense.
Yeah, I
actually,
get what you're
Mike.
saying. Yeah.
Because I've been getting that
Mike.
vibe from some of my female friends. Well,
Because I don't
past
understand
tense I used to
why
talk to.
a woman would date another woman who dresses like a man. So basically, you're contradicting the whole thing. Like that
Actually,
doesn't make
Mike.
any sense.
Excuse me, Mike. What it is like it's the whole yin and yang kind of thing. Because some of those women who dressing like bulls and everything, they have that masculine energy kind of thing.
Exactly right.
So they have that yin energy, and most women are because if you look at lesbians, it's on a spectrum. Some are femme, but that's why you have the whole femme, butch, soft butch, dipstick, lipstick kind of time. It's all on a spectrum kind of thing. And a lot of them they want. And what you're saying about beta males is a dying breed. Women want sensitive men. No, what they want are men that they control who are complete mind readers. They want men to read their minds, understand their
Is that
feelings.
not a sensitive man?
Yeah, but it's a select group. They're being ambiguous when they say this shit. They keep it purposely vague when they say that because they want it for certain men.
Yeah, they want.
Kind of men to
I
be
mean,
like
hence,
that.
hence Drake, because he has a persona of sensitivity, but he's also rich, so he can get away. It's the money and his status that helps him get away with the persona he has. That's why he's able to do what he does.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Basically, women want you to know everything about them before you even meet them and not be creepy about it. It's like a weird balance they want you to handle at that point. Like, want you to be clairvoyant, want to be a psychic, but at the same time, they want you to like discover them, get to know them all at the same time, which really makes it's a damn paradox when you really think about it. Because you actually listen to these women that are my age. Oh yeah, go ahead, bro.
Sorry. You know what? I got the best way to sum it up.
Yeah.
They want a man who's both a psychopath and an empath, which are two contradictions right there. You cannot be apathetic and empathetic at the same time.
Yes.
Exactly.
And I know, and I've been around psychopaths before. I've been around psychopaths and narcissists, and I know how they are.
Right.
It's some scary shit, especially when you're an empath. They use you. They look at you as a host for their parasitism of sorts.
Yeah, that's true what Shonda said though. We got to start picking the right females.
Well, guess what?
But here's another thing
Here's
about what
my
she said,
reply to
because
that.
Hold
we
on, one
love
at a
to.
time. One at a time.
I
Who's
mean,
next?
Okay, to respond to Shonda, damn near
I'll
all of
respond
them are
next.
at this point. As far as millennial and Gen Z, they're like even the nerds of thoughts in our generation, man. Let's keep
Yes.
it
Oh
real.
my God, bro. You go to the
Let's
anime
keep it
community,
real.
bro, they busted
Yeah,
it.
but to respond to that, but we love to do the not all women thing. We don't need 100% to be right.
Just 10%.
Yeah, we don't need 100% convention rate of trisomy females to be right. I mean, there's a reason why 52% of men are single and childless. Meanwhile, even the black men who are married, there are more married black men than married black women.
Mm-hmm. You know
So
what,
it's
Lon?
clearly not the men's fault.
You know what, Lon? I just want to ask a question, regarding what Shonda's saying. Here's the problem, and Shonda, I'm sure she understands this, as with Toya. There's something that women like to do. It's called the bait and switch. You know what I'm talking about? You know what that is to the youngins? Anybody who was born after 1990, you all know what I'm talking about when I say bait and switch?
Yep.
Oppo? You know what that is?
Mhm.
You know exactly what it is.
Yeah, exactly. So what Shonda's saying, I can understand what Shonda's trying to say, but the problem is we're dealing with a lot of bait and switch. I mean, Chris Rock said it best when he talked about like who's the biggest liar, men or women, and he said women are the biggest liar because everything about women is a lie. Look at y'all, the visual lie.
Yeah, yo,
Like, look at
you got a
look at it
Wonder
like
Bra
this.
on, your breasts ain't that big, you got on heels on, you not that tall.
Thank you.
Y'all,
Yes, yes.
y'all
And
remember
you
from
expect me to
the
tell the
TV
truth?
The
show?
Fuck
butt
y'all.
implants.
Y'all
Yeah.
remember the TV show A Different World? They had a character on there called Whitney Gilbert.
Oh
You
yeah,
mean the one that was
the
a
high
Jasmine
sedity
All
Guy?
right,
one.
all right,
Yeah, Jasmine
all
Guy's
right,
character.
all right. So y'all remember that character? We don't have those type of women no more. And I'll even use myself for example, right? So I have an ex who's a sister, well educated, bougie, grew up upper middle class.
Uh-oh.
The only black people that she knew growing up was her family. She grew up in a majority white city, stuff like that. But when this chick got to college, she just took on that same ratchet behavior. I mean, listen, she's not ratchet to the point of like the extreme of what you would get in the hood, but there's certain aspect of ratchet behavior. Even though she grew up in an upper middle class environment around a whole bunch of white people, it's almost like she identified ratchetness with black culture, and she felt that by doing that, she was being more black. And so this is what I'm noticing with a lot of black women that grow up in great neighborhoods that don't grow up in the hood is that they're actually mimicking the shit that they see because they identify it with blackness when it's just ratchetness. And
Have,
so in the millennial generation, we don't really have too many Whitney Gilberts. And even when you do, they're gonna be up in there singing rapping too short word for word, just like the rest of them.
did she go to the HBCU?
And yeah, you can thank
No,
Love and Hip
no,
Hop for
that's the
that.
crazy part. That's the crazy part about it. She has a bachelor's and a master's, and both of them were at private white institutions.
Oh,
What about
okay.
her parents? What about her parents? Where did they grow up?
Um, they grew up in a rural area. They didn't grow up in the city. She
But they
grew up
were
in a rural
exposed to a
area
lot
too.
of ratchet shit that they had. I'm sure there was
No,
some
they
ratchetness
they're
over there.
they're not ratchet at all. They're
No,
like
they had been
they're
around
like
ratchet,
their
is what I'm saying.
behavior from when I talked to them
Hmm.
and spoke with them. They were very much like the Cosby couple type.
Like what type of dudes does she date?
Up until me, mostly hood dudes.
Uh
That's
like
it. Well,
in
there you
other
go.
words, what she was imprinted on was what type of dudes.
I
Hood
mean,
dudes.
just like Class Act, the same girl that
I
plays
don't.
Hillary.
I wouldn't say that it was necessarily her imprint because it's all right because it was kind of like it was like she dated white dudes and like non-hood dudes in high school. When she got to college, that's when she started dealing with hood dudes more.
Because she was, you know why? I
Why is
want you to
that?
think. I want you to follow the breadcrumbs. Was she free to be herself when she got out of the mommy and daddy's clutches?
Hmm. Absolutely.
So to thy own self be true. She didn't want to run in the mill. What a lot of this is what happens, and this is damn near for all women. Yeah, we have outliers. Women gauge men from their fathers, but they typically get impregnated or date men opposite of their father because that's the only way women can rebel. Because she wanted to date the exciting dudes with the fast money. How many times you think her dad say stay away from them type of Negroes?
Throughout most of her life.
Yep.
So you're telling me she's gonna date a college guy, and what's the one thing always about college dudes? They're broke.
Yo, I was just about to say one of the
Yep.
things that she told me when you first started dating. I can't remember if she told me or she just mentioned it to her friends or some shit, something like that. But anyway, she said out of her mouth like she tired of paying for damn near everything and planning all the dates and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So you just brought it up that most hood dudes are broke, but I dropped that video in the
Well,
back chat,
hood
man. Play
dudes,
play
college
that
dudes are
video
broke.
real quick.
College dudes.
Most
Not
college
broke.
dudes are broke. Hey, BGS, if you want to come on up, brother.
There's one
The
But
slot
y'all,
master.
left
bro,
for
that's what you
I'm
him.
about
getting
doing
tired of
things.
that. I'm getting tired of that broke dude stuff. I'm like, but y'all still piping them though. Y'all still letting them lay pipe to
See,
you though.
see, you
They still
gotta
be.
understand. You gotta understand. Okay.
You remember you
I,
seen
I,
you
I,
seen the
I,
JT tweet when she said
I,
broke
would-
men don't deserve no puss?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you this one. I want everybody on the panel and the chat to give me a woo if you want me to break this shit down like a shotgun.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Okay. Only you. Only you. Only you.
Rolex
Only you.
Who's
wearing,
that? Who's
Oh,
that? Who's
limousine
only you.
that? Who's
driving,
Only
that?
you.
Who's
Only
that?
you. Only you,
Rolex
Nita.
wearing, limousine driving.
Hold on,
Jet
hold on.
line.
I gotta get
Hey,
everybody,
hey,
including
Charles,
BTS, on this one. Hold up.
Charles,
Yeah,
before you break it down, I will say one last thing about that situation. One thing
Mm.
that she did say was that I was like the first dude that she dated, hood niggas included, that had the audacity to tell her ass no, and that she wasn't used to that shit.
because
She
she
was
was
like,
pretty.
"I'm used to niggas doing what I want."
Wait,
That's
so
what
And so
attracted
what?
you.
and so was their mother.
Yep, that's who her mother was. Oh yeah,
Mhm.
by the
Hmm.
way, to welcome the master teacher up here. Well, 1, 2, 3.
Woo!
Woo!
The man that started it all.
Oh yeah. See, you gotta see. I'm gonna break it down real quick. Then we're gonna get the master teacher. Number one.
Styling, profiling.
Oh, styling and profiling, shit talking and dirty walking.
Walking.
Woo!
Limousine driving, Rolex wearing.
Oh yeah, diamond wing red, and I'm having a hard time holding these alligators down. Oh yeah, I'm gonna
Everybody
break
want
this
to be
shit
Ric
down.
Flair.
I'm gonna break
Have
this.
me
I'm gonna
send me
break
some
this shit
snake
down.
skin ones. I'll send you
I'm
some
gonna
snake
break this
skins
shit
sometime.
down real quick. Number one,
Ugh.
her imprint was hood dudes.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, she's rebellious.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
When she got outside the clutches of daddy, she thought she could do what she wanted to do. Number three, she must have been pretty and prissy because guess what? Dudes are suckers. Some of
Mm.
the biggest simps you'll find are hood dudes. I mean, Belle DeVoe said, "Don't trust a big butt and a smile."
Mm-hmm.
So that's also another thing. When you can overcome your mother, you can overcome any woman.
Mm.
Especially when you're like, I got a cute face and a big ass. What else do you come with? A side of fries, bitch? Like,
Mm.
so when you look at it, a lot of times when she says, I want to date these hood dudes, it's because she's looking for adventure. Women are not that adventurous. They can't do what men do, so they live vicariously through them until one, she gets pregnant, two, guns get pulled out.
Hmm. Yeah.
Also,
How many
Charles.
times have I heard that story?
And guess what? Ask me how I know.
How
Mm.
And
do
I'll
you
tell you,
know?
it's either the cops or the other thugs.
Hmm.
Then, look,
Usually it's the other thugs, but
like, usually it's the cops are lucky.
yeah, the
Shit.
cops, you're lucky. Yeah.
And you got to look at it this way. When you're dealing with females, it's all about perception. Why do you think a lot of dudes dress alike? If you came to Baltimore, especially summertime, I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's gonna be a fitted white tee, some jeans, and some New Balances, and maybe a fitted cap.
And the Nike
One,
socks.
and the Nike socks. Why? Well, wife beater. Why? Because that's the image that they think in their mind is a thug. This is the image of the real man. See, to them, the real man gets his hands dirty. See,
Mm-hmm.
when you look the other night when we had Eric showing off his military pictures, right? When he was a Marine. How
Yeah.
tall are you, Eric?
5 feet 7 inches tall, stretched.
Well, you were about what, 160, 150 in that picture, right?
I may have been about 150 in that picture. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but guess what? Would you really want to fuck with Eric right then and there? No. That he might have been a small guy, but that Marine would have gave you the fight of your life. So
Mhm.
we have this misconception because back in the day, BGS will tell you because he's the oldest guy on the panel. Back in the day, the guys who were the toughest guys were the military guy and the blue collar guy. You didn't fight that guy who worked at the steel mill carrying hundreds of pounds of steel every goddamn day.
Mm.
Especially if he slapped the shit out of you with them fucking blistered ass hands.
That's
Mm.
true. Mhm.
Or
Mhm.
you mechanic or your dad who was a vet. You ain't fuck with him because he had to put in some work to come back home.
Okay.
Nowadays, because we
Carpenter.
allow nowadays because we replaced the capable man out the neighborhoods, we in comes the thug. We have
Mm-hmm.
the image of what the woman thinks, back in the day you can't say, well, why do we think of this? Because back in the day you thought James Dean was the fucking coolest motherfucker, but he was portraying what? The Tom of the thug.
Mhm.
Yep.
Rebel without a cause.
Mm-hmm.
So now when women have this image of masculinity, they
The
want
thug.
the image instead of the actual factual artifact.
Mm-hmm.
But go
Also,
ahead, BGS.
may I
Yeah.
add something before BGS goes on?
Oh
Goes
yes,
next.
Go
I
ahead.
yes.
know. Okay. Also, back in the day when I was growing up, you didn't even fuck with the garbage man because
No,
that was a
That was a
big,
good
tall
job.
brother. You understand what
still
I'm
Yep.
is.
saying? And you
Still
didn't.
is a good job.
Take your trash out. You
And guess what? You didn't fuck with the fireman either. The
Mhm.
police officer goes without saying. But I'm just saying. I mean, these men, you didn't fuck with them because you knew they was on their purpose and they was serious business. And if you got in the way, you might see yourself rolling off in an EMT bus.
Yeah.
The crack era, the crack era destroyed the black community and whatever
Absolutely.
semblance that was actually there. All this stuff that came out, prison culture, thug culture, all the stuff like that, all changed, and basically it shows you, it really exposed black women, right? Because
Mhm.
um, when those thugs and those criminals and those kind of low life dudes didn't have no money, guess who didn't fuck with them?
The
Well,
women.
Women.
Black women didn't fuck with them. They went for the guy with the suit and tie. They went with the blue collar guy that was working 2 jobs or something like that, raising a family. That's what they went for. And when the thugs got money, selling drugs and doing stuff illegal,
They went back to the thug.
guess where the women went?
Right
The
back to
thugs,
them.
because that's where the
They
money
went to
is.
the thugs because that's where the money is, basically.
Yep.
And it's basically is so all those all the women that are being disingenuous about the change in the culture, blaming it on the men is bullshit. Because I saw upper middle class women, that went to college, never had a bad day in their life with these raised in these semi mansions up on the hills and shit like that, because of the money, having babies for drug dealers.
matter
Yep.
of fact,
Yep.
BGS, did you context of the story? Tell them whose kids you went to school with.
Ike and Tina Turner's kids, yeah. Ike and Tina Turner's kids. Was my in my homeroom was Maxine Waters' daughter, who had
Mm.
a crush on me. Also, Harry Belafonte's goddaughter. A lot of kids I went to school with. Their fathers were CEOs and for the airlines. I had the military. One kid I went to school with, his father was a Navy surgeon. Um,
Oh shit.
there's these kids I went to school with whose sons were athletes and stuff like that. In fact, Kurt Flood, everybody knows Kurt Flood, right? The baseball player, right? I went to
Yep.
school with his son.
Matter of
Mm.
fact, tell them who you played basketball with.
Oh, well, that was Park League, but I did play Park League with Pablo Escobar's nephew.
Mm.
Chris Boo?
So
Hmm?
so
Yes,
it would be a
Chris
good
Boo?
So what?
He who?
Say what again?
Could he hoop? Yeah,
You know Pablo Escobar, the cocaine mogul in
I
Colombia
know what
back
you're
in the
talking about. I'm
yeah.
asking, could his nephew hoop? Could he hoop?
He
Yeah,
said, "Get his
he was a good athlete. I mean, he was short, but he was a good athlete. He was pretty fast because he was a really good soccer player.
Okay.
Ah,
But him because on my team, on Park League team, was him and another a Mexican guy named David, right? And they were tight. They were really tight. And basically, this is in the '70s. I'm talking about the early '70s, right? He used to come to the park and ask everybody could they break 100. Like this is a 13-year-old kid with $100 bill in the '70s. And
Shit.
my father didn't come home every week with that kind of money.
But he still got money buried in the fields in Colombia.
Then I didn't, then he was, I said, well, damn, what does your dad do? Well, he owns a car dealership. And that's where that was his excuse. I didn't know who Escobar was until I got 80s. I said, oh shit. I said, okay. 80s, I said, oh, Pablo, wait a minute. I know these people.
Good thing I was cool with him. Shit.
Yeah, I said, I know these people.
So to give a good reference, you've seen it firsthand since you were probably like in your 20s during the 80s.
Oh yeah. I saw cocaine in mid '70s when it was an elite drug. And that's the first time I saw it. It was an elite drug, and only a few people can afford it. In fact, that's like most of the guys that could actually use it were like athletes and movie stars, like Richard Pryor. Like half of the Lakers were on that shit, at the time because
And
it was
companies
very.
too.
Huh? So what?
Companies too had it. Coca-Cola had it in their product.
Oh, they took the cocaine out of Coca-Cola back in the '30s.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you gotta go ahead, BGS.
No, I was just saying that I saw this stuff from the ground up, and I saw the change when it. In fact, the guy I worked with, back in I think it was 1981, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, when they first started cracking it up, because my partner, one of my good friends, his brother was a chemist, and his brother taught him how to rock up cocaine. And I remember there was a group of coworkers that every 2 weeks, they would take their paycheck, they would buy, what they call 8-ball back then, and they would hit him up and they would rock up their cocaine and they would smoke it for like like damn near 4 or 5 days, and they'd just be missing. So even before the crack era got spread out, you had to have some dude to cook it up for you. So like even what's his name? Okay, even Freeway Rick, which incidentally I grew up in the same neighborhood as Freeway Rick. Okay, he said his customers came to him, could they get it already rocked up, because you had to know somebody to rock the stuff up, and he didn't start rocking up to like 1982, 83. But the thing is, I saw it from the ground up, and I saw what it did to the slowly but surely how it ate away at the fabric of the community. And so if you want to know why the big switch was I saw the big switch even before it became popular in the media. NWA, they didn't get that stuff just out of the middle of nowhere. The stuff they were singing about, I had already been living that stuff for 5 or 6 years.
It's kind of hard to have a community when you got grandma and grandpa giving head for crack, in the corner and stuff.
It's worse than that when you have grandma, grandpa, auntie, and mama allowing you to sell that shit out of their house.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
They going in on the chat. Ooh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See. Oh yeah. The chat's getting lit. And see, you got to realize this. If I can tell you, because we worked Baltimore for for most of our adult life. We're from the city, and we worked as cops majority of our adult life, if not damn near all our adult life, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
We saw when fentanyl hit the streets.
My uncle died from it. Overdosed 2 years ago.
Yeah, and you see, so you can see an emergence coming back, and then, goddamn syrup. Not that syrup, not sipping on it, but cough syrup. Sipping on some scissor, but cough syrup. But it's like when you see fentanyl and they fucking put that shit with heroin. Every time,
speedball. Yeah.
oh yeah, they
Yeah.
fucking speedball, or sometimes they call it hot box because they really call it that because it feels like their insides are on fire. Like it said, one person said it felt like my fucking shit is going molten. That's how hot they get, and you're getting emergence now. You're getting prostitutes, decriminalizing it. And Mike can tell you, we used to get so sick, and that's the reason why when I look at this alphabet community and I give them the side eye, but I'm like, y'all not trying to talk about how many of y'all be out there prostituting.
Oh,
How
please
many?
don't hit on that one. Oh, we couldn't do nothing to them.
Back in the 80s, especially.
We cannot touch the prostitutes. We cannot lock them up.
And then they try to tell us
Disease infested, HIV spreading.
Yep.
I'm back.
Property value dropping. Like I mean, it's like, and now they're trying to decriminalize it.
Oh yeah, y'all get the bomb. Before it was just an atom bomb. You can get one of those big ass nuclear bombs.
We gotta get a hydrogen.
Get a hydrogen bomb dropped on you.
One time I pulled over a plumber.
Is that why I saw y'all
hold on a
the
second.
back page with y'all profiles? Because prostitution is now legal. I seen some of y'all out there caping trying to buy some. Let's not be stupid.
Okay, go ahead, Superman.
It was before I left the city, and one morning I pulled over a plumber and the black guy, and he was in the prostitute area. He was down there. And what post is that, Faulkner?
That's 14th.
What area though? I forgot.
You're talking about 22nd, 23rd, 22nd.
Yeah, down there. Street. So this guy is married, and he was trying to find a prostitute, not just any prostitute, but a transvestite, married with kids and everything. And he promised, he was like, please don't tell my wife or nothing like that, So there's some damn little brothers that are out there that just don't care. Who it's scary.
Yeah, I've actually seen that more from
like that pussy.
One time.
Tasha's funny as shit for this one. Now you're sex work shaming.
BGS,
one time.
May I mention something else too? PCP in the 70s. I saw that shit in Harlem. I saw PCP turn one brother man into an absolute loony, man.
PCP was a problem because everybody knows about it in LA, the famous Sherm Alley, right? Which is in the jungle, right? And so PCP started in I started early 70s. I saw the PCP era. I can tell you, it's nothing. The PCP didn't do not even 10% of what the crack era did to the black community.
Oh yeah,
I can imagine. I
gotta ask you this question. Do you think crack was designed to hit black women in a certain way that nobody else has ever been affected?
It wasn't designed. It wasn't designed that way. But the thing is, it wasn't designed that way. But the thing is, once you see the effects, people roll with it. Why do you think entertainers use cocaine?
Right,
especially in the late 70s, right? Because women got hot with it.
Yeah. Well, when Houston said, why she said I ain't no crack. She said I'm not on crack cocaine. What she say?
When you crack is whack. Yeah, she used
crack is whack. Right, exactly.
BGS, you know why I say yes?
Oh, what did it say?
You know why I say yes? Because it was designed that way. Because before they released it, they did do tests and studies on it, and they saw the negative effects that it had on the human body, especially pregnant women. And they still put it out there.
Yeah.
That's why I say yes.
Because
I don't think they intentionally meant that, but that was a positive side effect for them.
It's addictive. It's really addictive, and you really don't know what the result is until you actually put it out. They know, they already knew that the cocaine was actually more addictive to black people. Period.
Right.
They knew that in the 70s, but the thing is that crack cocaine, actually kicked it up a notch. One, because it was cheaper, and plus it had other elements being crystallized.
Yep.
Yeah.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
I remember there's this comic I remember, a guy by the name of Alonzo Bowden.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about his experiences while in LA going through that shit, because he used to work as a foreman for Lockheed and McDonnell Douglas in the 80s,
Mm-hmm.
before drug addiction destroyed him.
Mm-hmm.
But on Joe Rogan's podcast, he
A
explained
lot of guys
how
like
they would
that.
spare, how they would, like you said, they'd like pool their money together and get like an 8 ball or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just act a fool. And he went through that shit, but eventually he went into recovery. He's been recovered for 30 years now
Mm-hmm.
of that shit. So he talks about how that shit's affecting. I mean, he's had to
Yeah.
go dental surgery and shit. Really fucks you up.
Yeah, it does fuck you up. But the thing is, back, Bay can tell you, because Bay is in the 90s. Bay, even though he wasn't old enough, he saw, he was around enough people to know the effects of it. Okay.
I sold it. Well, I was about to sell it.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that you had a hint of it, and back then we thought that, okay, once we get past this, then we can get our families and the black community back on track, and that shit never happened.
No.
I mean,
Far gone.
you got to think Jim Crow was. We still had intact families during Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm.
And I told this one lady who was on my channel one time, I said, look, you had a combination of things that you outsourced all the jobs that black men sent their wives and children to college for. By the way, these are men with 6th to 8th grade educations who are making enough to fucking buy a house, put 2 cars on the street, and put his kids through college.
Mm-hmm.
You outsource all the jobs, Inner Harbor Ford, Bethlehem Steel, and other places in Baltimore, for example. You outsourced that to Asia.
Mm-hmm.
You gave a lot of men no fucking options. They had babies in their left arm and crack in their right arm, and the baby said, "Daddy, I'm hungry." And that's why people look down upon drug dealers. I said, if that was you're gonna sell the fuck out of some rocks to feed your kid. Now I'm not condoning it, but your desperate times call for some desperate measures, and you put black people under some extreme desperate measures. That's why
intentionally.
BGS, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Before I ask the question, I just want to say I did put the video that I mentioned earlier in the back chat. So it's I guess it's kind of changing gears a little bit, but I've always wondered this question. If many of these Western countries will be losing, they have been losing and will continue to lose more jobs to things like automation and other factors, why are they still trying to increase the population of the countries?
They're not trying to increase the population, trying to stabilize the population. The population is decreasing, In fact, I got a book in front of me called Empty Planet. Western countries have been below replacement for the last 50 years. It didn't just start yesterday. Okay.
Right.
So how they rectify the problem is importing people. Well, what happens when there's no more people to import? So this is a problem that's been going on for the last 50 years.
Because I remember reading something about that in the U.S. and this statistic was probably like 50 years ago. But they said that the only population with a surplus birth rate in the U.S. at the time was the African American population.
That's a while back. The surplus population, when the fertility rate of black women was right around 3, and that's about the 60s, maybe early 70s, and it's been decreasing since. The last time black people had a positive population, according to my charts, was right before Bill Clinton changed the welfare laws. You had a spike up to just above replacement at 2.3, and that was for like 2 or 3 years, and it dropped right below replacement right after that. I think it was like 92 to 94, I do believe, and then right after that, go ahead.
Is it because of the benefits they were getting? And
yep, in fact, I think it was George Bush or Ronald Reagan that increased the welfare rate to allow for 3 children instead of 2, and that's why you had that bump. And then right after that, in '96, Bill Clinton killed all of that. So that's you can actually see the fertility rate drop for black women right after that. I mean, just plummet.
Say sidebar, since you mentioned George Bush and Ronald Reagan, they actually were cheerleaders in high school as well. So that's interesting.
And he got rid of the black fathers by enacting that '94 crime bill.
It actually goes back further than that, because I remember Tia Son Johnson mentioning a law that was put back way back when, if you even seen that you were with a man, you couldn't receive any benefit.
Oh, that's the man in the house rule. That goes all the way back to the 1950s.
Yeah, I caught that video when he mentioned that.
Yeah, that goes all the way back to 1950s, which there was a lawsuit, and what they replaced it with that with TANF. So basically, even if there was a man in the house, actually they put if your wife and kids or your girlfriend and kids are actually on welfare, it doesn't matter whether you're in the house. You're going to basically you're on the hook for that money. So in other words, welfare under TANF is a loan. That's how come they want you to actually sign who the father is, because eventually they're going to come after you for the money that you spent on welfare. I know about 20 guys that got caught up with that after the fact. And all of a sudden, they're working, they got another family in another state, they get hit with like a $50,000 bill.
Damn.
Yeah.
And the dudes I speak to do not believe me when I tell them about this stuff, that the government literally backed the women. Literally.
Yeah, of course. Because they back the women, because who has the children?
Yeah, and BGF.
That's one.
Wow.
Just like what's the movie? Claudine. They explained it very well right in that movie with James L. Jones and Diane Carroll.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hell yeah.
Indeed.
I was just literally having a conversation with a friend earlier today, and we were talking about this, and I was mentioning the policies that will put place. Like I mentioned the CWA, and he was like, "We did a bad job of backing them." I'm like, "What are you talking about? They were back." I'm like, "The only reason they got shot down was because of black women, because they wanted something separate for themselves."
Mm-hmm.
As far as everything they're getting now, all they were getting at was because of the government. You're talking about black men not backing them. Like, they didn't need black men to back them. They got the government.
They had a bigger source. It was called the U.S. government.
Exactly.
And by the way,
that's what I said.
And by the way, True Alpha MD and Ryo and Shonda, thank you for turning the conversation into chat and also being cordial with each other. Oh yeah, it's too many. Anybody want to come down for Ryo? He wants to get up in the rumble.
I'll listen in. I'll come down.
You can stay up there. I want to get your point about it, but it's let me see.
I have a whole book, man, where this chick that worked for the Clinton administration, as far as child support and welfare. I mean, she wrote a whole freaking book about the history of child support and welfare.
What's the name of the book? What's the author's name?
I gotta look it up. It's been a while since I've read it. In fact, I sent it to Dr. T.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Before you say one more thing, BGS, can we get my likes up and my donations up? We got guest stars. We got a full panel. We entertaining you. It's Mother's Day. Come on now. Mama says she need a new pair of ruby slippers.
Got you.
And a head bonnet.
I literally just got done reading.
So you see, my mama's old school. Bonnets are for inside the house, not outside the house.
It's called Analyzing the Development of the American Child Support System by Ruth Gilly Kruger.
Oh wow! Okay.
Hold on for a second. Let me share the screen so you guys can see it.
Yeah.
And I don't have to repeat it. So if Charles wants to share the screen, he can.
Let me pull this up.
Just like a professor, if you don't get it right now.
Okay, that's the name of the book, and that's the author, and it's like a almost 500-page book. And but she actually worked for under Bill Clinton to actually reform welfare. So she wrote a book documenting all the policies and stuff like that, all going all the way back to the. I think she said the first thing she said was the 1500s. So all this stuff, including the tender years doctrine, all that shit. It's all in there. It's kind of terse and it's kind of dry, but thing is, she does document all that stuff. It's probably one of the few books that I've ever seen that actually does it. So there it is. You guys
Hold
can
on just a second. I'm still writing the title down.
screenshot it, bro.
I got it. It's like $62 on Amazon right now.
You know what? For the people here, email me because I scanned it and put it in the PDF. So if you want it, email me. Okay.
Yeah, wonderful. That's great. Thank you.
Cool.
So, who said you can't learn shit?
So how much is this book on Amazon?
Oh, well, I don't know. Go look.
I'm looking at it right now.
I bought it for $5, so I don't know.
It's on right paperback is $62.
Okay.
Okay, that ain't too bad. It's cheaper than the textbook.
Yeah, but see if there's other sellers that selling the used books and see.
Yeah,
what
they got
cost.
them used for like 42.
So a lot of times when I actually announce the book, all of a sudden there's a run on them. So I should go ahead and give me an Amazon with a link or something like that.
Yeah,
Anyway,
you should get like a sponsor for Amazon.
Hey, BGS, you being the scholar, the scholar amongst us.
I'm not a scholar. I don't have any. I don't have any doc. I don't have any. I don't have no letters behind my name. I'm a regular dude, man.
Okay. Hey, Officer Faulkner, blow me up a little bit. I just want to see if BGS has ever seen this book here.
Who are we? I think I've seen it by Samuel P. Huntington.
Yeah,
I have seen it. I've never read it.
Yeah, this book is chock full of info, man. And this one here.
I have that one. I read that one years ago. In fact, I read the original piece he did for the Council of Foreign Relations. In fact, I got it free when I actually signed up for Foreign Affairs. They actually give
Foreign Affairs. Yeah, I used to have a subscription to Foreign Affairs.
Well, you need to keep it.
Yeah. Well, you see, the thing about it was, with buying so many books and stuff like that, I got a family to feed, man. So I just couldn't afford to buy all those books and keep my family fed, and that type of thing. So that's why I cut off my subscription.
Yeah. Samuel P. Huntington, but Samuel P. Huntington was the reason that the Clash of Civilizations, they actually printed it. Him and Francis Fukuyama, they were trying to disprove what's his name said, what Carol Quigley had said back in 1965 with Tragedy and Hope. They're trying to disprove his theory, and they were wrong. So, and that's what I came to when did I read Samuel P. Huntington back in the early 2000s, Clash of Civilizations, and I read that. And then read all the stuff behind it, and read most of Fukuyama's the end of I think the end of history, something like that. But the thing is, I read all that stuff and I said, okay, man, you're trying to disprove quickly. That's all he's trying to do, and basically it failed because they couldn't disprove quickly. So even though the Clash of Civilization, it's a cute book, okay, there has some facts in it, but the thing is, ultimately his theory got dashed on the rocks because what we're looking at now disproves Samuel P. Huntington's theory. There is no class of civilization. We only have one civilization, which is what Quigley was saying.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you're right.
It's funny. It's funny how interconnected we are, more so now than any time in history.
Why do you think that is?
Technology.
Because we are more connected financially, globally, socially than any time in history, and it's only going to accelerate.
And then now you got countries keeping each other afloat. Like, look, man, we can't go down. You can't go down.
Yeah, because they were talking about the Universal Empire, New World Order way back in the 1800s.
Yeah, the people talk about why, China's going to go to war with the U.S. Why? I said, why? What sense would that make for China or for the United States? They'll talk to each other like countries always do, but think about it. Your biggest manufacturer versus your biggest consumer. You'll both lose. But go ahead, Art.
Check this out.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Blow me up again. Right quick, Officer Faulkner. You see this here?
Mm-hmm.
It's basically an anthropological book, and non-zero means just that. It's going to take a non-zero effort to keep humanity going. and he explains it in here,
Okay. Basically compare. Go look at the Mouse Utopia and compare that to the demographic cycle. Okay, you get a big hint. Okay, well, about where this
Yeah.
stuff is going. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
there's a very good reason for it. I don't.
Yeah.
Have you ever read Tragedy and Hope?
No, that I haven't read.
You need to read before you even deal in any of that. Go
Mhm.
read Tragedy and Hope, and then come back to it.
Okay. Have you heard of this guy here?
Who's that?
Amartya Sen.
Who?
He's an Indian dude. He's an Indian
Uh-huh.
author. Amartya
No.
Sen.
Okay. What about him?
This is a pretty good book too. But this is really when he's talking about development. He's talking about the trend and the in feminism in India, the Indian subcontinent. How that's affecting how people work, and how basically how they earn a living, and how how they sustain their
You
lives.
go to them. I'm telling you, okay. I've done all
Mhm.
this shit, man. I've done this shit for fucking 30 years, right?
I
I'm
know you
telling you.
have.
I'm
Mhm.
telling you. Go.
Mhm.
I'm giving you shortcuts, okay?
Okay. All right.
Read Tragedy and Hope. Read the. You don't have to read the whole thing. You can find a PDF. Read the first 7 chapters of Tragedy and Hope. Focus on the demographic cycle, okay?
Did you say Tragedy and Hope?
By Carol Quigley. Okay.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
best book.
Okay.
The best book written on Western civilization ever.
All right.
Which is why they tried to ban it. Which they tried to subjective. He complained about it because they broke his plates and wouldn't protect his copyright. Okay, because they
Yeah.
didn't want that book out. Okay, there's some books that never come out. That Gold Dollars and Power. Why do you think that they never promoted that book by Glavin, by Francis Glavin? Because it's accurate. CFR took him from the University of Texas, sent him to MIT, and gave him a chairmanship, gave him his own foundation. Why do you think they did that?
Mhm.
They didn't want him talking.
Right. Yeah.
Same thing with Quigley. Go read. If you really want to get to the bottom of this shit, go read Tragedy and Hope and come back.
Okay. Cool. I'll do that, man. I'll do that.
Because what you see now is something Quigley predicted back in 1960. He predicted the rise of China back in 1965.
Wow.
That China would assume control of this civilization back in 1965, according to civilizational rotation. I got a friend of mine who was in the DOD in Korea. I got him 2 promotions just by breaking down Quigley's book and Tragedy and Hope and actually putting it into slides.
Wow. Nice, man.
I learned this from Craig Hewlett. Okay. I spent years reading and studying under people that actually knew what the fuck they were talking about. I'm giving you guys shortcuts.
Okay. I
said focus on your. Why you think they talk about demographics all of a sudden? They've been talking about demographics since the 80s because they saw this pattern. Why you think there's feminism not only in India but also in China, in South Korea, in Japan, in South Africa, in Kenya, in Colombia? Why do you think that is?
You know
I'm
what?
asking. Why do you think that is? What is it? What do all these things have in common? Even though they have different cultures, different languages, and sometimes 10, 15,000 miles apart. Why do you think that is?
Banking system.
Why do you think that is?
It's because the illusion of freedom.
No, it's okay. Okay, one for the people in the back. I'm gonna say y'all need to stop skating uphill. Ice skating uphill. Okay. For the Negroes in the back, right? What determines culture? Again, how many times have I said it? You guys heard me say this like a million times. What determines culture?
The women.
The environment.
Yeah. How people interact. Yeah.
The environment that they live in. In other words, Gigi calls it under Heidegger called thrown. It's the environment that you're thrown into that you have to adapt to, right?
Right.
Just like the
What is,
culture.
you can actually look at the demographic cycle in each country. You can tell exactly what they're getting ready to do as you enter into industrialism and post-industrialism. Guess what's going to follow? Quigley said that back in Tragedy Hope back in 1965. If you accept Western civilization, the material, there's 6 material forms, and one is the last one is culture, right? If you accept the materialism of the Western culture, guess what's going to follow it?
The environment.
It's culture.
Yeah, culture. Yeah.
So now, if you industrialize all the stuff that we see that make this modern culture go, right? Okay, that's the physical culture, right? You change the physical environment of a people, of a culture. Guess what's going to happen to the people?
They're gonna change.
They're gonna change. They're gonna have to adapt. Yeah.
In other words, I'll just give you one example because I don't know, were you on that call, Charles, with you were actually with on Art New Styles on Friday, right?
Right.
What did Sister George say about black women not wanting to get married and not wanting to change? What did she say? Because they can do what? Because
they're already
they
getting
can do without, because they have everything they want.
They can get money. They can buy houses. They could get educated.
But they also get validation and sex through what? Through apps,
Free.
right?
Social media.
Through apps.
Through social media. Okay. When did social media become popular, and what changed it?
Got popular like what, 20 years ago?
Nope.
Oh.
The iPhone.
The iPhone.
The
smartphone.
The iPhone.
I can tell you,
the smartphone in general. Yeah.
Dating apps and social media was not popular because it was not available to everybody, right? When the smartphone came in, it became available to everybody. And in 15 years, in a short 15 years, it changed a whole dating pattern, right? Changed the whole attitude of all the women, right? Right down the line, right? Because you did what? You changed the environment. You changed the environment. Guess what you changed?
Culture.
Change culture.
BGS.
It's a mathematical problem. Okay, 1 + 1 = 2.
So you basically saying that are you basically saying that pretty much the rest of the world will follow the patterns of the Western countries like the U.S. and other Western countries?
Are going to? They already are. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
South Korea.
They already are.
South Korea in 60 years, from 1960 to 2020, went from a fertility rate of 6 down to less than 1.
Can I say something real quick before I go?
Latin countries.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. So, I mean, to take it back to the whole, China and America and whatnot, and looking at the banking system, have you guys watched that program, Mr. Robot, dealing with eCoin?
I watched parts of it.
You need to watch that whole series. Like, I'm on season 2, and how the U.S. how it's getting ready to crash because they did away with all the debt. They erased, him and his hacker group. They did away with all the debt, and now you have this corporation, which is, comically named Evil Corp. They have borrowed like trillions of dollars in Bitcoin from the Chinese, and this corporation is starting they're starting eCoin. Okay. And you have people living in poverty and whatnot and everything, but they are going to be, they think Evil Corp thinks that they're going to be the financial capital of the world, but really China has backdoored their asses. Okay. China has backdoored their asses just like they're doing now, because people have to borrow the Bitcoin money from China in order to sustain themselves, to keep their economies going. It's almost like what's going on right now.
It's what's been in motion for the last 25 years.
Exactly. And they were saying that. They said, hey, like really the president, the CEO of Evil Corp said, hey, look, he was talking to the US Treasurer. He was like, let me tell you something. Like, the only thing this hack did, it just sped up the process because we were heading this way anyway. Like, and now you can regulate it, you can check people's wallets, all of that stuff. Full autonomy, just like they do with debit and credit right now. All
Well,
right.
the thing is that the current system, because people cheat, is going to crash. And what the Chinese what most of the world, including the Chinese, want to do is take, for once and for all, take the hands of the economy system out of the hands of humans and banks. That's what they're getting ready. That's what you do there. You have to convert everything over to a digital system. If you really want a heads up on it, there's something called it's a book called Damon, written in the mid 2000s by Daniel Suarez. That's where you're headed. That's the model that the Chinese are actually working off of.
BGS, do you think it will go to the stream as far as like it did in the Matrix or the Terminator movies with Skynet? Human beings rely on technology that they create so much that they want to backfire and turn against us.
The Matrix is extreme. And you got to look at the Matrix from 2 points. Not only, because a lot of people look at the Matrix from the human side, but you don't look at it from the machine side. Okay.
Yeah.
Who, like I said, who darkened the skies? Was it the machines or the humans?
Nah, it was man.
It was man. And once you darken the skies, guess what? There was no more food, right? What do you survive on?
Yep. No more
You know what's
food.
crazy about that?
Now you depend on what? The machines to keep you alive.
No choice.
Yeah.
Did you hear about Bill Gates trying to do an experiment to do exactly that?
To do what? Exactly what?
Darken the sky.
Okay. This goes back to the chemtrails, right? Okay, to counteract the effects of what they call global warming, right? And which is weather control. That's what they're doing in the skies. Okay, Bill Gates did this stuff was done. Bill Gates didn't have shit to do with this. This is done by the DoD, by the DoD a long time ago, but it's been adopted around the world. And Jared Bell was talking about this, man, in the early 90s about chemtrails and stuff like that. And they're just admitting it. Yeah. So this is a 30-year-old thing. They see this stuff coming. Huh? Bill Gates is a flunky, man.
I was just saying that
Bill Gates is a flunky, man. Bill Gates he might have $100 billion, but he's a flunky. Bill Gates ain't got no power because Charles can tell you. Charles is a military guy. All it takes is is some government, some place to actually give an order. And Bill Gates will not exist. Okay, he knows
that's true too.
Especially if he fucks up something.
If you fuck up, unless you're in charge of a government someplace in the middle of nowhere, a government someplace that's very powerful. Okay, you can have $100 billion. That doesn't mean anything because Officer Charles isn't in that business anymore. But thing is that you go against the status quo, or you do something you ain't supposed to do. Somebody like Officer Charles is going to be on a rooftop someplace with a dot on your forehead.
You're gonna get blackballed.
If you're a billionaire, I mean there's thousands of billionaires in power that you got to go against.
Yeah, pretty much like what happened with Berezovsky and the Russian Federation. Who told him, keep your nose out of politics and run the oil game, get as rich as you want, but you fuck around in the politics, I'll end you.
How much money did Pablo Escobar have at his height? Hundreds of billions of dollars, right?
Yeah.
How much good did it do him when they actually wanted to get rid of him?
Not much.
Not much
at all.
I mean, we got to think about it. It's almost
after his ass, and that was it.
Yeah, that was it.
It's almost like black people today. It's like, okay, you got 6 billionaires, but how you gonna necessarily go against 2,000 plus billionaires? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like you're alone.
Pablo Escobar was basically Manuel Noriega 2.0.
Yeah. What Manuel Noriega was a middleman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as Soviet Union fell, guess what happened to Manuel Noriega?
Oh yeah, he got
Soviet Union fell in '89. Guess what happened to Manuel Noriega?
Bush went in and crushed him.
Bush went in and rolled up the whole operation.
Yeah, indeed.
The thing is, and I don't often say this, but y'all have to learn how power really works, man. Because power doesn't work the way you think it does. Charles is good because he doesn't say shit. Okay, he's been on the inside. Charles know how power works. It don't work the way you think it does.
Put it to you this way: dictate reality, baby. Dictate reality. Once you realize this, come on, let's get back to 100 viewers, people. Get your friends viewing this shit. When you look at power, can you dictate reality for others? With the level of money a Bill Gates he has already. Okay, a lot of you guys don't understand. These billionaires, common folk play checkers. Okay, hell, common folk play spades. The middle class play checkers. There's the next level with chess.
Has
See, these
anybody ever looked?
motherfuckers play Risk.
Yeah, they play Risk. Has anybody ever looked at because Bill Gates is a junior? Anybody ever looked into who Bill Gates Senior is?
No, I haven't done that.
Go back and look. Look at Bill Gates Senior and look at go look at who he was and who he worked for.
Is he similar to Kennedy, to the elder Kennedy, to Kennedy's dad?
Bill Gates was a very famous lawyer in Seattle and also Washington D.C. with high level connections. Why do you think his son got connections that he got? This is not a mystery, folks. Go back and look at it. Go look at Bill Gates Senior. Go look at his history.
You know the old saying, BGS. People rather believe the sensational over the simplistic truth.
And I'm not supposed to. I get in more trouble for telling you guys this than talking about bitches. Okay.
Well, of course you would, but come on, man. You know this is on a higher scale and much deeper than that, though.
Yeah, I get more pushback. I get more pushback by showing people the game about the structure of this than talking about bitches. And every time I get there, we talk about black people. Okay. I just got that. I got that from a dude. Well, I said when I asked him about the baby mamas in Europe, right? There's 60% in France. I said, how many black people in France that are creating bastard kids, right? Black men ain't over there. I said the UK, the out of wedlock rate was 50. Well, it's dropped, but it was over 50%. I say, how you answer that? How do you answer the Nordic countries? Well, we talk about black community. Okay.
I just read Bill Gates. I just read Bill Gates Senior. He served as the president of the Seattle Bar Association and the Washington State Bar Association.
Also, where else? What is it? Where did he? Bill Gates Senior has a firm. What does the firm serve?
Great Seattle Chamber of Commerce, Planned Parenthood.
Planned Parenthood, and also he had a firm coming out of Washington D.C. Did he not?
Yeah.
Also,
the Technology Alliance.
So where?
It was you founded the Technology Alliance in DC.
In other words, Bill Gates Jr. didn't come out of nowhere.
Yeah,
just like Barack Obama didn't come out of nowhere.
He was groomed. He was groomed for that power.
He was groomed. Nobody, I wish I could find it because I think it's erased off my database about Barack Obama's second run. Which with Charles, I've shared it with Charles, and Charles is in the military. He can actually confirm that what I'm saying is true. In fact, I had people. I actually talked about what went on in Libya, and I had multiple military people ask, "Were you there?"
Because I'm gonna tell you what it was with that Libya shit, man. Oh man, that Libya shit. When you said that, I was like, oh boy.
Yeah. I mean, hell, we damn near called it, man. From your basement, people. Yeah, I damn near called it before it happened. We didn't think. I said, y'all not gonna let this shit go down like this, and they did. But anyway,
are you talking about Benghazi?
Well, Benghazi was an after effect. Okay,
Benghazi was when you pissed off the people, and Benghazi is part of the reason why Hillary didn't get elected, but it also did emails of certain people, certain people of a certain island.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
they turned on her. They turned. Well,
So
they were cool with her, but as long as she wasn't running for president, but they refused to let her be commander in chief.
Yeah.
she
Oh,
lost the respect. Benghazi, she lost the respect of the military.
If she did,
oh,
yeah,
Yeah,
well, yeah,
she did.
okay.
amongst other people. But anyway,
All
Hmm
right.
that's a horse of a different color. We ain't gonna go down that rat hole.
Oh no.
Let's not.
That's a whole nother rabbit
I don't
hole.
want to go
Officer
there. That's
Charles is still a
inhumane.
working officer, so we're not gonna go down a rabbit hole.
That's inhumane.
He's in enough trouble
Don't
already.
live, bro.
They
Don't
already give
live.
him a he's already walking the line for us, man. Because I know they give him the side eye sometime. Like,
There's people, and it's funny because people didn't even know I had a channel till, excuse me, believe it or not, Kevin Samuels mentioned me.
mm-hmm,
And he was like, "Hey, I saw you on Amazing Luke." And, well, excuse me, goddamn soda. But people, you have coworkers who are like, "I didn't know you knew Kevin Samuels. I knew Kevin Samuels for years."
yeah,
They're like, "Oh shit!" Like you, and they were like, "The stuff you were saying, you were absolutely right." I said, "I know." I said, "But how many years when I told you this before, you thought I was Texas?"
mm-hmm,
I said, "I know what happened now. You're not getting nobody's chasing no Model Ts."
mm-hmm, yeah,
What
yeah,
Mike said. He
yeah,
said,
yeah. And
Yeah,
people,
I see. With
yeah,
Senior Technology Alliance
"No,
mission to
I
expand
was in
technology
supply."
employment in Washington.
And I'm gonna say my MOS. I was in supplies, and I also became an MP. But in Iraq, basically, I did was QRF. I did basically counterterrorism.
Oh
Uh-huh.
wow.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, I served as a 25 Bravo
Mhm.
IT.
Oh wow.
So when somebody was when somebody was being attacked on the MSR, they called us to come rescue them. We
Yeah.
were called in to go into Fallujah like 3 o'clock in the morning to rescue a Marine tank crew. How do you tow a tank with another motherfucking tank? And you
Yeah.
can only go as fast as that motherfucking tank.
mm-hmm,
Yep.
So imagine all the pop shots coming past our heads.
mm-hmm,
We also had the kicking a few doors, waving the 4 4s or the M4s,
yeah,
and
Please don't hit me no more.
yeah,
then
and
Oh no, I'm sorry.
you got to deal with the depleted uranium that they spread
mhm,
all across the motherfucking country. I
mhm.
got a friend that was actually handling that shit, man. He ain't got kidneys anymore. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what's crazy, right?
Mm,
We went to their weapon stockpile in their little tank graveyard. Imagine looking at AKs that are about as high as a 5-story building.
mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like,
Mm.
so imagine looking at stockpiles of fucking fighter jets that were shot down.
Mm,
Mhm.
Wow.
Like I told people, I said, I'm not gonna say too much, but I'll put it to you this way: we had contingency plans on many different things. If you like, people don't understand this. We had enough we had enough firepower to pretty much take down a village, hell, a small city if necessary.
mm-hmm.
So you had Mark 19s, you had the M60, and I had the Deuce, the 50 cal BMG, big motherfucking gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 50 counts,
What
big
about that
motherfucking gun.
249 Bravo?
We had about on our truck, we had about 3 people with it. One, two,
Mm,
three. We had a guy with an M14, so he's gonna put a hole in your ass about 800 yards away.
mm,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
our sergeant who drove, he had an MP5 on the steering wheel, so all he had to do was pull the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Damn.
we
MP5.
were, and then you got to remember we had the AT4s. We had about 3 or 4 AT4s on the truck. So, in case you had like a helicopter or you had somebody shooting from an upper armored position, we're gonna get you.
Mm,
We're gonna
Mm-hmm.
get you. And I'm
yeah.
gonna put it to you this way: there, the 50 cal rounds that I had were I had half hollow point and half full metal jacket.
Mm.
Imagine what a hollow point 50 would do to your ass.
Oh man.
Pretty
I don't
bad.
even want to
What's
think
left
about
of you
it.
anyway, huh?
Yeah, what's
Yeah, and
left
I'll
of
put it
you?
to you this
Exactly.
way: if we were going to somewhere where it was super dangerous,
Mm.
you can actually ask permission to get the depleted uranium 50 calibers.
Wow, shit. Really? Really?
Oh,
Really?
dang.
Really?
That
Wow.
shit is like
Really?
kryptonite.
Well,
Yeah.
you
I
see,
mean, if we're going to a truly incredibly hostile place, I
Yeah.
mean, there were times they were going to ambush us, and we made it a point. You ambush us, there will be nothing left of you.
Mm. Yeah.
Well,
We had the interpreter say that shit because they were planning to cut off all the lights, and we had our MVGs, and we were doing. I mean, it looks just like Call of Duty, and
yeah.
you put them bitches on, and you had some guys at the window. I'm like, dude. As soon as I just pulled that 50 cal barrel to his director, man, he went right back in his house. He just like, I can't match that.
He's like,
You
No
ever get?
tracer rounds? Were y'all doing tracer rounds then?
Oh, we have tracer round. You
Charles,
don't want to
Yeah.
get hit by. You don't want to get hit by a fucking 50 cal tracer round.
Charles,
Good God, that's
No, you definitely
phosphorus.
do not. You definitely
yo,
do
No,
Charles,
not.
when
no,
he
you
pulled that
don't.
thing out, he looked at you like, معلش, الحمد لله سلام حبيبي. That's what he
But then,
said.
Charles, I have
Yeah.
a question.
but then you don't want to get hit with an 81 millimeter mortar white phosphorus round either.
Oh, and you don't want to
No,
get hit
no,
by.
you don't want to do that. You don't want
You don't
that.
want to
That
get hit by a Mark
It'll
19
melt
either.
you.
white phosphorus was supposed to be
Definitely
illegal
not.
under the Geneva Convention, but they still use that shit.
Yeah, you don't want to get
Yeah,
hit by a
well,
fucking.
see,
Oh, go ahead.
our weapons are pretty much ancient and primitive compared to, in comparison to the weapons that you all use, Officer Faulkner. Because, I mean, I was 1980s up to 1991 Marine. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
hopefully,
Y'all got a
yeah.
lot of the
So
new shit. Y'all would have
yeah,
no offense. I would have touched dummies.
Yeah, that's when my
yeah.
brother was in. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, but what I'm saying is that the weapons that we trained with,
Mm-hmm.
um, um, were primitive in comparison to what you're telling us about right now.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
trust me, you got to
I mean,
think.
I
Iraq is.
fired.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no,
Go
I'm
ahead,
just
Eric.
saying.
Sorry.
I fired, a 60 Mike machine gun. I fired a 50 Mike machine gun. Um, I was in weapons company, so of course we were 81 millimeter mortarmen, so I could see what the damage and the impact range, when we went to train, we could see the damage that a white phosphorus round could do, for example, or HE round, and of course the white phosphorus round lit up the sky, so
Oh yeah.
if it was midnight, all of a sudden it looked like it was high noon, you know.
Well, that's basically what that tracer round is a goddamn phosphorus, basically.
Yeah, it
All that
basically
shit
is.
is.
I've seen tracer rounds. They are no, you do not want no part of that.
You get shot with that one, man. That shit is burning through you. You pray to God somebody just ends your fucking suffering.
Pretty much.
And oh yeah, we had the 249s because I know the 240s are more for are more. They convert them for more infantry, for better light infantry travel.
Yeah.
So we had a couple of guys with the 24. Matter of fact, I had to carry ammo for a couple of them. Anytime we were raiding the house, I would detach from the 50 and I would actually be the guy. I would be the mule because in order to be the
Uh-huh.
mule, you usually have to be the big, strong guy because you're carrying your 210s and you're probably carrying like 2 or 3 boxes of 200 rounds of 5.56 for the 249 gunners.
Mm-hmm.
And
Damn.
so you got to think about it. I remember
That's
the
a hell of a lot of ammo.
first time I joined that team. It took us 7 to 8 minutes to fully load up the truck, and
Mm,
7 to 8 minutes is slow. We got it down to 2 minutes,
mm.
so
Wow.
we got it down to 2 minutes. Like, due to help me with the 50 cal, I've actually
Uh-huh.
gotten so good. I'll mount that 50 cal by myself if necessary, and
Mm,
it was like we would just hurry. We would have our flak vest and all our plates already in it. Our 210 rounds. We would have all our gear stationed in such a way where you could basically like almost. We would make a joke like we could damn near slide down the pole and become Batman. We were so
mm,
quick with it, and then even when you had calls for IEDs or mortars, we had
mhm,
one call where we were on the MSR for 10 and a half hours. Remember, it's 130 degrees. We had enough water for what? It was about 5 of us, but we carried enough water for 30 people. It
mm.
was so bad you had Iraqi police officers pass out from the heat. I'm like, aren't you niggas used to this shit? Like, so imagine
Actually,
wearing
Charles. Actually, Charles, when it's on high noon, it's people usually stay indoors.
yeah,
That's how it
and
is.
we could
In the
we could
summer, you stay indoors from like between noon till like 3. Everybody stays
and
indoors.
unfortunately we couldn't because we were wearing like about 70 pounds of gear too, and It was an IED, well, a vehicle-borne IED. So imagine a 20-foot wide, 15-foot deep crater in the middle of your street.
Damn.
The blast was so goddamn powerful. We're 2.5 miles from the gate,
Mm-hmm.
and the pictures that we hung up on the wall shook. The TV shook. So
Damn. Mm.
when you're out there, you're getting like, oh fucking shit, and then some reason, if you think L.A. or New York traffic is fucked up, you ain't see shit on Iraq. They will instead of how you have two lanes of traffic on either side of the road,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
because there's something, they will actually have two lanes right there. Then the people will go beside them, making another two, then another two, then another two. So you're looking at 20 lanes of fucking traffic.
It's madness in certain parts. It's worse, like in Egypt.
And
You get
then
rush
and then
hour
for
traffic in Egypt. That's fucked up.
oh yeah, and then you're scanning. I'm scanning people because I'm like, please, Lord God, it's too damn hot for this shit. First motherfucker pull out of the AK, I'm just spraying you motherfuckers.
Mm.
Like, and then remember that's just 10 hours for that one day. We had to go extract a young teenage boy who was taking pictures over the gate,
Mm.
and you know give him a stern talking to, right, BGS,
Yep.
Mm.
and confiscate his camera because to
Yeah.
make money, a lot of people would sell like positionings for the mortar strikes.
Hmm.
And then we had our bill, and then we had a house raid later that night. So yeah, we were fucking tired that day. I
I can
probably
That
imagine.
is whatnot.
we lost about 15 pounds of water weight. That's how hot it was that day. Like we were just drained. I mean, you might as well took water and just poured it on your pants. That's how quick you pissed it out.
Mm.
Mm.
Like you took whatever fluids to keep you living, and the rest just came out your balls, man. like,
Mm.
man, when they say
Mm.
war is hell, not just for the reasons why you think. Just the
Yeah.
the atmosphere alone is fucked up.
It's so tense. Everybody's like, at any moment, shit could go off, and you're just always like constantly on edge, on edge, on edge, just wondering.
Well,
Please don't. Please don't.
just like anything else, you get you get used to it.
Mhm.
After a certain time, it just
Yeah, but
becomes
it
like
takes a
life.
toll
Yeah,
on
it
you
gets.
for
It
in the
does. Yeah.
meantime. It does take
Mm.
a toll on you, and I
Yeah.
understand that perspective far, far,
Charles, I got a question.
far more than most people would imagine.
Jeff, what's your question?
So, how bad was Fallujah in '09 when they were talking about, when the Marine Corps guys got really hit bad? Uh, and that,
Fallujah at its worst was during Operation Iraqi Freedom 2, which was the part of the war I was a part of.
Mhm.
That was at its worst because it would take you 8 hours to either depending on the size of the house, it would take you 8 hours to conquer that house or 8 hours to conquer that whole block.
wow,
Mm.
So
wow.
compared to now, is it hostile? Back then, yeah, it was definitely hostile. Like you had to be briefed to go to that motherfucker. Like, nah, you had to make sure everything was on point because at any time, thank you for the thank you for my service, and thank you for anybody else for their service. And you had to make sure your weapons were oiled, ready to go at a moment's notice. Hell, matter of fact, we had to train on AKs in case our weapons were fucked up. We taking yours. And yes,
Mm.
that's where I started to get used to carrying like 3 or 4 knives on me because hey, in case we had to go in that building and your back is turned and you're a sentry guard, I might take a little bit off the top, give you that close shave if you know what I mean. So,
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, I can make light of it because I'm trying not to be too gruesome about it, but it's either me or him, and I like me better.
Mm.
But
Right.
you better have a way out. Like it's a going joke for a lot of the teams. What would happen if we get overrun? Save a bullet to put it on our own goddamn heads because we ain't getting captured. You ain't torturing
Damn
us.
right. Damn right.
No, yeah, because the reason why I asked is, I told I took that class that weekend, and I was speaking to guys who were in I think first group, and they were just assaulters, and they were telling me they were hitting houses so hard, man. Like let's say every night, I think a total like 100 houses for almost 6 months. I'm like, how the
hmm
fuck do y'all fucking
If,
sleep?
if,
Like this
if I showed you,
fucking
if I showed
stress.
you a book, if I showed you some of my paperwork, that's why BG has to tell you when he used to say, if what he's the same thing he say about the guys in the conscious community,
Mm-hmm.
you can say the same thing about my military record. I can show you the paperwork. It's on PDF of what I did, and this is
Mm-hmm.
just the first 6 months. I had 354 missions in the first 6 months.
Mm. Wow.
Wow.
Damn.
So sleep was a luxury. So when
Yeah.
you look at
You
so
had
when
to
people be
schedule sleep. You had to schedule your sleep and everything, like in short spurts and whatnot.
so when you had people like Cynthia G and others saying you're not real,
Mm-hmm.
what's the old saying? Google me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I
I mean,
said,
you
trust
can't
me.
pay
Yeah,
You,
man.
Google me, baby. Google me.
you can't pay
Yeah.
attention to ignorance,
Yeah.
man.
of course
Yeah.
not, because I've said it. Even in the one of the instructors said he said, you'd be perfect for SWAT. I said, man, I got a fucking newborn because my son was just born a few months before I got hired and joined the academy. So
Mm-hmm.
your thought process went a little bit different. So
Right. Yeah.
even though my old lieutenant, he's now captain of SWAT, so I would do it, but I got to make sure I can actually walk correctly still and run before I even
Right.
think of doing the shit. I mean, I went to the range not too long ago with my dual AR, so I still could hit you really good, 100 yards away with no scope. They
Mm-hmm.
were like, "Where's your?" It was funny because my old deputy commissioner, the second in charge, remember me. He was like,
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna use the scope. Scope's for pussies. It's only 100
Mm-hmm.
yards.
Mm-hmm.
Still hit it.
Cause
I thought I was missing at first, but then we took the little screen from the iPad. It was like, oh, couple of shots to the head, couple of shots to the chest, to the arm, groin. Always got to get a groin shot just to let them know you mean business.
Hell,
But
surgeons when they were trained, just like they took their cues from the Chechen rebels in the early '90s. They would always go for the groin and leg lower extremities when they
hmm
would attack y'all.
and it's funny because when you come to Baltimore and you notice a bunch of military personnel downtown,
Hmm.
it's the Veterans Hospital, but right across the street from it is University of Maryland with shock trauma. Shock trauma
Mm-hmm.
so good that Jesus go study under them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, it's funny because a lot of my wrestlers said it's violent now. I said, nigga, you ain't survived the '90s.
Mm.
You weren't even sperm.
That's true.
So if you want to, I said you got to remember, I'm a child of the '80s and I survived the violence of the '90s because of the '80s.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really, I said Baltimore's record is damn near one murder per year for a population of 7,000.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we have more shootings, but the only reason the homicide rate is because shock trauma is getting so good at like fucking healing your asses up.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
So if you go to shock trauma, you have a good survival rate. And I don't know about anybody else, but I really do tell people this. If you're gonna spend your money, get a first aid kit. I'm like, really get a medic bag and go to first aid. Learn how to patch people up. Hell, even learn how to sew. Learn how to put a fucking IV in. Because what's
Yeah.
coming in a lot of these cities, you're gonna have a lot of these fucking anarchist groups who are pissed, just
Yeah.
pissed, right? And I've always said, get two knives. Get one knife for survival and get one knife for defense. Meaning you don't use that shit unless it's you gotta it's either you or that person or that object.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
There's the one guy said he was a knife expert. He said the knife should be felt and not seen.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
depending on how sharp it is, you might not even feel it. Ooh,
True
what the
enough.
fuck was that? The cold blue steel, as they say at Fort Benning. And a lot of times we as black people, That's why a person like Shonda and whoever else is medical personnel, if they had channels, y'all better pay them motherfuckers because that could be your lifeline. And the fact of the matter is that we worry about shit that is is really low on the totem pole. What happens if we would have had a siege at the fucking Capitol? Do you know how many of our fucking military and police forces would be designated to that fucking place? We got off very lucky. Okay? Your stimulus would have told you kiss your ass. And see, what those idiots didn't realize is that once you have an incident like that, your president could have had a legal dictatorship at that moment. And guess what? If the military said we will not follow, you will be court. And once you, really, in my personal opinion, my professional opinion, actually, those motherfuckers should be seen as enemy combatants and put in military tribunals and not civil courts.
Yeah, damn sure should have, because you were attacking a federal building.
No, you're attacking a seat of government, not a federal building.
You're attacking one of the seats of power.
Yeah,
you're literally going against the seats of power.
It's very extreme, and that should come with very serious consequences. So I agree.
But they settle for a political settlement instead of an actual one. So
because guess what? Let one of them senators would have been touched.
Yeah. That'd have been a different story. They weren't hurt.
They would have gave. They would have gave carte blanche to every cop and every military personnel.
Yeah.
Get them.
One of the people that were shot was a former. I don't know if they were. It was a woman. I don't know if she was
She was in the Navy.
Yeah, she was in the Navy. Yeah. I'm like, wow.
And I think wasn't she a lieutenant?
I
believe so. I believe so. I believe she was
an officer. Yeah, she was an officer.
Yeah, she was an officer in the Navy.
She knew better, so she should be. She would have been tried as
known better.
Why do you think Biden had all those troops on camera in Washington D.C.? He was sending a message.
Oh yeah, he definitely was.
Show of power. It's a show of power.
In other words, I always, I said it when it happened. I said, when people talk about it, I said, there's one guy that you don't want to fuck with in this situation. That's Joe Biden. You're getting off easy. Okay, you don't know Joe Biden. Okay, Joe Biden is one that was talking about the crime bill. And basically called George Poppy Bush a pussy. Yeah, no, senior. Yeah, almost called him a pussy. Okay, because he wasn't tough enough.
Yeah,
and that was in 1989. That wasn't in 1994. This was in 1989. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't know Papa Joe. You don't know Joe Biden. Joe Biden's got this smile on his face, like I'm the grandfatherly type. Don't piss him off, okay?
He's not afraid
to wrote the bill. He wrote the 94 crime bill.
This is what you need to realize, and I want everybody to listen. Be afraid of the motherfucker, not afraid to wield power. He's not afraid to wield power.
No.
You need to actually, a lot of motherfuckers need to sit down and go back to their 6th grade books and find out what the fuck the president can literally do in terms of that.
Yeah.
And when he launches military campaigns and fucking put you under fucking what's that shit called? My mind's drawing a blank. When he basically when he fucking takes over the power of your fucking local cities, yeah.
Yeah. The only reason that you don't have regular troops in your cities and you have the National Guard is because the United States is based on the Roman Republic, and basically for troops like that to come into cities and stuff like that, it's called crossing the Rubicon. Okay, and you came very close to actually crossing the Rubicon when those people attacked the seat of power. Okay, trust and believe that you held those senators and those congressmen hostage, you wouldn't have had National Guard. You'd have had regular army.
Oh yeah, you would have had the siege. You would have had the siege. Do you remember the movie The Siege with Bruce Willis and Denzel Washington?
Yeah,
that's exactly what would have happened.
Yeah.
No, you know what would have happened? Would have had fucking. Okay, You'd have had Force Marine Recons. You would have had Delta
Yep.
Force. You'd have
Yeah,
had SEAL
yeah,
Team 6.
Yeah.
You would have had the You would have had the FBI
YT.
hostage rescue.
Yeah.
You don't fuck with. Oh, you don't fuck with the FBI hostage rescue. There's a reason why. There was one time asked, why don't y'all have handcuffs? Because we don't need them. You do the math. You do the math.
Yeah, you know, where there's nobody left.
There's nobody left to handcuff. They're dead.
You're dead.
So it's. I keep telling people. I said I don't know much on these streets, but I know one thing about warfare. Certain people you don't fuck with. Like when you really think about it, like when dumbass thought about black men got guns, why can't they fight white supremacy? Are you gonna pull the trigger?
Yo, oh, you talking about
No.
what? Yeah.
Charles.
Yeah,
You
Charles, can I say something?
dumbass
hold on.
also said that they're still going to go to the white man to feed their themselves and their children.
See, that's the reason
And
why that's the reason why women are never left in, because women still think of they still think they're still going to get comfort when you put an all-out war against the government. Hell no, you're an enemy combatant.
I should
Yep.
have
But
told you.
Definitely not.
I should have told you. You need to strap that kid to your back, just like they do in Colombia, and basically pick up that AK-47 or the M16 and stand next to that dude.
what
Pretty
you said
much.
was what you told her was real classic. Are you gonna? How many sons you gonna give to the war effort? How many?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah. Because trust and believe
You
in
know,
them hills, with the FARC guerrillas, there's women, and women have field abortions because they can't afford to have babies in that situation, and they pick up weapons right alongside their men. That's the way it's done. If you really want to do it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we live in America where we can't even ask women, "What do you bring to the table?" without them getting offended.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
look at Israel. Look at Israel. Mandatory service, men and women.
Well, let me,
Up to 2 years, from what I understand, and
Yeah.
they carry the rifles
being a
proudly, and they
civilian.
don't fuck around.
I'm glad you talked about Israel. Any fucking time Israel can have 500 fucking troops within 38 hours anywhere in the world.
Not only that,
500,000.
the reason why they're so dominant over their neighbors is because most of their neighbors are divided.
The reason why they're dominant is because look who they got watching their back.
Mm-hmm. That's all it is. They're a little dog with a big master.
Look who they got. They got number one, they got Britain, and number two, they got the United States watching their back. Why do you think you could go into a fucking hostile ass environment with your hostile ass fucking religion to everybody else, and you can remain there for the last 60, 70 years?
Yeah.
Relatively untouched. You know how long Iran been trying to nuke them motherfuckers?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Britain and the U.S. they've been involved in Israel for how long?
Oh,
Since it began.
since the Suez Crisis in the 1950s, it had somebody on deck to actually watch over the canal. That's what Israel's job is.
But didn't the British also have some
Sinai
type of mandate dealing with the Palestinians even before then?
They had the mandate came in right before World War.
He's talking about the Balfour Declaration.
The Balfour Declaration. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Which is 1914, and that was the Jewish bankers loaning the British government money to fight World War One. So that was part of that's part of the agreement to give. But it was never. They were never supposed to get a whole country. Never supposed to be that way.
But now, you've been a deal with the devil. He doesn't
Charles, I had a
change. You
question.
do. Go ahead.
Charles,
Go ahead. And who's speaking?
and this is also for it's me,
Okay.
James, and this is also for BGS, right? So for both of y'all, where would you place General Mathis in this whole spectrum when it comes to war, especially when it came to Trump? Because he's always highly regarded as the
You talking about Mad Dog?
Mad Dog
Yeah,
Mathis.
Mad Dog Mathis, yeah.
Mad Dog, yeah. Because I've heard mixed reviews.
Because he's supposed to keep Trump on a leash, so he doesn't go too far.
Yeah.
So Mad Dog Mathis and a bunch of the other military brass that were in on his first his first administration. He had a lot of military in his first administration. Okay, Trump got. I'm gonna try to say it in a neutral way so I don't get in trouble. Right. A lot of how Trump got in is because they didn't want Hillary Clinton in, and basically they they were part of the milieu that got him in, so they're responsible for keeping their eye on this dude because this dude was inexperienced, he's never been done this before, and it's on them since you got basically help get him in. I'm not saying you got him, you help get him in. You need to keep an eye on him. So all
Yeah.
those military guys are sitting on his boards. Okay, you need to keep this guy under control so he doesn't do a screw
Yeah.
up that's actually going to cost us too much.
Yeah, but you notice Mathis started getting more like vocal because even he had his wits with him after a while.
Yeah, what's with everybody?
Yeah, he's
especially Trump.
He's not. He was never groomed to be there. Okay, so
President.
but
No, he wasn't. No.
So but in other words, he got. Did he get better as years went on because he actually learned the job and learned the consequences of being in the job? Yeah, but in the
Yeah.
first 2 years, it was probably pretty rough.
Yeah. But I don't think I kind of didn't think at first when Trump was running, I don't think he ever really wanted to be president. I think it was just when he won, he was like, "Oh shit, now I really got to do this."
And now I really got to do this. Yeah, I think
Yeah, pretty much.
Everything, even he said it. They didn't quite expect to win.
Yeah, I knew he didn't.
It was like it was a perfect storm.
Yeah, he was in
Yeah.
shock.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he seemed to be in shock. I don't think he ever really wanted to win.
It's a perfect storm because a lot of people. Number one, when you're the president, you're not supposed to know everything. You're supposed to be smart enough to get people who know shit around you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you're supposed to be like for example, when Obama came in, my personal belief, you should not be president without military service, but I'll leave it there. I really
I
do
agree.
think, but I understand why they got it, but that's just my belief.
Well, they did that intentionally to make most presidents not part of the military.
Yeah,
They did it intentionally.
Damn near after Eisenhower, right?
Well,
no, this goes all the way back. That's really after George Washington.
Senior.
Yeah,
Even though
really after George Washington.
Even though majority of your presidents were in the military, which is funny.
Yeah, I mean Eisenhower
really.
was a general. Eisenhower was a general.
Yeah, but
last one to last.
Yeah, but they
last,
tend to want civilian for balance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Eisenhower was like during his time in the Oval Office, he knew most of the brass, so he had the balls to say no to them whenever they wanted something. In a sense.
Well, he was
nobody in the military was going to go against Eisenhower. That was
I'm damn sure.
No, nobody was like that's like military Jesus. That's like military Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Jesus Ike. Okay, Jesus.
That's basically what he was. He was military Jesus. He was untouchable.
Yeah.
He basically won you the biggest war.
He left office too.
I mean, he basically won you the biggest war in fucking world history. So
yeah.
Who's gonna go against you?
Yeah.
I got a question for the panel.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this. This is to the panel. Why do you think in our black culture, many of our black people don't take firearms, anything of just safety, a priority?
Do you want me to answer that or BGS to answer it?
No, go ahead.
Everybody, this is to the panel.
I'm going to answer it this way. You're in a gynocracy, right?
No said.
Yeah, and then two, when you look at all the issues we have with law enforcement, you look what happens. You're raising emotional guys who's like, look, a logical guy is going to be like, I'm not moving shit. I'm getting on the ground before you even tell me get on the ground. I'm not touching shit. What does an emotional dude do? He fidgets, he moves, he tries to pull his wallet out, and what's the first thing they're going to say? It looks like a gun. So you're taught very early in the gynocracy to fear guns because one, they think that they have this thing mindset that you're gonna die if you get a gun. You have this female mindset. If you even touch a gun, you'll die because the gun will somehow turn around and shoot you.
Bump that. I love guns.
But it's
it's have a black man, especially black men having guns, is a mixed bag, especially in Los Angeles. But because you even owning a gun puts a target on your back in America. Because you could be driving down the street, you get with nothing on you, you get shot. They'll go back to you owning guns, and you're a danger. And it's always a damned if you do, damned if you don't when it comes to firearms. Especially going back to the Black Panthers in 1969 when they marched to the Capitol and they actually defended their right to bear arms.
Yeah.
And also the Philadelphia attack.
Yeah.
And remember,
so it's a mixed bag.
Who's America most afraid of?
Black men.
Black men.
With what?
Always have been. With guns. Yeah.
Black men with guns.
So when you actually have, am I pro gun? Am I pro gun? Yes. But see, this is the issue when you're like when I explain a difference between a matriarchy and a gynocracy, where even in a matriarchy, the women still followed the men. They were accountable. They actually in a matriarchy, the women checked the women, the men checked the men.
Because if you go by the practical standard of what a patriarchy actually is, America it ceased to be a patriarchy 100 years ago. It is literally a matriarchy.
But what I literally just got done reading I literally just got done reading Tom Curry's the Man Not, and they were going back to patriarchy, how pretty much white men were pretty much a picture of patriarchy then.
Patriarchy started eroding when they with the 10 years doctrine back in 18, I think in Great Britain started in they said 1802 or something like that, to America in 1815, and then enhanced it was to age 7, and then they increased it to age 16, and I think it's 1880 something, right? Basically, under patriarchy, the children belong to you.
Yes, they did.
Okay, and that ceased to be the case in the 20th century. The children don't belong to the men anymore; they belong to the women. So basically, if you're going by a strict definition of a patriarchy, we don't have one. White men don't.
We never did. Yeah, so we never. Back then we did, but no, as far as black people, no, we never did. That's why I would bring that question up when black women bring that up. I'm like, when the hell in the history of black people did we ever really have patriarchy?
What's the difference between a patriarchy and a egalitarian society?
Egalitarian.
A matriarchy is an egalitarian society.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, didn't we have patriarchy back in Africa before the slave trade?
One time, y'all. So what?
No, I was asking BGS, didn't we have patriarchy back in Africa before the slave trade?
Okay, you have patrilineal, you have matrilineal, and patriarchy is ruled basically under strict patriarchy. Basically, the father or the patriarch is in complete control of the family and all the family finances, stuff like that. Women can't own property, none of that shit. It all goes to the patriarch owns everything, right, including the children. Okay. In Africa, you have varying degrees of that, so that it's a mixed bag. You have patriarchies, you got matriarchies, you have what they call trilineals, where it can go either way. You have Africa is not a monolith. You have lots of societies with lots of different rules that do a lot of different things. So
if you want to see a true patriarchy, if you want to see a true modern patriarchy, go to China.
Go to China. Go to
Russia.
Russia is sort of. Go to South Korea. Go to Greece. Greece is still a patriarchy.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it like, would you say that these societal structures, different societies have varying degrees, where it's like some are more extreme and some are less extreme?
No, that's always the case. It depends on your environment.
Look at Saudi Arabia.
Try to raise a strict patriarchy.
I mean, you got to.
That's the biggest difference, right? In Islam, in the Middle East, okay, that woman can't leave with those kids. Kids belong to the father, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is it practiced amongst black people in the United States? Do you see the father, the
complete opposite?
When a woman leaves, you see her give up her kids to the father?
There's very few times people could pull off some shit that I did.
No, yes.
Well,
what?
Go ahead.
I'm asking. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say, well, wouldn't you say a patriarchy, regardless of what spectrum it would be any society that has predominant males predominantly in the political leadership positions?
No.
Like
In a matriarchy, the dominant people in political situation are still men.
Yeah. Let me explain this for the layman's terms. Women are not necessarily in charge. They're respected. They're your advisors. You look at Black Panther, right? Look at Black Panther, the movie. Was it all men at that council, or was there women too?
That was women also.
I mean, for God's sakes, the one of the fucking generals is a fucking woman. So that's a matriarchy. Who checks Siri?
Her mother.
Brother.
The queen.
No,
Her mother.
In other words, did the queen respect her son as being the king?
Yeah.
She did, but the sister didn't.
The sister didn't.
The sister eventually did because she did. They basically she checked her because he's no longer just your brother.
Yeah.
He's what?
Like when he first, like in the very beginning, when he first came walking off the ship, because that's when he was officially recognized as, that was in the first few minutes.
So in other words, she checked her because of what?
That's your king now. It's not just your brother.
That's your king now. That's succession. That's how
That's
succession works.
That's called matriarchy because he could have checked her, but it was the mom who was the highest ranking woman in that vicinity who got in that ass. Correct?
Yeah.
Right.
So would you say that
one at a time, y'all.
I would say, would you say that gynocracy is an extreme form of matriarch, or is it just something?
No, totally different because
you can say it's an extreme form of matriarch because the women actually rule.
There's no where in the black community are black men's words respected?
Ever.
Never, unless we pandering to females.
Now,
unless it's Malcolm X, they always love to quote the great Malcolm X and most unprotected.
Unless you have, but guess what? They don't quote the Malcolm X when he said you were being harlots.
Yeah, they don't quote that part.
They don't quote that part.
See, you gotta see BGS. This is where me and BGS differ because he would say it's an extreme form. I would say it's totally different because there's no respect among the men unless he's in servitude.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you put another point,
and I look at it.
Yeah. So, sorry. I'll let you finish off.
Just for those people who think me and BGS always agree, we're just drones and we have minds of our own.
You already see it now. There's a reason why women went so hard for Derek Jackson and why they have so much uproar and uptake and disdain for Kevin Samuels.
Mm-hmm.
You already see it.
Also, too, remember Tupac. Remember what he went to jail for. Remember, this is the time of age that they would have canceled him right now, but they still don't because what he do after that or before that, you're a brat queen mama, even though you was a crack fiend mama, and Brenda had a baby and he went to jail for a sexual assault and he's not canceled.
And all Papa was a Rolling Stone.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at it, you're in a gynocracy because number one, the gynocracy is not even held up by even a matriarchy is held up by the men.
Mm-hmm.
A gynocracy is usually held up by the government. Like I'm gonna say this quote, and I hope somebody put it in the chat because I'm gonna trademark this motherfucker. Black girl magic only persists because of black boy mediocrity, white boy interference, and white girl subterfuge.
Mm-hmm.
Black girls rock. You don't see no T-shirt that says black boys rock.
I want you to think about that.
I always felt that I always looked at the gynocracy and said it was held up by the men too, but backed by the government of white supremacy. Because it's like a lot of times when you try to, I guess, introduce patriarchal things into the community, well, from my experience, even in certain like pro-black groups, there's always the dudes that come and intervene. You know, like let the sister speak and let the sister lead and all this type of stuff.
I'm just gonna say this because a lot of times we get into these discussions is because, like I said black men need to start thinking more militaristically instead of emotionally like you're taught.
That's facts.
Like,
I mean,
if you looked at your women as in support or antagonists, you would really start to see things different. Would you willingly support? Like I told you, if you want respect from black women, kill chivalry. You
Well,
strong and independent.
women who support you don't tell you they don't need you. So I don't know how many. I don't know how many more examples we need. Ice Cube was already a damn example when they reacted the way he did. When they reacted the way he did to the CW, the Crime Charter of Black America. Not to mention Kevin Samuels show. So I don't think we need any more examples anymore. But we're gonna
They
keep
already
getting them.
know chivalry already.
Charles, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so you've been in boot camp before. I've been there too. I didn't finish because I couldn't. They wouldn't let me finish because of an injury I had in high school. But from the time that I was there, and this was late 90s, man, when you go into boot camp, you really see a lot of weak dudes, boy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Oh yeah,
I'm
dudes
talking
crying on the first day.
I'm talking about dudes who can't follow simple directions. I'm talking about dudes, because when we first got there, I mean, as soon as you got off the plane, boom, called your name out, boom, and I mean, you had dudes, man, in there crying. I mean, talking about, man, they wanted their grandmama. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
even with what the military bringing, we know that the military is not like hardcore like it was like the 40s. But even with what they bring to the table now, with the dudes in the shape, if they didn't have the military, would these dudes really be functional out here in civilian life?
No.
I'm gonna put it to you this way.
In general?
Yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
think
put it
so.
to you this way, and BGS will tell you. I mean, he'll correct me if I'm wrong. Very few times when it comes to a historical fact, I'm wrong. When you tamp down the boys, and you number one, you tamp down their masculinity. You've already done the number one thing. You gave them to their mothers. So what type of energy are they going to be surrounded by? Feminine energy. So is feminine energy competitive?
No, never has been,
It's,
never
co-
will be.
it's, it's cooperative. Well, it's competitive in a different way.
Yeah,
It's funny how you said that.
But it's
Passive
mostly
aggressive.
but it's mostly
Passive.
cooperative.
In its true form, it should be cooperative, though.
And here's the point: masculine energy is competitive. Why?
Because the environment is competitive. It's hostile.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because we have to do what to the environment?
You have to compete against it.
Yep, you have to
Survive.
compete and challenge it.
Yeah.
So by nature, what happens when you build up this testosterone? It makes you more aggressive. It makes your voice get deeper. In other words, and everybody knows this from the military, you get your command voice. You start to grow hair, which actually protects you from the environment, believe it or not. You grow bigger, denser bones and denser muscle mass where you can lift and climb, and you can actually strangle a beast if necessary. So think about this. When you took the aspect that's around them by feminine energy, do you know you killed the masculinity by goddamn half to 65% already?
Yeah.
Damn.
You gotta realize, like these boys come from in the military, they came from single parent households, following the direction of a woman.
And then
Totally
let's
different.
go. Oh, go ahead, finish.
That's why I think it was before World War II. That's how come they reformed boot camp and all that kind of stuff, because they saw the softening of the males, in war. Well, you got to remember, even in war, very few males actually did fight. Okay,
Mhm.
and you didn't get to this mass call up of people until Napoleon, which actually started the whole thing about the citizen army.
The citizen soldiers.
The citizen soldiers, right? And that didn't happen. That's citizen soldiers only like a couple hundred years old. It's not. It hasn't been. It hasn't been throughout history. Less than really, still less than 1% of people ever actually go fight in any war.
One half of one. Let me see. Throughout American history alone, 1/2 of 1% of the countries at any point has ever been in the military or defended it.
Yeah, and before that, it was even less. Yeah.
Is it still 1% today?
Less than half.
Probably less than half.
Yeah.
Half.
We don't have a major call up like World War II,
No.
which is excessive.
No, they don't.
We're still less than 1%.
So you gotta think it's rare. That's why you have. It's amazing to me, and BG's gonna laugh. How can you have a goddamn Marine? No, argue me down about the shooting of the girl, McCare Bryant, and say, well, I didn't even look at the goddamn footage first till I told him to.
Yeah.
And this is how you know the gynocracy is strong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look,
that's why I asked him, that's why I called on him, since he was a Marine, and I actually used that analogy because he wanted to argue it on a moral basis. As I said, okay, do you realize that if you're a Marine in Vietnam and you saw a 8-year-old running towards you, what would you do?
Right.
And he said,
"Oh, I've heard stories of what they did."
And in other words, is it moral to shoot that child? Okay, or is it less moral to allow that child to run in the midst of all you soldiers and blow you guys up?
Matter of fact, I'll even go deeper to that. You know what the Dalai Lama once said? Somebody asked him a question. If a guy approaches you with a gun, should you fight back? Well, if someone's trying to harm you, you have a moral obligation to protect life, even if it's yours.
Yeah, Gandhi said that. Gandhi said to not protect the life of, even though he's a pacifist, he said if you don't protect the life of you and your family with some kind of violence, you're a coward. Gandhi said that.
Mm-hmm.
You got to. But go ahead, AB.
I've heard worse. I've had guys tell me that the bombs would be in the baby's diapers in Vietnam.
It could happen. So that's why I asked him. I said, "Is it a moral question?" Because he questioned the morality of shooting a child. Now that woman, basically, we only deem them a child by statute because she's a woman at 16. They had back in the day the federal age of consent was 12. She's 16. She was somebody's wife, 50 years ago.
50 years ago.
Yeah.
My
calling her a child is
ludicrous.
Yeah, it's ludicrous.
See, that's the narrative that they want to drive, because Dave Chappelle had this. He talked about this years ago.
Dr. Dunbar
on
Dr. Goodbar.
It might have been an interview or something. And it was a case where a black boy was wrestling with his sister, and he, kids, boys, son, they're gonna try moves and stuff like that. And he tried something in which the sister died.
Yeah, I heard about that case.
And then they tried to charge him as an adult, like I think for murder.
Mm-hmm.
And then he compared it to like the R. Kelly situation. He was like, well, a 16-year-old is getting peed on.
Mm-hmm.
She's a kid, because she don't know no better than to let a motherfucker pee on her.
Yeah,
but
she was 14, but
she was 14.
Yeah, 13-year-old, a 13-year-old black boy. He trying wrestling moves, and he's supposed to know what is what. Like he was like, which one is it? Either you a kid or you don't know, or you supposed to know. It shouldn't be like, oh, it's a girl.
Well,
she don't know no better.
That's how you. And that's how you know you're in a gynocracy, because women are always given the benefit of the doubt. I don't do it because I've seen better.
Yeah.
Number one, I've seen the littlest tiny woman will carry a switchblade, will carry a fucking razor blade underneath her tongue and smile at you, and you wouldn't even know if she's nasty with it. She'll spit that bitch out and cut you 5 ways a Sunday, and you wouldn't even know what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in Chicago when that 13-year-old got caught, right? I mean, got shot. Okay. He raised his hand. Should he got shot? Probably not. But the thing is, you 2 o'clock in the morning, you're running down in an alley away from a cop with a gun.
Exactly.
On,
what the hell? What are
it's,
you doing out in 2 in the morning in Chicago of all places?
Well, the thing is that once you have basically once you in LA, it wouldn't even been a question, right? But the thing is, you're running in Chicago with a loaded gun, right, away from a cop. Okay, you know. In other words, first thing he said when he said get down the ground, like I said, you should lay out, man.
That's what should have been the first thing.
And I'm gonna tell
The
you the
only reason
one.
that kid had that gun because that other dude he was running with was 21, so giving him the gun would be a lesser charge for the kid.
But the thing is, it doesn't matter. You're 13. You're running down the street with a loaded gun.
No, it's still not smart. No,
you basically forfeited your rights. In my case, I said you basically the cop doesn't know, man. You run down the alley in 2 o'clock in the morning with a loaded gun.
I'm gonna put it to you this way.
It's not gonna end well.
No. I'm gonna put it to you this way. I'm gonna give you a good example, right? People get mad at me for doing this. It was a 15-year-old boy who was 6'3", 270 pounds.
Oh dear.
Mom having trouble with him. Am I supposed to treat him like a boy or as a man?
Streets gonna teach him to treat him like a man.
You treat him like
You're
his
gonna have to
size.
manhandle him like a man. I mean, good lord, you're not gonna.
6'3", 200-something pounds. I mean, shit.
You're gonna have to.
Because when I hit him in his chest, you can literally hear the thud out the other side. And I dropped my body weight into that motherfucker. He grabbed his shit like he was having an asthma attack.
Oh, you pretty much Omni-Man them like Invincible, huh?
Yeah, I even said please.
Please.
I remember I had suspects hit me in the face before, and the words "please" came out, and then commence ass whipping now. Like I'm like people. I'm the wrong person to speak to about police brutality. Maybe I'm the right one. I don't know. I came up at a time when motherfuckers stood toe to toe and fight you. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, they might go to the hospital, but they come home.
Yeah, I mean that guy. Even though that guy in the Sally Port, and the guys asked him, "How many people jumped on you?" It's like they were like only one. The motherfucker said, "Tell me where he works. I stay the fuck out of it."
You take an ass whipping before you take a bullet any day of the week.
And I mean, but you got to think that's the Baltimorean East Coast Mid Atlantic police culture. We only shoot unless necessary, but you know, you going if you swing on us, you gonna take an ass whooping.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I caught that live. You were having that conversation about the Michaela Bride situation. I was listening to that. Dude, like, you're a Marine, you can't be serious. So clearly, do you not know about the rules of engagement?
But that's part of the group of people who does this pandering. They're disingenuous and they do this pandering. Like, look.
Please, I had that same conversation with a woman. I was like, hell no. I'm like, that was justified. I'm sorry it happens, but no, you were coming at somebody with a damn knife. That cop's a hero.
And I mean, guess what? You don't give. I don't like. I told people. I said, look, black people need to be more pragmatic because people hate it when I say black are too damn emotional for my blood. You are. I can't speak to the average black person. You're too damn emotional for me to have an intelligent. All my beautiful female friends, I hate talking to them sometimes.
Yeah,
because they get into their emotions.
To a female because I asked her a question. I was like, so let me get this right. If we're out and you're about to get attacked by another woman with a knife, and I got my gun, you want me to think about it?
Yeah, and I'm
no, they want you to sit there and take a precision shot. Might take 4 or 5 seconds when you got a split second to make a decision.
That is literally a split second reaction of you because you getting stabbed. That's even more fatal, especially how she stabbed you and how deep she goes.
There's a 21-foot rule in law enforcement. He should have shot her as soon as he saw the knife.
Yeah, because guess what? What if she would have turned the knife on him?
On him.
It has happened. And, I'll put it to you
Exactly.
this
I mean,
way.
you learn that in law enforcement, doing security, that a knife is more dangerous than a gun
Get
because
close
it
up.
has
Yes,
a
it is.
Yeah.
Because
Close
they
up,
don't.
because I mean, if they jab you in your heart and twist that
Yes.
blade,
the
Do you know
the
how
If
the
many?
you
biggest
jab you
thing
in your,
is in
if
your
you
One
take
at
the
a time. One at a
knife
training.
the
time. One
way
at a
If
she
time. One at a
had
time.
it,
One at a time. One at a time.
if
that
you
Do you
knife
have
know
could
a
have
how?
jabbed her in the kidney and she would have bled to death.
I mean,
if
put
you
it to you
have
this
a
way.
if
You
you have a
would. All you
knife,
need
a
is
knife
two.
don't
One at
run
a
Average
time.
out
One at
like
a
a
time,
gun
y'all.
do.
average person needs 2 inches to pierce the heart for the average person's chest size. That knife was at least 7 inches.
Mm-hmm.
That was a
Yeah,
butcher
that was a
knife.
big ass. That was a butcher kitchen knife she had.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah,
And
she'd have
she
got
was
stabbed.
looking to kill too. She was
Should have
not
got
playing.
stabbed in the liver if that cop hadn't shot her.
But the
Hmm.
only seems like one group that's mainly mad, man. If you really look at the comments and the outrage,
That's
and the only
because
people I see that's upset is really black women.
they think they. I've said it before, even on the live stream. They live in a veil of security. If black women really had to go through what black men go through on a day to day basis, they couldn't handle it. They would try to commit suicide.
Yep.
Immediately.
I've told a lot of women, even she who will not be named. Do you know how hard it is to be a woman as a police officer? I said, prove it to me. Prove me how hard do you have it? Well, I had to fight a guy. Was he trying to hit you and take your head off your shoulders? No, then he was passively
He was
aggressive. He
resisting
just dropped
arrest.
his weight.
Yeah.
He just
Yeah.
dropped his weight. The guy who was trying to fight me in the middle of York Road was trying to hurt me and take my gun. Yeah, I had to break his arm. Yeah, that's called you in the thick of shit. That's
yeah.
so even as a female police officer, a lot of you, a lot of even colonels held back. I said there, except for a couple of times. I wish, you know what I really wish? I really wish the police department could show body cam footage across the nation and some of the stops that it was a white female and it was a black guy. He was about 6'3", 6'4", about 240 pounds. Former bodybuilder and boxer. Had a warrant for child support or something. Had his kid in the car. The cop tried to arrest him. Of course, this white female was like half his size. You know what he did?
Right.
He grabbed her by her uniform and punched her unconscious and kept hitting her until she went unconscious several times.
Wow.
Took her gun, and it's by the grace of God he didn't shoot her, and drove off with her kid. And it's all on dashpad.
Wow.
And this is, but yet they have this rosy derivative attitude that we could do it too.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just having a conversation with my mom last night. She was talking about defund the police. I'm like, you really don't want that to happen.
They say that shit. They say that shit. They say that shit because it's a nice little slogan to make them feel
Right, it's a
good.
slogan.
Yeah,
They don't want that
I
shit to
know, but I'm
happen.
like, you really don't want that to happen because half of y'all can't even fight.
My question is, what the hell is
Go ahead, go ahead, defund the police. And you know what happened when they actually closed? They did roundabout closings of fire stations. Your death rate went up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Imagine
That
if
was
we
the first thing
closed.
that
in the
happened.
70s.
Imagine if we closed. I'll put it to you this way: in Baltimore City, we don't have precincts; we have districts. Meaning, all our districts are geologically located in their respective areas. The Northeast District is the biggest district. I believe the Northern, where I work, is the second biggest. The Northeast District is so fucking big, you can literally put the Eastern, the Western, and I believe the Southern in this district can still have room. And I believe the Central. The Central you could put in there and still have room. It's a big ass district. Like imagine if the Northern had the answer. We shut down the Northeast. Imagine if the Northern had this. So that means I would have to drive 80 to 100 miles per hour and pray to God, number one, I don't crash. And then number two, I have to drive 10 to 15 miles to get to you. Do you know what the average call, the average from calling 911 The dispatcher from 911 gets the information of what's going on, and then gives it to our dispatcher, and then it gets to our radio.
At least 7 minutes, I think.
2, which is fast.
Pretty damn fast.
So guess how long it takes your back to get on average in Baltimore City? 30 seconds.
That is incredibly fast.
So, so people are spoiled by this shit. Okay, like people be like, it takes y'all all day long. Ma'am, we go by calls by priority. I understand somebody threw a brick through your windshield, but we had a in progress aggravated assault. Which one do you think we're gonna go to?
Aggravated assault.
So when you have, make sure everybody like. Don't forget to support the channel, please. So when you have a lot of these people who are ignorant of what the police procedures are, you get this air of arrogance. Well, I think my call is this important. Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. I understand you're important, but that person we just had to save from getting shot, they would think their lives important as well. And that usually shuts people the fuck up. But once again, I'm one of them people who say, open up the books. Start a civilian training for these review boards. Put these people through certain scenarios. Hell, get me to go as one of the suspects they got to wrestle down. It works. I've done it for academy classes. You know, they were like, hey, Funk, hey, go lock up your gun. We're going to have some fun today. So they give me the little growing pad, and they give the trainees the little the little foam batons. They're like, hey, he's drunk and he's high on drugs. Go subdue him. So that's nice when you get to throw the trainees around and they got their little foam pads. You know, they got their little chest plates and shit, and you give them body shots and shit. It's nice. So a lot of times what scares the fuck out of me is the number of people who want to join the police department and never been in a physical confrontation.
Because
they only want the gun.
Isn't that an oxymoron? I mean, shit.
Well, they want the money because remember, police are COVID proof.
Okay.
So 2, you're making. I remember she who will not name told me she wanted to be a teacher somewhere. I laughed at her. You will never see this type of money in teaching. Never. Until why do you think she went to go get promoted? So when you have these incidents coming out of police involved shootings, I can pretty much tell you, one, if it's an unfounded shooting, it's probably by a person who either A, like when the lady, I forget what the one with the lady with the mulatto kid, the lady who says taser, 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 and she obviously had her gun in her hair for 20 seconds. She's not used to pulling that damn taser.
Yeah.
She wasn't on the street for 26 years. Like hell, even now, for me to be on the street for 14 years is almost unheard of because everybody's trying to get the fuck out of patrol. But when you actually consider some things, look at the background and tell me what this person been doing all their career, and I can tell you where the folly goes. When you look at David Chauvin, whatever the fuck his name is, you know that scumbag. When you look at him, he had a fucking axe to grind with a power trip. So when you get a lot of these people, master teacher dropped off. Salute to the master teacher again for the love of the information.
Salute, master educator.
So when you get a lot of these people who, like a Brandon Tatum, guess what they're going to do? They're going to get paid in the shade because they're going to say things to make white people feel a lot better about themselves. There's no racism. That black guy should have just complied. There's no that's the reason why I'm like, look at this, man. And I got to speak out to black men, and I got to chastise black men a little bit. Black men, stop being so goddamn cheap. You gonna let a bunch of chicks who put $10 billion in the weave beat you out for political power? Do I need to say that again for the niggas in the back? What do you think, fellas? So you're gonna let a bunch of chicks who spend $10 billion in weave beat you out with political power?
Ooh.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
What do you think we could do with $10 billion?
Oh my.
Remember, I don't give a damn. And guess what? Eric can tell you, I don't give a damn if his wife's white. Guess how they're gonna look at his kids?
Yeah.
You ain't
That's
white.
true.
You black.
That's true.
And I'm pretty sure you had to remind your kids that.
Oh yeah, indeed. I had to tell my wife one time. I said, you know what? I said you have to. I said the thing about it is I have to let them know. We have to let our children know about their blackness. These are black finished children. Okay, their skin is brown. They got melanin in their skin. As a matter of fact, my daughter right now that she's 30 years old, she's damn. She is damn near as brown as me. Now my son is lighter because he's the second born, but still he's brown and he's gone through periods of where he's worn a natural. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, people know here. People know the kids are black, and one thing I want to say, okay, um, is that for example in kindergarten, right? I've read books, research books about how children with melanin in their skin, okay, are viewed by white fins, the government, the social bureaucracy that provides for the welfare state, okay, as it applies to these children and what benefits they get from the time they're born, because every child born in Finland, they get this care package, right? It's a starter kit. Okay, you get a blanket, you get a set of clothes, you get diapers, you get baby oil, baby lotion, baby bottles, all this type of shit in this big box, right? And this box can actually be used as a small crib for an infantile child to sleep in. Okay, it's made that way. You see what I'm saying? And they know they got to get these black kids all this stuff too. Okay, especially if they're born out of these white Finnish women. You understand? And these white Finnish women are married. Okay, with the black guy. And even if she's not married with the black guy, I remember seeing forms and stuff you had to fill out when we had to take our children, in interim periods, to the doctor just to make sure that they're healthy, they can hear well, their ticker's working well, they can see well. All this that stuff that infantile children have to go through, and and I remember filling that out, and I saw yksin huoltaja, which in Finnish it translates to English, right? Is single parent or individual caretaker, right, for the child. And I'm like, wait, whoa, but what the hell is this? We married. Okay, my name is on the birth certificate for both our babies. You know this as well as I do. Okay, hey, no. You are not a single mother. You know this. We got to go talk to them people downtown, and we did. We went talk to the people, and also my wife knew a social worker, right? The lady that so she talked with her, and basically that the lady gave her the inside scoop and said, yeah, well, that's correct. Your husband's correct. You're not the single caretaker, but because you're the Finn, okay, and he's the foreigner, that's how it's going to be seen, okay, for the sake of taking care of that child financially and materially anyway. So but the thing about it is that in kindergarten, the kindergarten teachers, the school teachers, they say that children are cute when they're exotic and young and small, anywhere from 0 to like say age 8. Okay, they're still small, they're still cute. Little boys are handsome, the little girls are cute as a button. But once they get to double-digit age, 10 and older, all of a sudden that view of them is not that way anymore. It's not affectionate like that anymore. Okay, they're comparing them now to 10-year-old Finnish boys and Finnish girls. Okay, and depending on how much flack they get in school, they go from being the bullied to the bullies. You understand what I'm saying? With their little clique. So that's competition. You see what I'm saying? So now they're seen as a threat.
Yeah. So, Sir Charles, one of the things,
Yeah, man.
to your question, I guess your point. One of the things about being in a gynocracy is that most of the boys and men in a gynocracy are kind of reared to not get along with other boys and men, and so one of the biggest problems that we have in this, Black American community is an inability to get along, and I think part of that is not only the rearing by the mothers by passing down their anti-black male misandry to their sons, but I think also part of it has to do with a lot of the low reading levels, reading comprehension levels that a lot of the black boys have, especially because I can't tell you how many times on social media I've seen guys get into argument just because a guy misinterpreted what the other guy said. You know what I mean? Like I can't tell you how many times that has happened. So that to me, outside of the gynocracy and white supremacy, the inability of black males to get along and work together as a group to compete against other groups is probably definitely one of the biggest issues we have.
There's that
Well, one day because they don't believe we are in a they don't believe we are in a gynocracy. They want to believe that we should just be backup and just stand by the black woman, knowing damn well black women are the worst enemy. They don't even want to admit that. So until they admit that, no, we're not going to get along.
Well, I think it's an ideological rift. I think it's an ideological rift because you have some black American men, like most of the men, or if not all of the men on this panel, that believe that black men should lead the home and that black men should be the predominant leaders within our societies. And then you have guys, I know you've heard those pro-black guys. Let the sister lead. Let the sister speak. And so I think it's just an ideological rift. And honestly, I really think we should probably separate into our own little enclaves. I mean, listen, people around the world do it all the time. That's how you got tribes, right? Like if you look in Ghana, you have an ethnic group called a Khan ethnic group, and they have probably about 12 different distinct tribes, which is like they come from the same original one group, right? But at some point in time, they was like, okay, you doing some shit we don't like, so we're gonna go over here and start this shit over here. You know what I'm saying? And that's how a lot of tribes get started. They'll be the same people, but they'll break off from a difference in
diverge
ideology.
from each other. Different ethnic groups diverge from common ancestors.
I think
this is actually the same ethnic group that like they're the same ethnic group. They have common
language and everything,
cultural customs, same language. It's just little nuances and differences.
Oh, you're talking about more like a caste system because there's
it's not a caste system.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is because I think like the Hausa. They are one people, but the thing is like everybody's divided into different groups based on where your lot is in life, and you're assigned to certain occupations and whatnot, or certain things you do. So they have like the kind of like that kind of thing going. So it's kind of a bit of a caste of sorts, a caste system of sorts.
I think one of the problem with that is like we see it even in movies. The Comments on America movie, how you got some of those women in that movie heard what Hakeem did and broke tradition. We see in the movie Love and Basketball, Monica, who was raised in a two-parent household. Father was the masculine, traditional caretaker, and the mother was submissive. Daughter was very feminine. And when they got older, she had her own family. Monica, on the other hand, she was the rebellious one, looked down on her mother. Yet, Monica almost lost a man by the end of the movie. But you got females like that even in families. You see what happened with feminism and everything in our community. You got some of those little females that broke out of their tradition and thought it was the wrong way or whatever. And then look what happened with the domino effect.
They were indoctrinated.
I mean, let's keep it on the real, man. We black women been doing this before feminism. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Feminism took a note out of their damn handbook. Like white women was like, oh shit, they running the house. Okay.
And you know what's funny?
But when white women brung feminism, they just passed the baton to black women. And where did white women go? Right back to their husbands.
You know what's funny? You know what's the funniest part about it all? Is this. Here's the funniest part about the whole shit. When the women may be the catalyst or the masterminds, but the dangerous part is going to be those guys who's kissing these women's ass. See,
Yeah.
Yes, they are. The
women,
male
They keep
feminists
it.
are
They
the
keep it
biggest threat.
together. They the ones that keep it really keep it going.
You know
and
what,
it's
folks? I think I could give you. You know what? Everybody, Google this: Tarana Burke and Rose McGowan.
Oh, you trying to make my eyes hurt, man? Come on.
No, oh well, it's either that or I gouge them out, motherfucker. But anyway, sorry, actually, no, whatever. If you want to know the difference between white feminism and black feminism and how white feminists look at black feminists, just look at there's that picture where you see McGowan and Tarana Burke. Tarana Burke is smiling, like he puts her forehead next to McGowan's, but McGowan's just just really uncomfortable with the whole situation. It's next to each other on the stage. Oh, by the way, Mr. Ingram.
Yes.
What you were saying about what's going on in like what happens in Finland regarding mixed race children.
Mm-hmm.
I can remember like going far back to the 70s in Sweden, especially if the child was, especially if the mother was Swedish, because usually like citizenship is passed on the mother's side.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of soccer players I can think of. One was Henrik Larsson. His mother was Swedish. His father was, I believe, West Indian, but they decided that he would take his mother's last name to protect him from being, subject to bullying and shit like that.
Right.
But there was a lot of Swedes who had to deal with that shit. I mean, there was like Martin Dahlin, there was a couple others, but the new generation, they were born like in the late 80s, early 90s, they don't know much about that shit. The only time, like here in Norway, where they knew that shit was after what happened to Benjamin Hermansen in 2001. January 2001, when that young biracial kid was killed by a trio of skinheads in Oslo.
Yeah.
And they had that big protest about that.
Oh yeah, I mean the skinheads here in Finland, they were no joke in the early '90s when I came over here. From the early '90s to the late '90s.
They've been active since the '80s. They got serious like in
Oh
the
yeah.
'80s because some of them spilled over from Germany and shit.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them, like, was it 1995? I mean, there was this small community. It had a lot of protests when a bunch of skinheads gathered there to have a concert in this one area that they rented out, and the police had to protect that area from like these protesters who got pretty violent.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because well, the thing about it is that you have to remember during Hitler's time, the German military fought alongside the Finnish military against
Russia,
the former Soviet Union. Yeah, Russia. Yeah.
There's a channel I watch. It's called Generals and Commanders, something like that. They do a lot of. They talk about historical battles and shit, and they have this like the 4-part series about the Finno-Russian War during World War II.
Yeah,
worth looking into.
Oh yeah, indeed.
Yeah, some movies on that.
Generals and Commanders. It's called Generals and Commanders. Pretty cool. No, Kings and Generals. Sorry, Kings and Generals.
Damn, hold on, bro. Is it Generals and Commanders or Kings and Generals, my name?
It's Kings and Generals. Kings and Generals. That's the name of the YouTube channel.
Okay, because I was something I noticed that a lot of these like and racially ambiguous people, like when they're born, they have been born in countries like historically, and now like a lot of them they take these kind of European names as if it's gonna solve the problem. You know what I'm saying? Because I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to hide themselves.
No, not hide themselves. It's like more like to protect them from being sort of targeted or something like that.
Yeah. Not, you know what I mean? Not hide themselves, but like just have some kind of barrier or defense from all the stuff. But then they think just because they have these names, it's like a complex that develops. They think because they have these names that they're better than, like, because they got this mix. Yeah. They got the mix. You know what I'm saying? No. That's a fact.
I know
But
people
then,
who
but
are.
then,
Any
but at
y'all
the
have something to
same,
say about it? Hold on, I got a little quiet.
Yeah,
Did
all
anybody have
three of
something to
y'all
say
from
about that?
all three of y'all live in Finland.
No, Mr. Ingram lives in Finland. I live in Norway. Truth is in Sacramento.
Okay.
I'm in the USA, but I was just talking about like stuff that I've seen from like famous racially ambiguous people, general
I
painters,
mean, most
whoever they might be.
that's true. That's true
Anybody in
because
particular, Truth?
it's closer to it's closer
I
to
was
higher
thinking,
status with people that and they kind of consider themselves, I guess, better than because they do have that somewhat of white blood and that white status.
true,
It's almost like in the U.S. and slavery, right? It's like, okay, I'm a mixed person, but at least I'm a free and not a slave type shit.
true.
Are
Like
we
at least
talking?
I'm not like all the way at the bottom of the door, all the way at the bottom of the dirt. But I wasn't talking about anybody specific. But what came to mind, what I was thinking was a lot of a lot of those South American like famous military leaders and generals from the past and stuff like a lot of guys, a lot of that's what came to mind because that's the racially ambiguous people that I'm most familiar with in terms of researching and stuff. Um, in terms of like like what is it like when they had their revolution down there from Spain and stuff. A lot of the South American continents when they were revolting and stuff like that, because it
You're talking
talks
about
about it.
Bolivar.
Huh?
You're talking about Simone Bolivar and leaders like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you did have that in I can't speak to South America, but I know that type of stuff happened in Hispaniola. Former Haiti and Dominican Republic, which that rift because if you know the history, that Dominican Republic was pretty much the mulattoes at
Because
one
it was a
point.
was
The
it the
mulattoes and the African slaves actually fought alongside each other against the French. And then they had some disagreements and wound up splitting up once they had their freedom. So one of the biggest ideological rifts between the mulattoes and the Africans is that the African administration wanted to have like a republic that was kind of like a dictatorship type thing. And the mulattoes wanted to have a democracy type
more democratic because
government.
they want to make sure they have say, which kind of makes sense. Which makes sense, but what I was going to say to that was because in terms of what reason why I even brought up South America, because I was thinking of like you always in South America you have the native people of that region, and then you have the Spaniards. So that's why what I'm saying I was with the Spanish. I don't know if they didn't
Well,
want
you know what? I remember BGS had this clip out. I think it was from way back in his archives. It was this interview. I think it was a pro-black or conscious type of program, in which the journalist was interviewing the researcher, and the researcher explaining had this chart he showed that dated back to like the 16th, 17th century.
Yeah.
And it was basically the Spanish had divided people into 16 different races based on not only what percentage of you is black, white, or indigenous, Amerindian, but on which sides of the family are you of these particular ethnicities. But there ain't no mistaking about it. If you were pure white and you came just from Europe, you were at the top of that hierarchy. And if you were if you were straight black, you were all the way at the bottom. And they made it a point. They made it a point that everybody should be ashamed to have any blackness in them. In fact, to prove the point, say you have two people. They're both half white or half black. Only one is half white on his mom's side. On their mom's side, the other is half black on their father's side. Who do you think is of upper position? Who do you think is in a higher?
The father, the paternal, whoever's got the paternal.
Paternal what? Paternal black, paternal white. You gotta be specific.
The paternal white, the dominant class, paternal dominant. So whatever's dominant, then.
No, you can't just say whatever's dominant because I explained to you what is dominant already.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, yeah, but there's been societies. I'm sure there's been societies like far in the past where it wasn't just specifically based off like race and stuff. So
I
like,
can tell
or
you.
like color.
I
We
can
say
tell you
that
from my own
it might have been off
ethnicity.
more region.
I can tell you from my own ethnicity. If I brought home a white woman, my parents would flip the fuck out. If my sister brought home a white man, nigga, hold on. But if my sister brought home a white man, it was okay. It was just further acceptable. But they, they would be more welcoming to a mixed race child that way than the other way around. But the problem was, is like colonialism being the way it was, and they'd be labeling children as tar brush. You ever heard that term, tar brush or tar baby?
I heard the term tar baby before.
Yeah, I've heard. It sounds familiar.
Sade has a song about that because Sade was biracial. Is biracial herself,
Yes,
born to a
yeah, she
Yoruba
does have a song
father
on that.
and an English woman.
Yeah.
English mother. There's
But where's your family from?
Eritrea, dude. It's the wolf, dude. Truth. Don't you recognize my voice?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I recognize your voice, but I don't remember.
Yeah, so yeah. I forgot. E19 still learning a lot more. I'll give you time. Marinate. Let it marinate.
I'm still like a lot of these regions y'all telling me about. I gotta research them and stuff like I looked at in terms of like world geography, like more in terms of the continents.
Yeah,
I know, like,
right now, now is the best place to start. But I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people don't know the mulatto history of
Africa.
No, not Africa, but well, that's something that's even deeper and less known, especially like in like Senegal, stuff like that. But yeah, a lot of people don't even know that the first actual president of the Republic of Haiti was actually a mulatto named Alexandre Piton. Is actually one of it's the founder fathers of Haiti is two black Africans and one mulatto. That's the three founding fathers of Haiti: Jacques Dessalines, Henry Christophe, and Alexandre Piton. So I'm probably pronouncing that wrong because, of course, it's French. But so I mean, it's a lot of deep history, man. It's unfortunate that the blacks and the mulattoes couldn't get along, and that shit, that division goes on to this day, man. Like a lot of Dominicans don't even know they don't even know or acknowledge that they have African history. And I'm like, man, where do you think you got all that ass from?
Yeah. Well, look at the colorism. Look at the colorism debacle in Brazil.
Yeah.
Right.
The whitest looking Brazils don't get along with the dark brown skinned Brazilians.
In fact, the thing is like you're made to, due to the history of slavery, you're made to feel ashamed of being part black.
Right. I mean, it's
you ever seen the you ever seen
they have some mulattoes that are that are definitely traitorous, in parts of the histories, but a lot of people don't know that there was some mulattoes that also fought with black people.
Of course.
Like a lot of them that married black took on black husbands or black wives. I wish I could remember this one guy. It was these mulatto brothers that was pretty much abolitionists, and they kind of went to war with the U.S. government or something like that. Well, and there's a lot of American wars that we don't know about. It's like, damn, I never heard of this. Like, Mormons going to war with the U.S. government.
Like the Seminole Wars.
That's something I noticed. Like either they go hard for the cause or they're hard against it. Like
it's been a lot of wars, like internal wars, like the U.S. government versus American citizens that rebelled against the U.S. government that were quelled throughout history that they don't really talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh man. I mean the wars against the wars with against the Americas with the U.S., the North American part of the continent with everybody else. Oh, that's tragedy, man. It's so blood-ridden. It's it's unreal.
Like we don't even know about the wars that we didn't have with Canada, but we didn't took more casualties on our end type stuff.
You mean the War of
Mhm.
1812?
Yep, yep.
Oh yeah.
Speaking
Well,
of
the
which, what I
Spanish.
was trying to say was regarding colorism in Latin America. Have you ever seen the 3-part series Black in Latin America by Henry Louis Gates?
No, I'm not a fan of Henry Louis Gates, to be honest. But fact is fact. But I just never. Ever since one of my favorite historians went in on him years ago, and that would be the legendary Dr. John Henry Clark.
What's wrong? What's wrong with Mr. Gates?
Well,
what was his criticism?
His criticism was that basically that he tells some of the truth, and that a lot of his stuff is more kind of it's not the full truth, and that it's kind of like whitewashed in a sense. Matter of fact, the nickname that he gave him back in when Henry Louis Gates was a young up and coming historian was Henry Skip the Truth Gates.
Wow.
Damn.
Damn.
And you got to think about it because Henry Gates was kind of, he was kind of propped up by white folks, so to speak.
I mean,
being
he's like the person who made tolerance.
And even so one thing that I knew from personal conversations of talking with like people that study genetics, geneticists and stuff like that was one. I remember one program, I can't remember, but he said that it was basically this program he was trying to disprove that Black people don't have any Native American blood. But if you listen
What?
to a lot of, but if you
Did he
listen to
say
a lot
that?
of, yeah, he did say that. If
Oh
you listen to a lot of
shit.
geneticists, what they'll tell you is that I don't know the exact reason. I can't really explain it like they can, but
Mhm.
what the geneticists say is that there's a certain reason why Native American DNA doesn't really show up in DNA tests unless you have a significant amount of it.
Uh-huh.
So it's like you can have like a small percentage of Native American, DNA, but it won't really show up on a DNA test like the ones that we use type thing.
You mean on a database or something like that? They don't have that registered on the database.
No, it's not registered. It's just that you have to have a certain amount to kind of register on the test type
Oh,
thing.
sizable sample.
Yeah, so it's like you may be 0.8% Native American, and it may not show up on a
Because they don't
commercial
have
ancestry DNA test.
It's probably like 5% or something because I got 15%. So
it's more like
and that showed up.
It's more like they don't have like a sizable sample because they don't have enough to do research to find the genetic markers to indicate you are have this kind of ancestry, genetic
Because this is the
ancestry.
crazy part, right? A lot of people, Native Americans that are on reservations, their DNA tests don't even show up. Like a lot of their DNA tests only show up like 50% Native American or 60% Native American. So you could think if the people that were on the reservations, they don't have 90-80%, you could only imagine people that have intermixed with white and Black people, you know what I mean? You could
Yeah.
imagine how low their stuff has to be for the actual closest thing to high DNA. Native Americans don't even have 60, 70, 80%.
I mean, like if you ever look at like Latinos, when they do a DNA test on them, mostly it's just gonna come up like this person is white, Black, and Amerindian and indigenous Native American.
Is it hard to test for the DNA specifically? Is that why? Because that sounds like
what he's trying to say is basically there's not enough material for them to prove that there is a significant type of marker.
Right.
Oh, okay.
You gotta think about it.
Enough,
every time, like I think about it, right? Let's say a black slave and a Native American, have a child, that child is only gonna have 50%. Now let's say that mixed, get with another black person, and that's going down to 25%. And it's halving each generation. So it's like by the time it get to, our time period, it may only be like 12.5% or less, or even less than that. It may be like 5% or 2.5%, or less than 1% type of thing. But that doesn't mean that you didn't have Native American in your family just because it necessarily didn't show up. And that was one of the things where I knew Henry Gates was kind of not necessarily looking for the truth, but just kind of trying to kind of put a narrative on certain stuff. You know what I mean?
And yeah,
Mhm.
Because he was just like, oh well, yeah, you don't have any Native American ancestry, even though like these are black people saying like, oh, my great great grandfather, they say he was Native American or Cherokee, Choctaw, whatever may have you, you know.
Yeah.
what is it like?
But I mean, with all this, but with all the schemes of the what you call it, all the schemes of the one drop rule and all that type of shit. I mean, I don't know if that's a factor necessarily, but I mean, you had doctors way back in the day. That was one issue, and they really propagandized it, and they really politicized that. So, I mean, maybe I mean, what about the actual records?
Right, and that's
Genealogy,
probably a little bit more
genealogical records.
difficult.
You know what I'm saying of the miscegenation between Native Americans and blacks. And whites and blacks. Um, you know.
And we know that even on the DNA website, ancestors say over generations, because of the randomness of inheritance results in DNA, from some ethnicities being passed down more than others, and some ethnicities being lost entirely within the
Yeah.
DNA sequence. So it's like, yeah, it could still be in your family, but it may not show up in your particular DNA. Like you may have a brother or sister, maybe they have a higher percentage than you, or you may have no percentage at all, type thing. And
Hmm.
even say I'm from New Orleans, right? So we have this thing called Mardi Gras Indians, where it's
Right.
like African Americans dress up. They make these suits from scratch, with feathers and beads, and they sew all year, and they kind of parade around in those suits. So, I mean, it
Hmm.
tell you from a cultural perspective that there was intermingling and intermarriages
Hmm.
between African Americans and Native Americans in certain aspects. But
Or just like you have like the Cajun and the Creoles.
yeah,
Hmm.
it's, that's how I
Are you
go, man.
Zoe?
Henry Lewis kept his truth gates, man. I've never been a fan of him. That don't mean I wouldn't deal with any of his work, but I don't really mess with it too much, to be honest. I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
That's
As
my
long as
that's
you
my
get
favorite historian right there, man. If one dude is this one
John
brother
Henry
that
Clark.
that that lived that I will be biased on, and that's brother Dr. John Henry Clark, man. That's my favorite historian, and
Oh,
that's
by the
my
way, it's
favorite
not Henry.
lecturer.
By the way, it's not
Henrik.
Henry. It's Henrik.
Yeah, it's
He
Henrik.
Yeah.
changed it.
Yeah.
He
It is
changed
Henrik.
his.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
changed
That's
it
true.
to Henrik in honor to Henrik Ibsen, a Norwegian playwright from the 19th century. I live not too far. I live not too far from his hometown.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you lived in United States. Okay. Okay.
No, not that hometown. Henrik Ibsen's hometown in Norway.
Oh, okay. 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 So you
Jesse,
never
are
been to
you?
the United States before?
Once when I was a kid, I was really
Oh,
young.
okay. Okay.
Like
Mm.
like like in the DMV area mostly.
So where do you get your where do you
My ac-
primarily get your perceptions from of Ado's culture?
well, first of all, I was born in the Middle East. I went to an international school, so I grew up around mostly Westerners.
Mhm.
So I went to school mostly with them. But I've also I've had a lot, like most of my dad's colleagues were like, um, excuse me, I heard something. Mostly like with Americans and mostly and whatnot. So I grew up around them mostly. That's how I got my accent as well. So my perspective was mostly from them and learning from them, but I also learned U.S. history more so than I learned African history until I came back to my native Eritrea. But even then, I already had understood certain things. I used to watch like documentaries like Eye on the Prize, for example.
Okay. Where do you get your perspective, I guess, from the dysfunctional aspects of our culture?
Well, listening to you guys, listen to BGS and whatnot.
Okay.
I've been listening to BGS since like 2015. As soon as he came out, as soon as like his MGTOW challenge shit.
Right.
How about
Yes.
you?
I've only been listening to him for a short period of time, and I got to him through going through the Black Manosphere and actually got to the Black Manosphere. I'm trying to think now. How did I get through to the Black Manosphere? Because, well, let's put it this way.
You didn't go through the white one?
No, I started listening to Tommy Sotomayor in 2006.
Oh yeah, I remember Tommy Sotomayor.
Yeah, and then I came forward from there. I was doing that. Then I was doing Google Hangouts, and then through Google Hangouts and other people who came on there. I got connections, outside of Google Hangouts, back on the internet again, and so I went to what was it? G Block. It's a like panel discussion debate platform in London in England. And then went from there. I don't know. I don't remember. It does not serve me how I actually got to the Black Manosphere, because I didn't go through the original Manosphere. I went straight to the Black Manosphere, bypassing the original Manosphere. Yeah.
Consider yourselves fortunate. Because when I started through Black Phillip. From there, I ended up coming across like the White Manosphere, and from there, I came into the Black Manosphere that way.
The only person I really know of like that and listen and read his work from the White Manosphere is Rollo Tomasi.
Yeah, me too. He was one of the first. It was Coach Greg Adams for me, and then I ran into Rollo Tomasi, and that's when I read his book The Evolution with Coach Greg Adams, and then I read The Rational Male. And I read all three of his books, and then that's when I got
the fourth one yet.
Huh?
You didn't get the fourth one yet?
No, I ain't get the fourth one. I ain't get the fourth one yet. I'm still reading other books.
Okay.
I ain't get the fourth one yet.
I never really messed with Rollo Tomasi much, because I was more like, because I understood where he was coming from, but I just didn't click with me, because already was red pill to that extent.
Yeah, but I listen to him because he breaks it down from a deep psychological level, because to a certain extent, Black women think the exact same way. From a psychological level, it may be run a little bit different, but as far as what they think, the things they say and the things they believe, like with the shaming language and the things they say, he's right on par with he's right on par. The Black women talk just the same. With the things he said.
Yeah,
that's why I listen to him. He's not far off, even when he's speaking about all women in general. But even when Rollo Tomasi speaks, he's not far off with Black women as far as the simple rhetoric and the way they think when it comes towards men.
I can't remember when I got into the Black Manosphere exactly, but like before I even came to the Manosphere, I was kind of into the whole game and all that type of stuff. So I actually me and a guy from London named Mr. Chambers, and I was young when I started this, but we started a men's blog called Brotherhood of the Game, and so we interviewed a lot of guys in that sector. So we interviewed like Tariq Nasheed, Alan Roger Curry, Rosebud Bitter Dose, and guys like that. And this is going back to like 2008, 2009, 2007, 2006. You know what I'm saying? So
y'all never checked out a cat named Dante Nero?
No, never heard of him.
Never heard of him.
Okay, anybody heard of Patrice O'Neill?
Yeah, I definitely heard of him.
Okay,
Of course, yeah.
okay, he was now Dante Nero was Patrice's brother from another mother, his co-host on Black Phillip. So after
Yeah,
Patrice died,
was he the damn,
light
yeah,
skinned brother,
Dante O'Neill.
the
That
one
was the
who
guy he
who
always speaks.
everybody thought was
Yeah,
Puerto Rican, the one that everybody thought was Puerto Rican, but turned out he was black.
yeah. He didn't sound Puerto Rican. He sounded black to me.
No, he was black, but when you look at him, he was so light skinned, everybody thought he was Puerto Rican.
Okay, I know. I never seen him. I used to because I listened to his Black Phillip shows and the dude was talking. He sounded black.
He is black. He's a Brooklyn native, Crown Heights or whatnot. But the
Yeah, I
thing
can
was,
hear
is
the
like
accent.
he's so
Yeah,
light.
He must
he's
be
from,
one of my fellow Creoles, huh?
Well, the thing is, his mom's from Virginia. His dad is like, but he tells the story of how it is. But
okay.
After Patrice died, he started his own podcast called Beige Phillip, and he continued on from that.
Oh, he's still doing it today?
But he changed it. He like rebranded it and called it Man School 202.
My fellow beige brother. That's funny as hell.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
gentlemen.
remember the Black Phillip shows. Patrice was funny as fuck.
You know what one of my favorite episodes was?
Oh yeah.
When they kind of dogged Kareth Foster. They changed her theme song from that song by DeBarge to Sanford and Son.
Oh God.
And like Patrice doing impressions of that. Or but every time I listened to that show, it was like everything that I heard in the manosphere, both both white and black. You hear that in the women because the women are just everything you hear from the women then is just the same
Same thing.
now.
The same exact, especially when he had his people out. Because I remember just to the shows when he used to have the women there participating, they would say the exact same thing, and not much has changed. And that was back in what, 95?
No, from 06 to 08, actually.
06, yeah, I'm going way too far back.
Hey, gentlemen, can I interrupt just for a moment? Okay, I'm on my way out. Peace and respect. Salute to you all. It's zero dark 30. It's zero dark 30 over here. Well, it's 4 in the morning over here, and I'm an old man. I need my sleep.
All right.
Understood.
It's always a pleasure.
Hey,
We're about to do some. We're about to do some last thoughts. Oh, peace. You about to do some last thoughts. Got to get on.
I'm gonna say my last thought now. I learned a lot, especially from BGS when he came up, because I had no answers, for the questions that he was asking me. That's why I didn't say anything, because of course I don't have the study acumen that he has, but I also haven't read the books that he was asking me about. So I'm going to get those books, and any of those books I can get on PDF, I'm going to do that and read up on that. But I mean, I've read books in relation to what he's talking about. But of course, it's a difference when you've been doing something for 30 years and you've been reading books for 30 years and seeing the system, as you're growing up, especially as a teenager and a young man, and the thing about it is, I don't have that 30 years of reading books. I mean, I got my time in reading books, but I learned a lot from him anyway. And of course, I always learn a lot from you, Officer Falkland. You know that. We learn from each other. So
thank you. It's good to share.
I mean, hey, listen, like I told you before, I've said before, and I'll reiterate, I'm a student of life. That means I'm a lifelong learner. So there's always something to learn.
Oh, yes.
All right, y'all. Peace. This old man's going to sleep.
Peace.
Right.
Who's next?
Peace. I'll go next. I'm gonna just keep it short and sweet. Knowledge doesn't kill you. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And if it does kill you, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Game's over.
Well, that was nice and sweet. Who's next?
I'll go. I'll keep it. I'll keep it short and sweet. I just want to say I appreciate the conversation. Thank you, Officer Charles, for bringing me up. Peace to the channel, peace to the chat. Hashtag men first all day, every day.
Ooh. It's always a pleasure. Next.
I guess I'll go. Appreciate the conversation, brothers. Thank you for having me on. Officer Charles, is always a pleasure.
Always.
Black men, go where you treated best. That's it.
Next.
I'll take last. Go ahead, Mel.
Mel?
Hey, Mel, you there? Okay, go ahead.
Well, Charles, given it's 3:16, it's after 3:16 a.m. over here. I hope you can understand me flipping your bird and hitting you with the stone cold stunner when I say this. But thank you for having me over. It's been a goddamn pleasure, and I hope to see your ass again. Your style profile SOB, and that's the bottom line, cause Stone Cold said so.
Thank you all, and have a good night and happy Mother's Day. Woo, we are out.